Chapter 1619. Judging from the new epic quest, Jun Changshao was forced to improve the strength of the sect. He couldn't be lazy anymore. 2 years. Not too long. It would definitely be a little difficult to meet the quest requirements. Elder Lu, Jun Changshao said, if you are given enough martial arts resources, how long will it take for you to reach the upper level? 2,000 years. Go Xing almost fell off his chair. 2 years and 2,000 years, the difference between. God knows how many times. Jun Changshao asked Gongsun Ho again, but the answer he got was still a few thousand years. So he broke down and pressed his face on the table, saying sadly, "It's too difficult for me." There were still 5 middle-level truth-seeking realm cultivators and 10 lower-level truth-seeking realm cultivators. Don't be discouraged. The system said, as long as your mind doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. That's right. Jun Changshao raised his head and said, I can go outside and recruit ready-made strong masters. It was impossible to train them in 2 years. However, wouldn't it be easy to recruit high-level truth-seeking realm cultivators and directly appoint elders? The system was speechless. You're cheating. After having an idea, Jun Changshao began to think about who to recruit. The first thing he thought of was naturally Zhenren Tonggu and his family and friends. If he recruited them all, not only would he successfully meet the target, but he would also exceed it. The completion rate might exceed 1,000% by the settlement. Opportunity. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. A good opportunity to skip a level. He could recruit elders and disciples. When the epic quest was completed, he might be able to enter the divine secret realm from the lower-level truth-seeking realm. Host, you're dreaming. Although the system had been slapped in the face countless times, this was the only time it was the most confident because it didn't think that the author would dare to let Go Xing directly enter the 3rd step from the 2nd step. Because of the cheat. It was simply crazy. The appearance of the epic quest meant that Jun Changshao was stuck at the critical point. No matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to improve, so he gave up cultivating and hurried to the extreme cave abode to rope in his master. I disagree. After learning the purpose of his visit, Zhenren Tonggu said, I'm indifferent to fame and fortune. I won't join a sect. Master, there's no need to say too much. Experts like Zhenren Tonggu yearned to be free and unrestrained. They yearned to play chess and take back their move. Naturally, they would not join a sect because it was an invisible shackle. All right. Jun Changshao left dejectedly. Even if Master didn't agree, what about the 7 sages of Ethereal Hall? In order to tempt them, Go Xing brought rich gifts and persuaded them with his glib tongue. In the end, he successfully recruited one of the upper-level truth-seeking realm cultivators. Even after the procedures were completed, the requirement for the epic-level quest did not increase. Ha ha ha! The system could not help but laugh out loud. F***ck. Jun Changshao cursed in his heart. He originally thought that he could use the bug to complete the mission, but in the end, he didn't get what he wanted. Senior. You're free now. Jun Changshao expelled one of the newly recruited 7 sages of Misty Mountain from the sect. He sat alone in the main hall, sad and lonely. Are you in trouble? Rows of Flowers jumped up and sat beside him. You can say that. Jun Changshao said listlessly. Over the years, he had done many epic-level quests. Some were easier, some were more difficult, but this was the only one that could be called Hell Mode. In fact, he was confident that he could promote the upper echelons, but 2 years was too short. I followed Senior Gongsun to cultivate. The trouble I encountered shouldn't be less than yours, right? Rows of Flowers said, didn't I survive in the end? She and Jun Changshao were only husband and wife in name, so she always addressed Gongsun Ruoli as senior. Right. Go Xing's eyes lit up. How did you cultivate? Before Rows of Flowers followed Gongsun Ruoli to cultivate, she was only at the core transformation realm. In just over a year, she broke through to the lower-level truth-seeking realm. This speed was even faster than cheating. Senior Gongsun brought me to a forbidden area. What forbidden area? Abyss of life. Abyss of life. Jun Changshao had never heard of this forbidden area. Rose of Flowers said, "There are rich heaven and earth attributes and laws of heaven and earth inside. It can be absorbed at will, so I can improve by leaps and bounds in such a short time." Where is it? Jun Changshao was instantly tempted. The damned upper realm version of the system store had a limit on the number of refresh times. If there were no good items, he had to wait for another month, so he could only choose another reliable method. You want to go? The upper echelons and disciples will go. Stuck in the realm, Jun Changshao did not need to improve, nor could he improve, so he could only let the upper echelons and core disciples go. No. Rose of Flowers shook her head. You'll die. I'll die. Jun Changshao was confused. Rose of Flowers said, "The Abyss of Life is actually an ancient formation that has existed for a long time. It needs someone to be the formation eye to activate it. It's not just the formation eye, right? It also consumes lifespan. If it can make them stronger, it doesn't matter if it consumes lifespan," Jun Changshao said. Rose of Flowers said, "In order to make me stronger, Senior Gongsun personally became the formation eye. In just over a year, it consumed 1,000 years of lifespan." So much? Jun Changshao's eyes widened. For a powerhouse like his father who was half a step into the divine secret realm, 1,000 years of lifespan was nothing, but for an ordinary martial artist, it was a bit too much. A martial artist's lifespan would naturally increase with the increase of the realm. Losing 1,000 years was equivalent to losing 1,000 years of cultivation opportunity. If they could not improve in the future, it was equivalent to committing suicide in advance. It's just one person. Rose of Flowers said. Senior Gongsun said that if more martial artists enter, the lifespan consumed will also increase. Jun Changshao was silent. According to the Epic Missions quota, he needed 16 people to reach the standard. If he let them all go in and be the formation eye himself, how much lifespan would that consume? To put it bluntly, a forbidden land like the Abyss of Life was actually to use one's lifespan to increase the experience of others. So many powerhouses had heard of it, but almost no one had gone there. Because no one would selflessly contribute unless it was a special situation. Go! Jun Changshao said, "Let's give it a try." If they cultivated step by step within 2 years, they might not be able to meet the quota. At that time, their realm would be stuck, so it was better to consume their lifespan to improve. At least there was absolute hope. This forbidden land can only promote martial artists to the lower level of the truth-seeking realm. As for whether they can succeed or not, it depends on their luck. It was precisely because it was full of uncertainty that no one was willing to go to the Abyss of Life to waste their lifespan. That works too. The mission was to promote 10 core disciples to the lower level. Jun Changshao planned to do his best to get them up first, and then consider the problem of promoting the higher level. The road. One step at a time. The next day, on the training field, Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the other core disciples flew onto the ancient warship. Whoosh, the warship cut through the void and headed for the Abyss of Life. Rose of Flowers also followed. After all, she had been there once and had experience in this area. However, when they arrived at the Abyss of Life hidden in the mountain range, Jun Changshao realized that her goal was not to follow the path, but to be the formation eye. So he shouted, "Hurry up and come out." Rose of Flowers said, "With so many disciples going in, they will need a lot of lifespan. Husband will have to manage the sect of all times in the future, so let me contribute." Chapter 1620. Who created the Abyss of Life was a mystery in the upper realm. The function of the internal formation was very magical. By consuming the lifespan of the formation I, there was a chance that martial artists could be promoted to the lower level of the truth-seeking realm. Jun Changshao rushed over when he heard about it. However, Rose of Flowers took the initiative to walk in and act as the formation I. What do you mean by a good wife? This is it. The system was touched and even wanted to take the opportunity to scold Go Xing. Can your lifespan be as long as mine? Jun Changshao said with a straight face, hurry up and come out. Go Xing dared to come here and consume his lifespan because he was very young and had an easier time breaking through the realm than ordinary people, so he was willing to squander it. If it were Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun Ho, they would definitely be terrified. After all, they had lived for too long and had no hope of entering the third step in this lifetime. If they squandered it, they might die immediately. I want to help my husband share the burden. Rose of Flowers did not know that Jun Changshao was trapped in the epic mission, but she could see that he wanted the sect to become stronger, so he was willing to sacrifice his life to help him. There was no need to exaggerate. In her opinion, this was what a wife should do. Moreover, Gongsun Ruoli also consumed 1,000 years of her lifespan to promote her realm. There's no need. Jun Changshao said, I can handle it myself. The formation has been activated, let them go in quickly. Rose of Flowers said. Seeing that she was so determined, Jun Changshao finally said after tens of thousands of words of inner conflict, go in. Yes. Li Qingyang and the others stepped into the flowing light formation. Hum. As the 10 core disciples all entered the abyss of life, strands of strange attributes appeared on Rose of Flowers, who was in the formation I, and then integrated into the entire formation system. This was lifespan. Losing a strand was equivalent to losing a day. Inside, Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and the others were shocked. After the formation was strengthened by the lifespan, it turned from an illusory and ethereal state into a starry sky. Gradually, the boundless nature and laws of heaven and earth appeared, like scattered stars and wandering spirits. This is amazing! Su Xiamo raised his hand. As soon as he touched the attributes and laws, they uncontrollably drilled into his mind. His martial arts instantly experienced a subtle rise. Although the martial arts facilities that Jun Changshao had provided in the past were very powerful, they could be found everywhere in the abyss of life. The martial arts knowledge that could be easily obtained was obviously more powerful. The items in the system store were not made out of thin air. They came from different worlds and different universes. Therefore, this was sufficient to prove that there was nothing too strange in the boundless universe. Cultivate. Lu Qianqian sat down cross-legged. Li Qingyang and the others recovered from their shock, and one after another, they concealed their spirit and qi. The abyss of life contained extremely complete martial arts knowledge and profound meanings. They only needed to absorb and accommodate it. As for whether they could break through the truth-seeking realm, it would depend on themselves and their luck. Outside, Jun Changshao sat on the stone, his eyes never leaving Rose of Flowers who was in the eye of the array. He looked calm on the surface, but in fact, he was panicking inside. Buzz! Buzz! Wisps of lifespan flew out of Rose of Flowers' body and then merged into the array, replenishing the attributes and laws of heaven and earth for the 10 disciples. They could really burn themselves to warm others. 10 days. 50 days. The 10 core disciples in the abyss of life seemed to have turned into meditating old monks, crazily absorbing the martial arts power inside, and their realms were also rising. As a price, Rose of Flowers had to pay 10 times her lifespan. Therefore, after being in the eye of the array for half a year, her black hair gradually turned pale, and her tender skin gradually aged. Lifespan was the foundation of a martial artist. Because they did not live long enough, how could they comprehend more profound martial arts realms? And if there was a serious consumption, they would naturally experience the side effect of aging. Damn it! Seeing this, Jun Changshao hurriedly rushed in. Although he was quite a straightforward man, He understood that appearance was very important to women. Let me do it. Jun Changshao pulled rows of flowers out. Don't blame him for being a little rude. After all, this method was obviously the most direct and effective. Buzz. Buzz. As soon as Jun Changshao stood in the eye of the array, he suddenly felt that the blood in his body seemed to be burning, and then something special was drawn out. This is lifespan, the system said. Can you calculate how much lifespan I have now? About 20 to 30,000 years. Okay, Jun Changshao said, then I'll sacrifice until there are only 100 years left. This lifespan just corresponded to the time specified in the main mission. Anyway, if he could not complete it, he would die, so he might as well use it all to help his disciple. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wisps of lifespan were absorbed. The process was not painful, but Jun Changshao looked at the deteriorating rows of flowers in the outside world, and his heart seemed to be stabbed by a knife. To let a woman who looked to be in her prime suddenly age to 50 or 60 years old, he was annoyed that he should have done it himself. It's okay, the system said, you will also decline, and then we will be an old couple. Strangely enough, after Jun Changshao replaced rows of flowers, the heaven and earth attributes and laws in the abyss of life became stronger than before, which made Li Qingyang even more focused on cultivation. Because he was too immersed, he forgot about time. One day, Lu Qianqian's body surged with a majestic aura, and she successfully stepped into the lower level of the truth-seeking realm from the peak of the core transformation realm. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others followed closely behind and stepped into the truth-seeking realm. She broke through. Unbelievable! Even the martial arts facilities in the sect are not so magical. Let's go out. After breaking through to the truth-seeking realm, they could not accommodate the heaven and earth attributes and laws, so they could only leave the abyss of life. However, when they came out and saw the aging rows of flowers, they were all stunned. Ma'am? If not for their clothes, it would be difficult to recognize Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma. Rows of flowers said, let's care about the patriarch. Li Qingyang and the others clearly remembered that Ma'am was the array core. Now that she was standing at the door with an aged face, it meant that the patriarch had gone to replace her. Therefore, they hurriedly looked at the array core area, but they saw nothing. I'm here. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone hurriedly lowered their heads and saw a child about 3 to 5 years old standing in front of them. Because his clothes were too loose, he looked like he was wrapped in a layer of bedsheet. His eyes were big and watery. Not only did he look cute, but he also looked like Jun Changshao. F***ck. Su Xiaoma blurted out in shock. Is this the son of the patriarch and Ma'am? We've been cultivating inside for 3 to 5 years? Bang, plop. The side of his face flew out and landed beautifully. The child maintained his punching posture and said angrily, I'm your patriarch. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. The patriarch's wife looked old and the patriarch had regained his youth. Was this a side effect of consuming his lifespan? Let's go. Back to the sect. On the same day, the sect of all times was in an uproar. The patriarch, who had been away for a year, had returned as a child, and the patriarch's wife, who was a great beauty that could cause the downfall of a country, had aged. System. After changing into a fitting set of clothes, the young Jun Changshao jumped onto the chair and asked, Is there a way to restore that woman's appearance? Your wife's problem isn't that big. A beauty pill can solve the problem. The system said, however, if the host's body shrinks into a child's appearance, I'm afraid. Pohahaha. Chapter 16:21. The 10 core disciples all broke through to the lower-level truth-seeking realm. As the price, Jun Changshao became younger and rows of flowers became older. Strange. It also consumed a lot of lifespan. Why was the side effect of Go Xing turning into a child? Was it because his skin was too thick and could not age, so he could only be forced to output in reverse? Jun Changshao did not care about his own changes, because his strength and realm were still there, but when he thought of Rose of Flowers' aging face, he would fall into deep self-blame. Especially, he had lost his lifespan. The system said, the lifespan of the soul race is longer than that of the human race. There should be no problem for the host to pull her out after her face has aged. Haha, when it thought of the host turning from a young man to a kid, it could not help but want to laugh. Jun Changshao was still a little worried, so he went to the courtyard where Rose of Flowers lived. Women valued appearances very much. She should be very sad now. Their courtyards were very close to each other, but Go Xing rarely took the initiative to come here. After entering, all he saw were roses. Bursts of fragrance filled the air, making him feel refreshed. Rose of Flowers was trimming the branches and leaves in the garden, looking as if nothing had happened. Jun Changshao was speechless. Why was this woman not sad at all when she looked old? Why was she still in the mood to tidy up the roses in the courtyard? As the Empress of the Soul Race, Rose of Flowers had experienced a lot and had long lost the mentality of a young girl, so it was not important whether she was young or not. Besides, didn't she become a disciple of the entire sect even if her appearance declined? What's the matter? Nothing. Why are you here if you have nothing to do? Can't you come if you have nothing to do? Oh. After the two of them had a special conversation, the atmosphere became awkward. From the beginning to the end, Rose of Flowers did not turn around. She kept trimming the rose branches and leaves slowly and carefully. Although she said that she did not care about her appearance, it seemed that she did not want her husband to see her. Looking at her back with white hair, Jun Changshao felt even more guilty, so he said seriously, I will find a way to make you young again. Thank you. Rose of Flowers said. Jun Changshao stood at the back for a while, then turned and left. Husband. Rose of Flowers stopped him and said, everything I did was what I should do. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Restoring your appearance is what I should do. I'll wait for you. Rose of Flowers knew Jun Changshao well. Since he said he would restore her appearance, he would definitely do it. I'll go think of something. It was rare for Go Xing to say goodbye before leaving. Wait. Rose of Flowers stopped him again and said, say, if we have a child, will he look like you now? Plop! Jun Changshao tripped over the threshold and fell to the ground. In the main hall, Jun Changshao, who was barely 1 meter tall, was sitting on the patriarch's throne. His little hand was holding his little chin, and his little eyebrows were furrowed. He looked very cute. Ryu Sinan, Gong Sun Ho, and other high-level officials were sitting in the lower seats, looking very serious. It was not that there was something wrong. They were trying hard to hold back their laughter. A big guy had turned into a little kid. Any trained professional who saw Go Xing's appearance would instantly break down their years of cultivation. Even when Jun Changshao flew in the ancient warship yesterday, many high-level officials had the same thought as Su Xiaoma. Was this child the result of the love between the patriarch and his wife? That was not right. He had only been out for a year. Even if he had been pregnant for 10 months, he would have just been born. How could he be 3 or 5 years old? Was it that the patriarch was extraordinary and so was his son? Or could it be that this child was not actually born by Rose of Flowers, but the patriarch's illegitimate child? When Jun Changshao returned to the sect of all times as a child, the high-level officials and disciples who did not know the truth gave full play to their powerful imagination. Patriarch. Ryu Sinan suppressed his urge to laugh and said seriously, pills that can restore one's appearance are very common in the upper realm. You can order the procurement hall to search for them in the major cities. That's right. Gong Sun Ho said. As far as I know, many cities sell beauty pills, such as the moon-setting flower shaming pill and the beautifying pill. The price is not particularly expensive. Hall Masterly, purchase these pills as soon as possible. Yes. That day, the members of the procurement hall began to get busy. Because of the teleportation formation and professional procurement staff, in just half a day, beauty pills from different cities and pharmacies were all sent to the Sect. In the room, Rose of Flowers was speechless, because the table was filled with various pill bottles, as well as many natural treasures for beauty. "Try it," Jun Changshao said. "Maybe it'll work." Rose of Flowers took out a beauty pill, but there was no effect after taking it, so she tried a second one, a third one. In the end, it did not restore her lost appearance. "Do you believe me now?" the system said. In the beginning, it told Jun Changshao that if he wanted to completely restore Rose of Flowers, he had to rely on the pills in the shop. However, he did not believe it and insisted on spending manpower and resources to purchase pills from the upper realm. It was not that Go Sheng was stingy, but that he had already used up 30 times and did not get any beauty pills. He could only wait for the cooldown to cool down and pin his hopes on the upper realm's alchemy. Sigh. Jun Changshao sat listlessly in the main hall. When he thought of that woman's back facing him, his heart felt uncomfortable and guilty. Patriarch. At this time, Ryu Sinan walked over and said, "I have another way. Maybe it can restore Madame's appearance." "What way?" Jun Changshao hurriedly asked. "If there are any difficult cases, look for Bailey Qianqiu." "Who?" "My colleague with Gongsun Ho. Demon Exterminator." "That's right. Where is he?" "The Realm Hall, the City of Sin." "The City of Sin?" Jun Changshao had heard of all the famous cities in the upper realm, but the City of Sin was the only one he had never heard of. Ryu Sinan said, "Bailey Qianqiu's cultivation is about the same as mine. He has been studying unorthodox methods for many years, and his medical skills can be considered one of the best in the upper realm. However, his personality is extremely strange, and he is both good and evil. Back then, he caught a fugitive and destroyed a city with his own hands, causing millions of lives to perish. He was imprisoned in the City of Sin by the Realm Hall for punishment. He can restore the appearance of old people?" Jun Changshao did not care about the story behind this demon exterminator. He just wanted to know if it could be done. Ryu Sinan said, "Bailey Qianqiu's medical skills are unorthodox, and often have unexpected effects. However, the Patriarch's wife has lost her life and her appearance has aged. I cannot guarantee that she can recover." After a short silence, Jun Changshao jumped down from his seat and said, "Let's go to the City of Sin." Whether it worked or not, at least it was a chance. Ryu Sinan said, "The City of Sin is not a city, but a small independent space. If the Patriarch wants to enter, he must get permission from the Realm Hall, and they will allow Bailey Qianqiu to be released from prison early. Then let's go to the Realm Hall and ask for permission to let him go." On the same day, the ancient warship turned into a ray of light and flew towards the central area of the upper realm. On the ship were Ryu Sinan, Gongsun Ho, Gui Bajiang, and the core disciples who had entered the truth-seeking realm. There were not many people, but the quality was good. If they fought, they would not be weak at all. It had been almost 10 years. Jun Changshao had finally gone to the Realm Hall. The two of them actually had a conflict in the lower realm. Although it was temporarily resolved due to the invasion of the Star Spirit Realm, it did not mean that the hatred had disappeared. Chapter 1622. World Mountain. A famous mountain in the central region. Later, the 10 great celestial sects built the World Hall here for the sake of world peace. As an official organization, the headquarters of the World Hall was located at the peak of World Mountain. Naturally, it was magnificent and majestic. "Father!" A child stood in the distance and looked at the mountain peak surrounded by clouds. "Is this the World Hall?" "That's right." The father patted the child's head and smiled. "Don't do bad things when you grow up. Otherwise, the World Hall will send people to catch you." The child was a little scared. In the eyes of ordinary warriors in the upper world, the World Hall was an unreachable existence. It symbolized power and dignity, so anyone who passed by World Mountain would be afraid. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew. The father and son who had just passed by World Mountain looked back and saw a huge warship hanging in the sky. An ancient warship? The patriarch of the sect of all times. Why is he here? The passers-by stopped and looked shocked. Because it was an official organization, it was common for forces to visit. However, this scene of a warship hanging in front of the World Hall's mountain peak had never happened before. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. The patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Changshao. At this moment, a young voice came from the warship. I'm here to visit the World Hall. The warriors who were looking at the ancient warship quickly locked their eyes on the child, standing at the bow of the ship. Their expressions froze. This guy is Jun Changshao? Although they had never seen the patriarch of the sect of all times, they had heard that he should be a young man in his 20s. Why did he look like a kid wearing diapers today? No. He should be a disciple or servant of the sect, right? Whoosh! Whoosh! Several streams of light flew out from World Mountain. They were obviously strong warriors of the World Hall. They stopped 100 feet away from the ancient warship. There was anger and confusion in their eyes. They were angry. Since the establishment of the World Hall, there was a no-fly zone. They were confused. Since the patriarch of the sect of all times came, why didn't they see him in person? Or did they send a kid to replace them? F***CK. Who are you looking down on? Humph. An elder said coldly, I'm sorry, our Jia Hall is not receiving any guests today. Please come another day. Although the Jia Hall was a little afraid of Jun Changshao, as an official organization, they still cared about their reputation. Sending a child to visit was simply a blatant humiliation. No. Jun Changshao said, today. Because of the grudge between him and Jia Hall, Xing spoke in a neutral tone, giving people the feeling that he was here to fight. In the past, when he had just ascended, his strength was too weak to compete with such an organization, so he could only choose to eat chicken. Now, things were different. Not only did the sect have strong cultivators in the truth-seeking realm, but they also had the Stone Statue clan and the Dragon clan behind them. Not to mention a mere Jia Hall, even if it was the 10 great immortal sects, Jun Changshao, would still dare to fight them. Confidence. They were feet. Deacon Wang. Ryu Sinan walked out of the cockpit and said, My patriarch is here to discuss something important. Please don't deliberately make things difficult for us. It would have been better if he didn't come out. As soon as he came out, Deacon Wang was furious. He said angrily, Ryu Sinan, as a demon exterminator of the Jia Hall, don't you know the rule that flying is prohibited in the Jia Mountain? Now you're swaggering here in a warship. Who is making things difficult for whom? Doraemon said, I'm on the Jia Hall's side. They're right. Don't care who's making things difficult for whom. Jun Changshao said lightly, I'll give you 3 seconds to get the Jia Hall master to come out. Otherwise... He paused and said with a cold look, I'll fight my way in. He changed his attitude and became the king of guns. When the first fleet of the astral spiritual realm attacked, he didn't seem to be so capable. The Jia Hall cultivators were even angrier. If it was the patriarch of the sect of all times himself, they might have backed down. But this little brat was so arrogant and domineering. He was a bully. 1, 2, 3. Jun Changshao shouted 3 seconds as fast as he could. All the warriors almost fell. With this speed, it was obvious that he didn't want to give the other party a chance to think. He was going to fight his way in. Since the establishment of the Jia Hall, it represented authority, and no one had dared to fight their way in. If the sect of all times did it, it would definitely be a little exciting. All the warriors were the typical bystanders. They sat on small stools and ate melon seeds and watermelons. They almost added happily, This melon is so sweet. Time's up. Jun Changshao said lightly, Then don't let me break into the Jia Hall. Swish, swish. In an instant, more than 10 core disciples led by Li Qingyang flew out. Their cultivation of the lower level of the truth-seeking realm completely erupted, instantly filling the entire Jia mountain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The array around them twisted and gradually appeared. The Jia Hall was not a sect, but it had a mountain-protecting array. Now, in front of the disciples of the sect of all times, it seemed to be trembling a little. Boom! Su Xiaomao was the first to fly over. He raised his foot and punched the barrier, directly shattering the first layer. Boom! 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 Li Fei, Long Xiang, and the others were not willing to fall behind. They all gathered the martial arts of their sects and formed a brilliant light to forcefully break the array. Damn! A passerby exclaimed, they're really going to fight their way in. The sect of all times is too fierce. If they really break into the Jia Hall today, it will definitely cause a huge sensation in the upper realm. How can the 10 immortal sects tolerate this? Many people began to consider the worst outcome if this incident happened. Boom! In the end, the mountain-protecting array completely collapsed. Swish! Swish! Inside the Jia Hall, a large number of experts flew out angrily. The true strength of this official organization was displayed. There were no less than 10 lower-level truth-seeking realm cultivators and core transformation realm cultivators everywhere. If not for Jun Changshao forcefully breaking the array, the world would not have seen such a scale of combat power. How dare you offend the Jia Hall? Deacon Wang shouted angrily. Unforgivable! Whoosh! Whoosh! The experts of the Jia Hall fully unleashed their cultivation, and their eyes flickered with strong fighting spirit. A great battle! It was about to begin. However, when Gui Ba flew out of the warship, the cultivation of the lower-level truth-seeking realm cultivators and majestic demonic qi erupted, immediately suppressing all the auras that emerged from the Jia mountain. TSK. Jun Changshao sneered. His small appearance was very cute. If it was in the past, he might be a little scared when he saw so many truth-seeking realm cultivators in the Jia Hall. But now, he did not care at all. Come on. Let's have fun. In the sky above the Jia mountain, the sect of all times and the Jia Hall were hundreds of feet apart, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Swish! At this moment, a stream of light flew over, revealing a dignified middle-aged man in brocade clothes. He said coldly, "Did Jun Changshao order you to invade?" Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said, "He's the hall master of the Jia Hall." Someone from the Lingtian Immortal Sect? Jun Changshao vaguely remembered that this person was among the many experts sent by the Lingtian Immortal Sect when the Star Spirit world invaded. Ryu Sinan nodded and said, "According to the internal rules of the Jia Hall, the position of Hall Master is rotated by the 10 major immortal sects. This time, it's the Lingtian Immortal Sect's turn." Jun Changshao nodded and said, "That's right, it was this king's idea." The Hall Master of the Jia Hall took a closer look and found that this guy looked a bit like the patriarch of the sect of all times, so he blurted out, "Are you Jun Changshao's son?" Goshing's little face was angry. His mouth did not keep up with his thoughts as he roared, "I'm his father." The upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times were confused. Chapter 16:23. I'm your father. When Jun Changshao said this, the higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times were stunned. Was he crazy? No, there was nothing wrong with him at all. The Boundary Hall leader guessed that he was his son based on his appearance and body size. If Jun Changshao really had a son, wouldn't he be his father? Could there be someone else? Then it would be a grassland. No! Goshing realized that he had said something wrong and quickly corrected himself. Jun Changshao is my son. Su Xiaomao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others' mouths twitched. They thought, how many dishes did the patriarch eat today? F***ck. Jun Changshao said angrily, I am Jun Changshao. His head finally came around. The system sighed. It seems that the shrinking of the body didn't affect the host's cultivation and realm. Instead, it affected the host's IQ. You are Jun Changshao? The Boundary Hall leader looked doubtful. Jun Changshao knew that it was hard to convince people that he had shrunk, so he looked at Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho and said, "Tell them, am I?" "That's right." The two of them said in unison, "He is Jun Changshao." If it was a disciple of the Sect of all times who said it, the Boundary Hall leader might not believe it. However, since it was a demon exterminator, it should be believable. F***ck. This guy is crazy. It was common for strong cultivators to pretend to be young in all the major realms. However, to disguise oneself as a 3 to 5-year-old child, he must have some special hobby. All the other cultivators were also thinking the same thing. As they looked at Jun Changshao, goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Disgusting. Shameless. Jun Changshao didn't expect to become a weirdo in front of everyone. Instead, he suppressed his bad temper and said calmly, "Since you are here, I will be frank." The hall master of the Boundary Hall was also suppressing his anger. Since the establishment of the World Hall, no one had ever dared to attack it, let alone break the Great Protective Mountain Formation. The Sect of all times was getting more and more impudent and daring. Did they think that they could do whatever they wanted just because they had Jinrentongu's backing? I'm sorry. Jinrentongu was only one of Go Xing's supporters. Actually, the real reason why he dared to fall out with the Jia Hall in front of the world was because of his sect's own strength and the Stone Statue Clan and the Dragon Clan. The hidden strength of the Jia Hall was not weak, but it was at most a mid-level truth-seeking realm cultivator. The most tragic thing was that 2 of the 3 demon exterminators had sided with him. If they did not seek help from each other, how could the Sect of all times be weaker than the Jia Hall? Actually, the Jia Hall was not as strong as they had imagined. Or rather, they were very strong at the beginning, but only Jun Changshao was weak. Now that they had developed, the situation was different. Furthermore, the truly terrifying thing about the Jia Hall was that it had the backing of the 10 great immortal sects. As for themselves, because they represented authority, even if they symbolically put a dog at home, no martial artist would dare to attack them. The best representative was the Buried Moon Pavilion. They had fought with the Jia Hall for so long, but they were just playing tricks in the dark. If they really attacked, they would not dare to do so even if they were given 10 gut. They did not dare, but Jun Changshao dared. As long as one's wings were strong, there was nothing one did not dare to do. I'm not here to cause trouble today. I just hope that the Jia Hall can cooperate and hand over a person, Jun Changshao said. The warship was in front of them, and they had broken the Great Protective Mountain Formation by force. How could they say that they were not here to cause trouble? Indeed, only a shameless guy would force himself to become a child. Who? The hall master of the Jia Hall had been controlling his emotions. This was also because Jun Changshao had stopped attacking, and the atmosphere had eased slightly. Bailey Li is asking for a beating. Patriarch, it's Bailey Qianshou. It's all the same. Ryu Sinan was speechless. The sound was the same, but the literal meaning was very different. The hall master of the Jia Hall said coldly, "This person violated the Jia Hall's laws and is being punished in the city of Sin. If you want to find him, please wait until he is released." "I'm taking him away now." Jun Changshao knew that that guy had been sentenced to a few thousand years, and it would be a long time before he could be released. As long as the rose of flowers did not recover her appearance, he would suffer for another day, so he had to deal with him as soon as possible. "Of course," he added, "I'm bailing him out in the name of the Patriarch of the Sect of all times, and I'll send him back to the City of Sin to serve his sentence after I'm done here." These words were still reasonable. However, the Jia Hall said with a straight face, "What do you think the Jia Hall is? You think you can take him away and send him back just because you want to? You don't agree?" Jun Changxiao's eyes gradually turned cold. It's not that he doesn't agree. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded. It's the Ling Tian celestial sect that doesn't agree. In the sky above the Jie mountain, more than 10 elders in long robes appeared out of nowhere. From their uniform, one could tell that they were from the Ling Tian celestial sect. The celestial sect is here. Things are going to get out of hand. This melon is so sweet. The passers-by started to sit down and watch the show. The Jie Hall was the enforcer of the upper realm, and the celestial sects behind them were no different from gods. Now that Jun Changxiao was here to cause trouble, they would not let him go so easily. Jun Changxiao laughed. He was not surprised that the 10 celestial sects had appeared. Jun Patriarch. The Ling Tian celestial sect elder said coldly, since you've protected the upper realm, we won't pursue your crimes. Leave the Jie mountain quickly. Leave? Sure. Jun Changxiao said calmly, hand over by Li Yuyu. The executioner must be released after serving his sentence, or else he will be imprisoned in the city of Sin, the Ling Tian celestial sect elder said. Cut the crap. Jun Changxiao lost his patience and said, I must take Bai Li Yuyu away today. If you don't hand him over, don't blame me for destroying the Jie Hall. Awesome! Too awesome! The martial artists almost gave him a thumbs up when they heard that. The celestial sects behind them were here, and the sect of all time's patriarch was even more arrogant. How dare you! The Ling Tian celestial sect elder's eyes flashed with anger. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, streams of light flew over from afar and hovered near the ancient warship. Who were they? The 3 ducal ministers and 9 ministers of the stone statue tribe. When Jun Changxiao went to the Jie Hall, he was worried that the 10 celestial sects would be alerted, so he sent a letter to the stone statue tribe in advance, asking them to come as soon as possible. What did you just say? Jun Changxiao turned his face and put his hand in front of his ear, saying, I didn't hear you clearly. With the support of the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers, Go Xing was even more unyielding. Of course, they were not his legs, but his subordinates. Because he was the leader of the stone statue tribe, he had the right to mobilize them. The Ling Tian celestial sect elder, who was originally angry, fell silent. The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers of the stone statue tribe were all at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. They were definitely not weak compared to a celestial sect. Patriarch. At that moment, a voice came from the sky, Your disciple is here. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the voice fell, huge dragons of different colors roared from the clouds and circled above the Jie mountain in a majestic manner. Vast dragon aura filled the air, causing the onlookers' expressions to change. The human form of Little Long Long stood on the dragon. Although it had not been long since he ascended the throne, the aura of a king was especially strong. The Ling Tian celestial sect elder's mouth twitched. There were stone statue tribe powerhouses in front and dragon tribe powerhouses above. He had never thought of such a situation when he came. I'll ask you again. Jun Changxiao jumped onto the chair, put his hands together, and rested his chin on them. Are you going to hand them over or not? Chapter 1624. In the extreme cave abode. Black and white chess pieces were scattered all over the ground. Old man. Masato Kitano first set up the chessboard, then took out a new chess piece and said, Ever since the invasion of the astral spirit realm, I've noticed that you've been quite happy every day. This familiar movement, this familiar preparation. That was right. Halfway through the game, the 2 of them saw that the situation was not right and flipped the chessboard again. Ha ha! Jinren Tonggu laughed. Indeed, ever since the catastrophe, his state of mind had been very stable, and there would not be any bad omens for no reason. The reason was that Jun Changxiao had a stronger backer and stronger strength. In the future, when he caused trouble in the upper realm, he, as his master, would not have to take the blame. Needless to say, If Go Xing did not have the support of the two clans, Zhenren Tonggu would have already reacted by now and would not be playing chess happily. The camera turned to the Realm Mountain. The 3 dukes and 9 ministers of the Stone Statue clan fully activated their cultivation, and the powerhouse of the Dragon clan transformed into his true form, suspended in the sky, exerting a huge pressure. This scene. Was the immortal sect moved? Jun Changshao sat at the bow of the ship, waiting for the other party's reply. If they insisted on not letting Bailey Qianqiu go, he would definitely give the order and destroy the realm hall. For his disciple, Go Xing could do many unreasonable things, not to mention the rows of flowers who had sacrificed a lot of her lifespan. Damn it! The elder of the Ling Tian immortal sect was furious. Answer quickly. Jun Changshao said lightly, my patience is limited. Therefore, he could not let this guy be arrogant, otherwise, he would be asking for a beating. All right. After weighing the pros and cons, the elder of the Ling Tian immortal sect said with difficulty, allow bail. Was he scared? Was he scared? The main reason was that they had just experienced the invasion of the astral spirit realm, and the 10 major immortal sects had not recovered yet. If they fought with Jun Changshao today, it would mean that they were going to war with the 2 clans. Forget it, forget it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The more he took a step back, the more he thought about it. For the sake of the stability of the world, hand over Bailey Qianqiu. After all, the Ling Tian celestial sect still cared about their reputation. Therefore, they did not admit defeat so openly. Instead, they compromised and agreed to bail them out. AI. Jun Changshao shook his head. Why bother? City of Sin. It was a small independent world that was similar to a city. The area here was not very large, and there were all kinds of defensive array formations set up all around. It could be described as an impregnable fortress. Hua! Hua! The sound of objects colliding could be heard from the entrance that connected to the outside world. A disheveled man with unkempt hair and an indistinct appearance walked out with a chain on his ankles. You may leave, the warden said calmly. The prisoner raised his head, revealing a deep look in his eyes. His tone was full of ridicule as he said, there are still 1,000 years before my sentence ends. Why are you letting me out in advance? Someone bailed you out. Who? Stop talking nonsense and get out. The prisoner did not say anything else. He then walked toward the teleportation array. Before he left, he brushed his hair aside and smiled. Before I leave, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't eat meat for 3 days or else, whoosh. Before he finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air. The warden's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly checked his body. After making sure there was nothing wrong, he said, Is this guy trying to scare me? Sir. The underling said in a low voice, This person's medical skills are strange. You must believe him. Outside the World Mountain, light flashed in the array. A man with unkempt hair appeared out of thin air. He raised his head and took a deep breath of fresh air. He sighed. What a nostalgic smell. Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a hand grabbed his collar and he stumbled over. Who was it? Jun Changshao. He had been squatting at the teleportation array for a while. Now that he saw the person in question, he had to quickly drag him back to the sect of all times to treat rows of flowers. Wait. I dropped my shoe. Bailey Qianqiu. One of the 3 demon exterminators. This person did not have a special spiritual seed, but he had special medical skills. Back then, he accidentally destroyed a city while hunting down a traitor. He was sentenced to a few thousand years and imprisoned in the city of Sin. Today, not only was he released from prison, but he was also brought to the sect of all times. If he had to describe his current state of mind, it would be that he was dumbfounded the entire time. What's going on? After being placed in a separate courtyard, Bailey Qianqiu looked at Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun Ho. As former colleagues, they must know each other. Isn't that all you can do? My patriarch invited you here to treat your illness. Your patriarch? Bailey Qianzhou was stunned. The two of you who like to be unrestrained have joined a sect? That's right, Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho said. In the past, they would not have bothered to join any forces. Now, oh my god, it was so tempting. TSK. Bailey Qianzhou said, what kind of sect can make the two of you interested? The sect of all times. Jun Changshao walked in from outside and jumped onto a chair. He crossed his legs and said as if he was chatting, as long as you can restore her face, I will not mistreat you. You are? My patriarch. Ha 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 ha. Bailey Qianzhou suddenly laughed. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He said, the leader of the sect is actually a little kid. No. This is too funny, ha ha ha. Jun Changshao frowned. He really wanted to send him to the Tianyuan prison pagoda to add more scenes for the prison trio. Sorry. Bailey Qianzhou went from laughing to being serious. He said, ever since I was put on trial, I swore not to treat anyone else. You should find someone else. Before he could finish, he was lifted up. What? Send you back to the city of sin. No. I just regained my freedom. I bailed you out of the prison to let you treat your illness. Since you have already washed your hands of the gold basin, you should go back to prison obediently. I'll treat you. Bailey Qianzhou originally wanted to put on airs, but Jun Changshao did not buy it. For the sake of his freedom, he could only cooperate. Swoosh. In the treatment room of the medical hall, a spotless white coat was draped over his body. His messy hair was combed back, making him look especially dark and shiny. Professional. Sun Bukong was surprised. As the disciple with the best medical skills in the sect, he could tell at a glance that Bailey Qianzhou, who looked like he was reborn, was definitely a Qi Huang expert. Rose of Flowers walked in. Although her appearance had deteriorated, she had a good foundation after all. She was not the kind of person who was old and had one foot in the grave. Jun Patriarch. Bailey Qianzhou observed for a while and said, I'm afraid the deterioration of your wife's appearance is not caused by illness. That's right. Jun Changshao told him the details of the matter. Bailey Qianzhou held his chin and said, no wonder she's aging. It turns out that she has sacrificed a lot of her lifespan in the abyss of life. Is there a way to save her? Jun Changshao asked. I'm sorry. Bailey Qianzhou said, your wife's illness is caused by the consumption of her lifespan. Conventional medical skills or pills can't cure her at all. Unless she breaks through a major realm and obtains more lifespan to make up for it. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. It was not that he did not know this method, but it was extremely difficult to enter the divine secret realm from the truth-seeking realm. Of course, Bailey Qianzhou said, I have a folk prescription here that can cure your wife. What folk prescription? This folk prescription was accidentally obtained by me when I was traveling the world. It only recorded the effect without a name, so I'll name it Soul-Tempering Longevity Replenishing Pill. Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho were speechless. Naming it now was very particular. Jun Changshao said, what herbs do you need? I'll find them for you now. The herbs are very common, so there's no need to go through so much trouble to find them. However, Bailey Qianzhou said with a serious expression, someone needs to sacrifice part of their soul as the catalyst, and it must be extremely powerful to meet the refining standards. I'll do it. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others rushed to be the first. In order to make everyone stronger, Mistress had sacrificed a lot of her lifespan. It was natural for him to use his soul as the catalyst today. At this time, Jun Changshao clenched his small fists and roared, she's my wife. Of course she'll use my soul as the catalyst for the medicine. Go to hell. Yeah. Makes sense. Let's go cultivate. The disciples quickly disappeared from the medical hall. However, on the way they were puzzled. The patriarch actually admitted that Rose of Flowers was his wife for the first time. Oh heavens above! Elder Wei, who was standing outside the courtyard, looked up and said solemnly, "The patriarch has finally been enlightened." Chapter 16:25. Rose of Flowers' aging appearance was due to the consumption of a large amount of lifespan. According to Bailey Qianzhou's inference, normal medical skills could not cure her. She had to rely on herself to increase her realm or use a special method to make up for the lost lifespan. Coincidentally, when he was traveling around the world, he accidentally came across a folk prescription that could prolong one's lifespan. Birth, old age, illness, and death were the laws of heaven and earth. Forcibly increasing one's lifespan was a heaven-defying act. Therefore, to refine this pill, one had to use the soul as a guiding ingredient to achieve an equivalent exchange. To put it bluntly, want to live longer? Fine, exchange it with a strong soul. Isn't this pill recipe specially prepared for me? Jun Changshao was a little proud, because he thought that in terms of soul strength, he was not weaker than anyone. Indeed, the system said, the host's two biggest characteristics are first, a strong soul, and second, thick skin. Get lost. Jun Changshao said, list the supplementary herbs, I'll go buy them now. Bailey Qianzhou immediately wrote a list, but when he handed it over, he added, "This is my first time refining this kind of pill, so I don't have much experience, so it's best to prepare dozens of copies." Dozens? Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Looking at the situation, he was going to refine dozens of times. It didn't matter whether he failed or not, but could Feng Xian's soul bear it again and again? Rose of Flowers said, "The loss of the soul will cause serious consequences. Husband, please don't act recklessly. The loss of lifespan will also cause serious consequences. When you were in the abyss of life, did you think about it?" Jun Changshao asked. "I've made up my mind." Rose of Flowers did not speak. On the same day, the members of the procurement hall began to work. Fortunately, the supplementary herbs for refining the soul-tempering life-replenishing pill were relatively common, and the sect had a lot of them, so dozens of copies were prepared the next day. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. In the alchemy room there was a sound. Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho were dumbfounded, because Bailey Qianzhou was wearing a Taoist robe, holding a peachwood sword in one hand and the Three Purities bell in the other. He was swaying back and forth in front of the altar, as if he were opening the altar. Is this guy a doctor? Or a Taoist? %yen. Bailey Qianzhou muttered an incantation that no one could understand. Then, he put down all kinds of props and opened his mouth to spit at the candle. Immediately, it formed a fireball that soared into the sky and ignited the alchemy furnace next to him. All right. The disciples of the sect of all times clapped their hands in praise. This technique, this performance, must be given full marks. Jun Changshao, who was sitting behind the strange formation, had a wonderful expression on his face. This guy was opening the altar and performing acrobatic. He was giving off an extremely unreliable aura. Jun Patriarch. At this moment, Bailey Qianzhou said solemnly, "Relax your mind and sacrifice your soul." Who? Jun Changshao closed his eyes and released a wisp of his soul. Swish, swish, swish. Bailey Qianzhou picked up the peachwood sword and waved it in a fancy manner. In the end, he saw the soul wrapped around the sword. He secretly exclaimed, "This little guy's soul is so strong." Goshing's soul was strong. There was no doubt about that. Who? The fire intensified and green smoke appeared. It's time. Bailey Qianzhou determined that the medicinal herbs inside were almost melted. He immediately opened the alchemy furnace and merged Jun Changxiao's soul into it. Then, he somersaulted to the front of the altar, picked up the Three Purity bell, and walked 8 steps outside while chanting a strange incantation. Professional. Sun Bukong gave him a thumbs up. Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho rolled their eyes. They thought to themselves, is this guy a quack? Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the array, had an ugly expression on his face because the wisp of soul that he had sacrificed was burning in the alchemy furnace and mixed with various medicinal herbs. It did not taste good. Boom! Suddenly, the alchemy furnace exploded and black smoke emerged. As expected, Bailey Qianqiu shook his head and said, "It failed on the first try." Jun Changshao broke down. If the alchemy furnace exploded, wouldn't his soul be wasted? Continue. Failure was the mother of success. Bailey Qianqiu did not give up and took out the second set of medicinal herbs to refine. Boom! Boom! Therefore, every once in a while there would be explosions in the alchemy room. Because of the frequent failures, several alchemy furnaces had been changed. Puff! After the 36th failure, Jun Changshao finally couldn't take it anymore and spat out blood. Although he had cultivated the soul-tempering sacred celestial technique and his soul could withstand the torment, playing like this would definitely kill him. Continue, Bailey Qianqiu said. Gongsun Ho wanted to stop him, but when he saw the patriarch adjusting his sitting posture, he realized that he wanted to let the other party refine, so he could only swallow the words he wanted to say. Ryu Sinan's eyes were filled with respect. The loss of one's soul would bring about many unpredictable consequences. The patriarch had contributed and sacrificed time and time again. From this, it could be seen that his relationship with his wife was very deep. It even made him feel a strong sense of guilt. Guilt and regret for wholeheartedly cultivating martial arts in the past until he lost his true love. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. It's a success. Bailey Qianqiu excitedly walked to the alchemy furnace and took out a crystal-clear pill. Jun Changshao's pale face squeezed out a smile, then fell back and fainted gloriously. The pill was a success. He couldn't take it anymore. Refining pills was almost a failure. Why didn't he just die? Due to the serious damage to his soul, Chang Xiao fainted for 2 days and 2 nights. During this period, he had many dreams. For example, lying drunk on a beauty's lap, waking up with the power of the world, not asking for the wall of the city, but the killing sword. Another dream was in the east of Wuling City, riding a white horse with a silver saddle in the spring breeze, where the falling flowers wandered, laughing as he entered Huji's wine shop. Strange. The system was puzzled. After the host shrunk, why are the dreams so strange? It's completely different from before. Indeed. Jun Changshao had been very abnormal recently. He had always been sharp-tongued, but he couldn't keep up with his brain and said things that made people laugh. Especially when he said that Rose of Flowers was his wife in front of everyone. One had to know, as the boss of the steel industry, he had always been trying to avoid. Readers who didn't know the situation might guess that Go Xing had been possessed. After all, his personality was very different from before. The third day, Jun Changshao woke up. Because his memory stopped at the stage of refining the pill, he asked, "Did you give it to her? You should be worried about yourself first." The system said, "You lost a lot of soul, your body is very weak, and it will take a long time to recover." This was not a problem. It had already become a habit to use the sword that was hard to stop, and to be weak for 2 years. And the system said, "Your shedding is serious again." When it said the last few words, it was already trying hard to hold back its laughter, because Go Xing's head was shiny, as if he had turned into a little monk. Damn! Jun Changshao jumped out of bed and saw his appearance through the bronze mirror. He roared, "You can't get over your bald head, can you?" Creak! The door was pushed open, and the fragrance of roses wafted in. Jun Changshao turned his head and saw Rose of Flowers walking in, shrouded in bright light. Her haggard face had recovered, her black hair was tied into a cloud bun, her eyebrows were curved like the moon, her eyes were as clear as water, and her face without makeup was sparkling like snow jade. She was captivating, overshadowing the moon and putting the flowers to shame. Due to cultural limitations, June Changshao could only think of such idioms to describe her appearance. "There's a problem," the system said. "There's definitely a problem with the host." Chapter 1626. After taking the soul-quenching life-replenishing pill, Rose of Flowers' lifespan was extended. The side effects of aging were also removed, and she regained her beauty. Normally, June Changshao should have gotten used to it, but now he was using idioms to describe that woman. It was too abnormal. Was this still the original Go Xing? Was this still the patriarch who was destined to be alone for the rest of his life? The system guessed. Could it be that after the host turned into a child, his EQ was slowly unsealed? "You're awake?" Rose of Flowers' voice was as gentle as water. Actually, after the pill was made, her appearance was restored. During the 2 days that June Changshao was in a coma, she was in charge of taking care of him. June Changshao moved his eyes away from that beautiful face and said, "Looks like that guy is quite capable. He really did restore your appearance." The system was relieved. He was still trying to avoid it. "Thank you," Rose of Flowers said. She had heard about the process of making the pill and knew that June Changshao had used up a lot of souls for her. "We're an old married couple. Don't you think it's okay to say thank you?" June Changshao said. F***CK. The system said, "You've definitely been possessed. If it was before, you wouldn't have said that." Rose of Flowers was also very surprised. June Changshao said that they were an old married couple. She blushed and thought, has he finally accepted me? Munch, munch. In the cafeteria, Go Xing was like a mad dog, crazily devouring all the delicious food. Only when the plates were stacked a few dozen times did he finally sit back and burp. "Patriarch," Gong's son Ho said, "what should we do with Bailey Qianqiu?" "Of course, we'll send him back to the city of sin." PFFF. Bailey Qianqiu, who was eating at another table, immediately spat out the soup in his mouth when he heard this. He howled in his heart, "You're kicking me to the curb after I've outlived my usefulness." Although this person's medical skills are strange, to be able to cure Madame's illness, he is quite capable. It would be a waste to send him back to the city of sin. Gong's son Ho lowered his voice. "Why don't we lock him up in the clan?" "You've reminded me." June Changxiao's eyes lit up. Then, he took out some paper and ink and started writing. On the same day, his handwritten letter was delivered to Jia Mountain. The Realm Hall's hall master opened it and took a look. He angrily smashed the table and said, "You've gone too far." His fury stemmed from the contents of the letter. "Bailey Qianqiu is guilty and should be punished. I have decided to execute the punishment on behalf of the Jia Hall and imprison him in the Sect of all times until he is released upon completion of his sentence." "Damn it," one of the higher-ups said angrily. "The Sect of all times is just a sect. What right does it have to act on behalf of the Jia Hall?" "Please allow it?" someone said. "Does that mean we are not allowed to refuse? It's obvious that they want to ride on our heads. If this can be tolerated, what else can we tolerate?" The higher-ups of the Jia Hall were furious, but they could only attribute it to incompetence. Because if someone suggested going to the Sect of all times to demand an explanation, there would definitely be an awkward silence. They would even remember that the back that was drying in the yard had not been taken yet. Creak. The cell door opened. The room was dark. Bailey Qianqiu, who was wearing a zebra prison uniform and holding a blanket, walked in. "The Patriarch said," Gong's son Ho said, "being imprisoned in the city of sin is the same as being imprisoned in the Sect of all times. From now on, you will spend the rest of your life here." Gong's son Ho. Bailey Qianqiu skillfully placed the blanket on the bed and roared, "Is this how the Sect of all times treats its benefactor?" He was punished. In the end, he still had to be imprisoned. His heart was bitter. He wanted to cry. Gong's son Ho laughed. "My sect's prison is more comfortable than the city of sin. My sect's food is more delicious than the city of sin. You should be grateful instead of yelling." This point, Bailey Qianzhou did not deny it. Of course, Gong Sun Ho said, the patriarch also said that if you perform well during your prison term, you can reduce your sentence. Elder Sunday Su Xiaoma walked over and said, "It's time to eat, Pa." The table was placed outside the cell. All kinds of delicious food were arranged neatly. Waves of fragrance wafted over, deeply stimulating Bailey Qianzhou's taste buds. He almost drooled on the spot. "This is your lunch." Su Xiaoma pushed in a small bowl from the gap in the cell. In the bowl, there were 2 steamed buns and a few salted vegetables. Bailey Qianzhou looked like he was about to collapse. "This is the food of your sect of all times?" Gong Sun Ho and Su Xiaoma ignored him and took their seat. They began to gobble up the delicious food in front of him. "Good, good." Bailey Qianzhou brought the bowl over. He chewed on the steamed buns as if he was angry. He couldn't help but look at the food outside. He could only swallow his saliva. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it. But in the next few days, whenever it was time to eat, the 2 of them would bring the table over and eat. Only then did he realize that they were purposely baiting him. "TSK. Lu Shimi's meatballs are so delicious. Don't just eat. Come, have a drink." Su Xiaoma and Gong Sun Ho ate and drank, making Bailey Qianzhou drool. He looked down at the steamed buns in his hand and cried out in his heart, "It doesn't taste good." The next day, Su Xiaoma and Gong Sun Ho came again. However, before the 2 of them started eating, Bailey Qianzhou couldn't help but roar, "What is your goal?" "It's very simple," Gong Sun Ho said, "to join the sect of all times." "I see." Bailey Qianzhou had been thinking for the past few days. They were purposely baiting him. There must be a reason. Now, he finally understood. "No. If you have something to say, just say it. Using this method to bait me is too inhumane." It's not that he didn't want to say it. It's just that when Jun Changshao brought him back to the sect from the city of Sin, he realized that Bailey Qianzhou was an unyielding person. Therefore, he didn't have the nerve to open his mouth. Instead, he used the old method. "Gong Sun Ho," Bailey Qianzhou said coldly, "you've been my colleague for so long. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Don't even think about using such despicable methods to force me to submit. Forgive me for being unrestrained and indulgent in my life. I'm also afraid that one day I'll fall." Under the accompaniment of the boundless sea and sky, the prison cell slowly opened. Bailey Qianzhou walked out from inside. Then, he tidied up the sect of all times uniform that he had just changed into. It was very comfortable. It fit very well. He wasn't afraid. It was just like the lyrics. "Forgive me for being unrestrained and indulgent in my life." For the sake of freedom, Bailey Qianzhou chose to compromise. Now, the 3 great demon slayers of the Realm Hall were all gathered in the sect of all times. It could be said that they were a family. As expected, as long as the hoe was used well, there was no corner that couldn't be dug down. Unfortunately, he recruited a middle-level truth-seeking realm, so the epic mission didn't increase. Therefore, Jun Changshao still had to think of a way to complete the other targets in just 1 year. Swoosh. He opened the shop and prayed, "I hope that I can get something good this time." Recently, because of the matter with rows of flowers, as soon as the cooldown was restored, it would be refreshed. Unfortunately, every time he had hope, he would be disappointed. Ding! Ding! Frequent refreshes sounded in his mind. After more than 10 times, the item he wanted still didn't appear. He couldn't help but feel depressed. Another refresh. Jun Changshao directly jumped up and blurted out, "Abyss of Life?" That's right. The words, "Abyss of Life," were written on the second column in the first row of the shop. Item: Abyss of Life Introduction, a mysterious forbidden area from a certain plane. Effect: by sacrificing one's lifespan, martial artists can quickly advance to the lower-level truth-seeking realm. Disadvantage: unknown side effects will occur after consuming one's lifespan. Price, 5,000 reputation points. From the introduction, Jun Changshao immediately determined that this was definitely the abyss of life that had helped his disciple advance to the next realm. Therefore, he roared, "Dog of a system, and you said that the items sold in the shop weren't stolen from other planes." Chapter 1627. Jun Changshao knew that some of the items in the store were stolen, such as the 7 mysterious rays broken scroll. It was only when the abyss of life appeared that he realized that all the items he bought were stolen. The system said, "The host spent money to buy them, how can that be considered stealing?" Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "That's true, my ass. If I didn't know, I was innocent. Now that I know, if I buy them again, won't I be an accomplice? That's fine." The system said, "Host, don't use the store anymore, just stay at home and be a saint." Jun Changshao fell into a dilemma again. If it were not for the reader's reading, he would not have any psychological burden if he had to teach them the correct values. Go Xing wanted to do whatever he wanted, but he was restrained by morality. It was too difficult. After thinking about it again and again, Jun Changshao did not buy the abyss of life in the end because he needed to set an example. Because he could enter the upper realm at any time, why would he spend reputation points to buy it? If it really did not work, he could send people from the formation hall to study it and then move it to the sect. The system said, "Aren't you afraid that people will accuse you of bringing disaster to the upper realm? Causing other martial artists to lose the opportunity to cultivate?" "I'm saving them," Jun Changshao said sanctimoniously. "Isn't it good to live a few more years? Do you have to waste your lifespan without restraint?" On the same day, the old man Taixian brought Zhen Dejuan and the others to the abyss of life. As long as they could overcome the formation system, it would not be a problem to settle them in the back mountain of the sect of all times. In fact, the reason why Jun Changshao wanted to move away was because it appeared in the store. Did it not mean that it could be taken away? Between buying and moving, he would definitely choose the latter, at least, it would save him money. The system roared, "Stop talking about values, stop making the readers take the blame, you're just worried about your reputation points." After confirming that the items in the store were stolen, Jun Changshao was even more amazed by the system's magic. After all, many of the items were too awesome, since they existed in the world, the creator must be extraordinary. Of course, he was even more panicked. After careful calculation, after transmigrating to the other world, he bought countless items from the store, such as the Tower of Experience and various arcane realms. Since they were stolen, did that not mean that he made a lot of enemies? AI. Jun Changshao sighed. Then, he refreshed the merchant shop. In the end, he used up all his subsequent uses, and nothing good came out. "I'm used to it." He also accepted it. He couldn't give up on life just because he didn't have a cheat. Jun Changshao called for the higher-ups of the sect and reminded them to be more focused. Actually, the effects of the Elder's cultivation room were pretty good. During this period of time, Ding Xingwang, Old Go, and the others had obviously improved, but it was a little difficult to break through the mission value within the time limit. Damned limit! Jun Changshao yearned for the lower realm version. At the very least, as long as he had enough contribution points, he would be able to refresh endlessly. Right now, although he could refresh 30 times for free if he recharged his account, he would have to obediently wait for the next month. "I want to be a kryptonite tycoon." However, the damned new version didn't give them a chance. The mountain and sea realm. Gu Zhaoxi sat alone in the courtyard in a daze. Beside him was a long chain. That was right. He took it from his own grave. Gu Zhaoxi recovered a lot of his memories, but he couldn't remember how he joined the sect of all times and how he died, so he had been thinking about it ever since he came back. "Son." Gu Tianxing walked over and said, "Is there something on your mind?" "No." Gu Zhaoxi pretended to be a child and smiled brightly. Unlike Jun Changshao's passive shrinking, he was truly reincarnated, but his adult mind was still there. He had to perform every day, and it was a little tiring to live. If you want to forget some things, don't think about it. If you don't want to forget some things, you can't forget them even if you force yourself to, Gu Tianxing said. Gu Zhaoxi scratched his head and said with a blank face, "Father's words are so strange, I don't understand." Gu Tianxing patted his head and smiled. "According to your father's understanding, the Azure Sea system has a total of 32 special spirits. The one in your body should be the reincarnation spirit, right?" Reincarnation spirit? Although Gu Zhaoxi looked blank, his heart was in turmoil. It's over. Was he seen through? Those who have reincarnated are immortal. Gu Tianxing said, "It's also a great opportunity for you to obtain such a rare spirit." "Father, you said it." Gu Zhaoxi pretended to be stupid. "I really don't understand." "Pa." Gu Tianxing flicked his forehead and said with a smile, "Stop pretending. Since the day you were born, the spirit seed in your dantian was discovered by your father." Gu Zhaoxi was silent. His performance was so perfect, how was he discovered? Thinking about it, his father was so strong that destroying the spirit world battleships was like playing. It was normal that he couldn't hide it from him. "Son." Mother Gu walked out of the room and said, "I planned to wait until you grew up to tell you." "Fine." Mother knew. Alas! Gu Zhaoxi no longer pretended to be a child. An expression that didn't match his age appeared on his face, and said, "Yes, I have the reincarnation spirit." After a pause, he said with shame, "I'm sorry for deceiving you for so long, son." Gu Tianxing stood up and looked at the sky with his hands behind his back and said, "People reincarnate after death, it's destiny. Don't feel ashamed to face your parents just because you have the reincarnation spirit." Gu Zhaoxi was a little stunned. Since he was exposed, he was ready to part ways, but his father's words obviously meant that he would accept his son who was reincarnated by cheating? Mother Gu said, "You can become our son, it's destiny." "Mother." Gu Zhaoxi was a little moved. He had reincarnated countless times, but only this time he experienced the feelings of family. "Son." Gu Tianxing turned to look at him, and said in a serious tone, "Remember, you are my son in this life, Gu Tianxing's blood. You can't change it in this life." His voice was strong and strong, shaking Gu Zhaoxi to the depths of his soul. Thud. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the two elders, saying, "Father and mother, you gave birth to me and raised me. I, Gu Zhaoxi, am your son." "Gu Zhaoxi?" Mother Gu thought for a while and said, "I think that's the name engraved on the tombstone in the back mountain of the Sect of all times." When she called her son to eat, she released her spiritual sense and accidentally saw the tomb. "That's right," Gu Zhaoxi said. "This is my identity in the upper realm in my previous life, an elder of the Sect of all times, Gu Zhaoxi." His voice was also very loud. Although he didn't know why, the words, "Sect of all times," seemed to contain some kind of power that forced him to be proud. "No wonder," Gu Tianxing said in realization, "ever since you came back from the upper realm, you've been distracted." "Father." Gu Zhaoxi clenched his fist and said, "I didn't choose to stay in the Sect of all times because I hope to learn more martial arts from you. I don't want to lower myself to others anymore, and I don't want to reincarnate again." Those who had reincarnated were immortal. This sounded good, but only those who had experienced it would understand how painful it was, because the root cause of every death was that they weren't strong enough. "I want to become stronger," Gu Zhaoxi said. "Gods and demons can't do anything to me." "I understand." Gu Tianxing turned around and his back gradually darkened. He said in an extremely serious tone, "Tomorrow, I'll start teaching you martial arts. This path may be very difficult, but if you don't want to reincarnate again, you must endure until the end." "I will," Gu Zhaoxi said with a determined gaze, "endure until the end." Chapter 1628. In an illusory place, Gu Tianxing brought Gu Zhaoxi in. "From today onwards, He was going to start martial arts training for this reincarnated son of his. The duration was tentatively set for 5 years. No matter what your identity was in your previous life, from today onwards, forget all the martial arts you have learned. Don't even think about cultivating them because it is a waste of time and life, Gu Tianqing said. These words were arrogant. Chopping down a battleship with an axe, he had the right to be arrogant. Understood. Gu Zhaoxi knew how strong his father was, so he had never considered martial arts since he was born. He was hoping that his father would nurture him, this beautiful jade. Come, Gu Tianqing said, begin. Swish. Swish. As soon as he said that, clones appeared and said, "This is a martial art that your father created with his life's effort. It is called the Major Thousand Shadows art. Today I will impart it to you. It will help your martial arts cultivation in the future." Major Thousand Shadows art? Gu Zhaoxi felt that it sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember it. It could be seen that although he recalled part of his memories in the Sect of all times, he couldn't remember the martial arts he cultivated. Otherwise, he would have shouted, "Isn't this the unique martial art of old brother's Sect?" Of course. Gu Tianqing explained, the Major Thousand Shadows art isn't used for combat, but to provide comprehension of martial arts. Your father's achievements in martial arts and medicine originated from this. Sit down. I will impart you the chant now. And Gu Zhaoxi sat down, his eyes shining with anticipation. A martial art created by an expert like his father would definitely be extraordinary. Of course, Gu Tianqing reminded, this martial art that your father created is unfathomable. You might not be able to grasp it on your first try, so don't be too impatient. After all, in martial arts, more haste, less speed. I will remember father's teachings. Listen well. Gu Tianqing said the chant one by one and added, when you return home, ask your mother for the secret manual. Gu Zhaoxi's mouth twitched. The martial arts created by the father were safeguarded by the mother on behalf of the father. From this, one could see how high the status of the family was. Son. Gu Tianqing also sat down and said, you should have a foundation in martial arts. Cultivate on your own first. If there's anything you don't understand, tell me. Father will give you a pointer or two. Everyone envied him for being a father. All right. Gu Zhaoxi concealed his spirit and qi and began to ponder over the incantation his father had taught him. His small eyebrows immediately furrowed. Gu Tianqing took out a table from his spatial ring and put down a plate of peanuts and a flask of wine. It seemed that he intended to pour a few cups. Father, Gu Zhaoxi asked, did mother allow you to drink? Gu Tianqing threw him a peanut and reprimanded. The biggest taboo in martial arts is to be distracted. Quickly calm down and cultivate. As for drinking, don't tell your mother when you go back. All right. Gu Zhaoxi didn't think much and continued to comprehend the Great Thousand Shadows incantation. Gu Tianqing ate peanuts and drank wine. He thought to himself, I've cleansed my son's marrow and bones in the past 2 years. There's no problem with his physique. I wonder how his aptitude is. The reason why he had taught him the Great Thousand Shadows incantation was mainly to test his aptitude. If he could lower the standard to 10 days in 3 days, he would be considered very qualified. He would definitely be a great talent in the future. Father. At this time, Gu Zhaoxi's shout interrupted his thoughts. He immediately frowned and said, what's wrong? The most important thing in martial arts was to calm down. Gu Tianqing was very disappointed that he had been interrupted when he had just started cultivating. That, Gu Zhaoxi scratched his head and said, I seem to have learned it. What? Gu Tianqing said in surprise, learned it? Yes. Gu Zhaoxi nodded. Bullshit. Gu Tianqing stood up and walked over. He pulled his son's ear and scolded, you learned it in less than 10 minutes? Do you think I'm a fool? I really learned it. Gu Zhaoxi said with grievance, Father, if you don't believe me, I'll show you. Okay. Gu Tianxing let go of him and took a step back. He cupped his hands and said, "If you can show me, I won't touch a drop of wine from now on." Such confidence came from the fact that it took him thousands of years to create the Great Thousand Shadows incantation. Even if his son was extremely talented, it was impossible for him to learn it in less than 10 minutes. Phew! Gu Zhaoxi exhaled and then closed his eyes. Strange incantations appeared in his sea of consciousness and then turned into crisscrossing figures. Buzz! His body shook and a clone appeared. Gu Tianxing saw it and his expression became sluggish. Then he slowly opened his mouth. That's right. From the aura and shape, it was indeed the Great Thousand Shadows incantation. Am I dreaming? Gu Tianxing hurriedly rubbed his eyes. After confirming that his son had condensed a genuine clone, he said in disbelief, "How is this possible?" In the thatched cottage, Mrs. Gu rummaged through the cabinets and took out an exquisite box. She casually removed the layers of seals on the surface. "Husband, you have foresight. I've collected martial arts in advance so that I can pass them on to my son in the future." When the box was opened, there were many ancient secret manuals inside. At this time, if there were powerhouses present, they would definitely be envious to the point of tears. This was because every martial arts manual inside was the most precious in the entire upper universe. Great Thousand Shadows incantation. Mrs. Gu muttered and then searched one by one. Her expression gradually changed because she couldn't find it. Has it been stolen? She immediately denied this guess. The secret manuals were placed in the box with many seals on the surface. Now that the seals were intact, it meant that they had not been touched, let alone stolen. Could it be that I didn't put it in? Mrs. Gu began to think hard. She remembered that she took it from her husband and put it in. This shouldn't be possible. No. Something was fishy. Mrs. Gu sat down and carefully recalled until she remembered that when she asked her husband for the secret manuals, he repeatedly refused. She frowned and said, "He must have done something in advance and secretly exchanged the secret manuals for wine." Gu Tianxing! Get back here! Gu Tianxing, who was teaching his son, suddenly heard a sharp shout and was immediately shaken to the side. "Oh no! Your mother is angry! Wife, I'm innocent! I gave the secret manuals to you. They suddenly disappeared. How can you blame me? I swear, I didn't exchange them for wine." The next day, in the illusory land, Gu Tianxing stood with his hands behind his back. The aura of an immortal was particularly strong. "Father," Gu Zhaoxi said weakly, "are you sure you don't need treatment?" "No need." Gu Tianxing said, "I can take it." The camera gradually turned and only saw that there were big lumps on his face. His eyes were squashed into a line. It was a terrible sight. Amazing! Gu Zhaoxi was in awe. His father didn't say a word when his mother used domestic violence yesterday. He must have gone through a lot to reach such a high level. "Gu Tianxing! Get back here!" Mrs. Gu's shrill voice suddenly came. Gu Tianxing broke down. "Oh my God, did I lose something again?" He guessed right. After returning to the cottage, Mrs. Gu put another exquisite box on the table and shouted, "Did you sell the Mind Illumination Sutra and the Heaven Crossing palm print?" "No. Definitely not. The seal was intact. How could it be gone?" "I don't know. Sect of all times." After Jun Changshao took a shower and changed his clothes, he sat in the study and opened the shop. He prayed, "I don't expect to see anything that can help raise my level. At least give me some immortal-level martial arts." Chapter 1629. Magnificent Reflection Sutra, Heaven Crossing Palm Print. The reward for completing the first epic mission of the Upper Realm version was to help the sect to have a suitable martial art to cultivate when they first came to a higher realm. In the end, it was stolen from Gu Tianxing. Thousand Shadows Art. The hidden reward for completing the side mission. After cultivation, one could condense shadows and cultivate martial arts, medicine, and so on faster. In the end, it was stolen from Gu Tianxing again. What was this? Catching a sheep and pulling its wool with all his might. The 3 martial arts were given as rewards and were not obtained by spending 3 points. Therefore, one could not blame Jun Changshao for this. Even Gu Tianxing had to thank him because, phew! In the illusory land, Gu Zhaoxi waved his small hand and energy gathered between his 5 fingers. In an instant, he unleashed an extremely standard heaven-crossing palm print and smiled brightly. Father, I've learned it. Gu Tianxing, whose face was bruised and swollen, was dumbfounded. He had just imparted the chance to him. It had only been 10 minutes, and he had learned it again. His aptitude was too monstrous. These 2 martial arts might be suitable for him. Let's try another one. Gu Tianxing was more stable and was not in a hurry to conclude his son's aptitude. Therefore, he imparted the magnificent Reflection Sutra to him. In the end, he learned it after a while. Genius! Super genius! Gu Tianxing was so excited that he did not care about the injuries on his face and forced himself to be overjoyed. Gu Zhaoxi's rapid cultivation was due to the fact that he had learned it in the Sect of all times. Although his memory was gone, his knowledge of martial arts was still there. When he came into contact with it again, it was easy. Therefore Gu Tianxing had to thank Jun Changshao because he had taught his son in advance. Our point of view has been explained. Thank you. The camera returned to the Sect of all times. Jun Changshao sat in the study room like a devout believer. He began to refresh for the new month and prayed for useful goods to appear. He had been very anxious recently. He was so anxious that he had constipation. There were only 3 to 5 months left before the completion of the epic mission. Although the core disciples had met the requirements, there was still no news from the other disciples. Therefore, whether they could complete it or not depended on the shop. Ding! Ding! The system refreshed continuously. Judging from the frequency, it was obvious that nothing good had come out. After a total of 20 times, Jun Changshao hugged his bald little head with both hands and roared, "I'm a VIP customer, why can't I get anything good?" The system said, "You can't rush this. If you don't hurry, it's almost time for the mission." Jun Changshao was in low spirits, but seeing that there were still 10 chances left, he could only force himself to continue refreshing. As a result, he casually scrolled down and jumped up with a whoosh. The expression on his face gradually became ecstatic, perverted, and twisted. Seeing this description, a certain reader was not happy, because this indicated that Go Xing must have gained a lot. That was right. After countless attempts and failures, Jun Changshao was finally touched by the heavens. He was finally bestowed with the power of the European emperor. He directly obtained a box with a big question mark engraved on it from the shop. "It's coming. It's coming." It was here with the supreme goods. Ha! Ha 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 ha! In the study, the sound of geese could be heard. Coincidentally, rows of flowers passed by outside and looked through the door. She saw her husband squatting on the table, covering his face with both hands and laughing wildly. She thought to herself, so cute. Throughout the whole book, even the author himself did not know how many times the supreme items appeared, but there was one thing that was undeniable. The items that were obtained were absolutely top-notch, such as the life and death secret realm, the one-hit kill, and the red underwear that Z always wore. Of course, it was not the first time the supreme goods had appeared in the upper realm. The previous mission rewarded him with the right to purchase it, and he obtained the Virokana palm. However, because it was too mysterious, Jun Changshao had not used it in actual combat until now. F***CK. Why is it 2,000 more expensive? Looking at the big question mark with the price of 14,000 reputation points, Go Xing suddenly collapsed. "Don't buy it if you think it's expensive." The system said, "Refresh it." Scram! Jun Changshao scolded. In the end, he suppressed his heartache and spent the reputation points to buy it, but he was only left with 1,000 reputation points. If it was any other ordinary prestige item, Gulu might have considered it for a while. However, he had never been disappointed with a supreme item before. Therefore, whether or not he could get an item that could help him increase his realm, it was worth spending a lot of money to gamble on it. Phew! He closed his eyes and put his palms together. After a prayer, Goshing reached out and touched it. Its surface rippled with golden light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining One Punch Kill X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining one simulated battlefield X1. The big box faded, and a secret manual and a teleportation portal appeared in the space ring. One punch kill? Jun Changshao was overjoyed. Is this the upgraded version of One Punch Kill? Swish! He hurriedly opened the front page of the secret manual. The words engraved inside suddenly seemed to come alive, then turned into streams of light and merged into his sea of consciousness, gradually evolving into a complex image. Soon, Jun Changshao learned this martial art. The system complained. Knowing that the host's aptitude and IQ are not enough, they started to force the subsequent martial arts that appeared. Ha ha! Jun Changshao put his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. Not only did he learn One Punch Kill, but he also understood the principle. This martial art was indeed very similar to One Punch Kill, but since it was obtained from the upper realm version of the supreme goods, it would definitely be many times stronger. One Punch Kill. It was not difficult to tell from the name that as long as this martial art was used, there was no doubt about it. One Punch Kill's activation condition was that someone had to act cool to charge it. Strictly speaking, it was a typical passive skill. One Punch Kill also had an activation condition, but one could use it without waiting for others to provoke, so it was an active skill. Let's give it a try. Jun Changshao did not care about the simulated battlefield for the time being. He went to the training field outside the main hall and naturally got into a battle posture. Patriarch wants to show off his skills. Let's go. The nearby disciples surrounded him. Phew! Jun Changshao took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Buzz buzz. The space vibrated slightly and the dust under his feet floated. Ryu Sinan had just walked out of the cafeteria when he suddenly felt a fluctuation in the training field. He frowned and said, "What a strange aura!" "It's the Patriarch." Gongsun Ho's face was red as he pulled up his pants and walked out of the outhouse. It could be said that, when Jun Changshao stood in the training field, it was as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Everyone in the sect of all times looked at him and were surprised by the special aura that gathered around him. Swoosh! Suddenly, Goshing raised his hand and placed it on his temples. He said loudly, "Say it out loud, am I handsome?" Plop! All the disciples fell to the ground. The Patriarch had been preparing in the training field for a long time, and in the end, they could not take it anymore. "Handsome!" Su Xiaoma shouted. "Handsome! Handsome!" All the disciples echoed. Ding! Must kill, charge 5%. After hearing the sound, Jun Changshao's body shook, and two clones appeared out of thin air, standing in a triangular formation. Two clones. The Patriarch is indeed the Patriarch. The disciples' eyes were filled with strong admiration. They had been practicing the 1,000 clones art for a long time, but they had always been stuck at condensing a clone. Stars. Jun Changshao raised his hand and said, "Music." Pa. Yi Xingchen pressed the play button on the magically modified sound system, and a dynamic melody suddenly came out. "Is this your excuse for breaking up? If you could start over, would you love me?" As the song rang out, Jun Changshao's original body and clone pressed their hands in front of their waist, and their buttocks swayed to the beat. When the disciples saw this, the corners of their mouths twitched. So tacky, so embarrassing. Ding. Must kill, charge 10%, 20%, 30%, 100%. Jun Changshao gathered the shame energy in everyone's body, and the martial skill's energy was successfully stored. He stopped his awkward dance and recalled his two doppelgangers. Then, he stomped on the ground and shot into the sky like a cannonball. Must kill. Who? Caw-caw. Strong winds blew and the space cracked. Outside the Aeon Immortal Mountain, the cultivators who were rushing or flying were all alarmed. They looked at the huge peach-like crack in the sky in shock. Within the sect, Jun Changshao landed on the training field. His small back and shiny forehead looked grand and resplendent under the sunlight. Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho were dumbfounded. As witnesses, they clearly saw the sect master fly up into the sky and casually shake his butt, and directly smashed a huge but imprint in the space. Was this what he had just shouted? One strike kill? Chapter 1630. Jun Changshao successfully used the sure kill technique, directly smashing a huge peach-shaped dent in the sky. The scene was very shocking. The passers-by outside the Aeon Immortal Mountain were all dumbfounded. In conclusion, the condition to use this kind of martial arts technique was to accumulate enough shame points. See Jun Changshao's narcissism and the Master of Shadow Stream's dance. Although it was a little strange, it was still the active type. As for the attack method, it was even more unusual. It did not use the hands, feet, or head, but the butt. With a single move, the space collapsed. Just thinking about it made people feel awe. Not bad. Jun Changshao smiled in satisfaction. The system was speechless. This kind of shameless and shameful move is simply tailor-made for the host. Indeed, any martial artist with a status would not use it because they could not afford to lose face. Jun Changshao was very handsome, everyone knew that, but he was not an idol. He was an actor, so since he did not rely on his face to make a living, it did not matter to him whether he used it or not. What kind of power was that just now? All over the upper realm, many powerhouses looked at the peach-shaped crack in the sky in the distance, and their expressions all became solemn. The power came from the sect of all times. Could it be that someone used some kind of profound martial arts technique? On this day, a crack similar to a clam appeared in the sky, and it instantly became the top trending topic, becoming the focus of discussion. Lingtian Immortal Sect. Patriarch Lin Haoyan stood on the mountain peak. He looked at the faintly visible space crack in the distance and said rather worriedly, "This sect of all times is getting more and more dangerous." Sigh. The elder next to him sighed. The Jia Hall did react back then, but we did not take it seriously. Now that they are fully fledged, I'm afraid they will do something out of line in the future. Isn't it out of line to drive a warship to the Jia mountain to ask for someone? Lin Haoyan said. The elder was silent. It was quite out of line. The Jia Hall handing over Bailey Qianchou was almost equivalent to losing their reputation. Inform the other 9 sections. Lin Haoyan said with a serious gaze, "Let's discuss." Yes. On that day, 9 letters flew out of the Ling Tian celestial sect and landed in the 9 major celestial sects. Back then, the demon ancestor had plans to wreak havoc in the upper realm, but it was detected by the 10 great celestial sects in advance. The 10 great celestial sects gathered the power of all clans to destroy it. They truly managed to nip the danger in the bud in advance. Now that Jun Changshao had forced his way into the realm hall, they could sense that something was wrong. Therefore, they had to take precautions. The star spirit world had invaded. Although Jun Changshao did not have a strong performance, he dared to take the initiative to attack for the upper realm. There was nothing wrong with his character and worldview. After the matter was over, he began to be targeted by the 10 great celestial sects. Not only was it very realistic, it also showed that he had stepped onto the big stage from a young age and could pose a threat. In the extreme cave abode. After Masato Kitano heard the news from the red-crowned crane, he said, "You guessed right, the crack in the sky is related to your disciple." Jinren Tonggu frowned. Go Xing had caused such a big commotion, which made him both happy and worried. He was happy because his disciple had become stronger, and his chances of winning the promise of 10 years were higher. He was worried because the more outstanding his disciple's performance was, the easier it would be for the celestial sects to target him. In my opinion, Masato Kitano said, your disciple has the support of the Stone Statue Clan and the Dragon Clan. The 10 great celestial sects won't dare to act rashly. The demon ancestor's strength back then could be considered the strongest in the upper realm. Wasn't it destroyed by them because he was a threat? Genren Tongu said. This, Masato Kitano was silent. Genren Tongu said, the upper realm structure has existed for a long time. The 10 great celestial sects are used to being high and mighty and making laws. Naturally, they don't want to see a martial artist who challenges their authority. Old friend, Masato Kitano said with a serious expression, no matter what happens in the future, I'll support you unconditionally. The two of them had played chess for many years. Although they did not finish the game because of regret, there was no doubt about their friendship. Let's go. Genren Tongu stood up and said, let's go to the sect of all times. He needed to tell his disciple about his worries so that he could be prepared in advance to avoid being tricked by the 10 great celestial sects. Sect of all times, back of the mountain. Whoosh whoosh. A brand new vortex gradually formed at the entrance. Patriarch, what arcane realm is this? Su Xiaoma asked curiously. A simulated battlefield. Hearing the word battlefield, Su Xiaoma first thought of the dimensional battlefield, so he asked with a burning gaze, can I fight with the enemy to my heart's content when I go in? That's right. Jun Changshao nodded. There was a detailed manual for the simulated battlefield, and he had already flipped through it. He had a basic understanding of its specific functions, but the most depressing thing was that anyone in the sect could enter except for the Patriarch. F***ck. Discrimination. Old Ding, Old Go. Jun Changshao called Ding Xingwang and the other higher-ups over and said, there are all kinds of powerful creatures in the simulated battlefield. Killing one will give you the corresponding points, which can be used to exchange for martial arts experience. You can take the disciples in every 7 days to train. Martial arts experience. Everyone's eyes lit up. Passing the life and death arcane realm would also give them martial arts experience, so they understood the benefits very well. Let's go. Old Ding, Old Go, and the others led the disciples into the simulated battlefield. Because according to the settings, the number of people who could enter each time was limited to 500, some elders and inner disciples had to wait for the next round. The so-called simulation was fictional. When Ding Xingwang and Old Gu led hundreds of disciples in, they could clearly feel the desolation and the emptiness of the sky. It's a bit eerie. Su Xiaoma's expression gradually became serious. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, in the desolate area in front of them, warriors of different shapes and clothes appeared one after another. They looked very unreal, but they emitted powerful auras. 500 people. There were Truth-Seeking Realm and Core Realm. Die. A bearded old man slowly opened his eyes, flashing with killing intent. Swoosh. 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 Behind him, hundreds of warriors rushed over. They either gathered powerful energy or took out all kinds of weapons. Formation. Ding Xingwang shouted. The disciples of the sect of all times, who had experienced all kinds of experiences, were not flowers in a greenhouse. Seeing the enemy coming over, they quickly entered battle mode. Kill. Kill. A fierce battle was about to break out. Inside the main hall, Genren Tongu sat down, and his expression was a bit interesting. He had already heard that Jun Changshao went to the Realm Hall to ask for someone, especially when he heard that the former had transformed into a 3 to 5-year-old child. Today, he saw that it was indeed true. Master. Jun Changshao took a bite of the apple and smiled. How come you have time to come to my sect of all times? Genren Tongu rolled his eyes and said, Do you think that the 10 great immortal sects will let it go just because you asked for Bailey Qianqiu from the Realm Hall? Jun Changshao said. Are they still planning to hold a grudge? Disciple. Zhenren Tonggu said seriously. The 10 great immortal sects are the rulers of the upper realm. If you go to the Realm Hall and ask for someone, not only will you be slapping them in the face, but you will also make them feel uneasy. That's right. Jun Changshao said. I want to make them feel uneasy and uncomfortable. Zhenren Tonggu said speechlessly. 100,000 years ago, the demon ancestor also made the 10 great immortal sects feel uneasy and was destroyed in the end. Master, do you mean that they will join forces to go against me? The 10 great immortal sects do not allow forces that are beyond their control. Otherwise, they will do their best to eradicate them. Ha! Jun Changshao laughed. He took a few bites of the apple and shook his little head. Today, I will say that if the 10 great immortal sects dare to have any ideas about the sect of all times, I will eradicate them first. He was not angry. He did not exaggerate his emotions. The process and tone of his speech were very calm, as if he did not care. Zhenren Tonggu and Masato Kitano looked at each other, and a thought came to their minds. This guy might really be able to do it. Chapter 1631. Daoist Tong Gu and Daoist Qi Yi packed up the 1,000-point fried rice and left. This made Jun Changshao wonder if they were here to warn him about the 10 great celestial sects or to freeload. Your master is right, the system said. We have to be on guard. Yes. Jun Chang smiled and said, how can narrow-minded people like the 10 great immortal sects tolerate a force stronger than them? However, he sneered and said, I'm not as unlucky as the demon ancestor. If they dare to target the sect of all times, I'll definitely turn them into ashes. Jun Changshao might not have the strength to destroy the celestial sects, but because of the 3 races, he was not afraid. If he was given some time to develop, he would step on their heads sooner or later. Patriarch. At this time, Ding Xingwang hurried into the hall. The elder uniform he was wearing was tattered, and he looked very haggard. You're out? Yes. What did you get? Very good. Ding Xingwang's eyes were abnormally hot. He brought the first batch of disciples into the simulation battlefield. In just 4 hours, they experienced fierce battles and finally killed 500 martial artists of unknown origins, obtaining a large number of points. Whoever killed them would get the point. Ding Xingwang, Old Gu, and the other higher-ups were stronger, so they took the bigger share. The disciples more or less also gained something. After the training ended, when everyone was teleported out, a notification sounded in their ears, asking if they were willing to exchange their points for martial Dao experience. Was there a need to think? Of course they chose yes. Ding. Experience exchange successful. Ding. Experience exchange successful. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the higher-ups and disciples were enveloped by majestic martial Dao mysteries, which gradually merged into their consciousness and dantian, becoming an inseparable part. It was similar to Jun Changshao's cultivation, which was directly instilled into them. They had to do it. I report. They all cheated. I broke through. Li Tiantian was so excited that he jumped up and down. I broke through to the 7th transformation. I broke through too. Song Xianzhou, Yang Yuhua, and the others also advanced by 1 transformation. As the second batch of core disciples, their strength was at the middle to high level of the revolving core realm. But now, just by casually killing a monster and exchanging it for experience, their strength had risen. This was a little crazy. Ding Xingwang and the other senior executives did not level up after exchanging their points, which meant that it was very difficult for them to break through to the truth-seeking realm even if they cheated. But suddenly obtaining a large amount of martial arts experience also benefited them greatly. After drinking a pot of cold water, Ding Xingwang calmed down and said, "According to my calculation, if I go in and cultivate a few more times, I can break through to the middle level of the truth-seeking stage. How many times? 3 or 4 times. Jun Changshao was elated. The simulated battlefield had a cooldown just like the space-time secret realm, but it could be restored in half a month. 3 or 4 times would only take 1 or 2 months. If he and the other elders could break through, they could definitely meet the requirements of the mission. Old Ding, Jun Changshao said solemnly, from now on, you and the other higher-ups don't need to do anything. Just focus on your cultivation. Yes. Ta! 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 The 3 demon exterminators entered the simulated battlefield. What are the functions of this place? Bailey Qiancho asked. Although he had only joined the sect of all times for a short time, after consuming all kinds of elixirs and experiencing all kinds of martial arts facilities, he was instantly infatuated. I don't know. Ryu Sinan said, this is my first time here too. Gongsun Ho said excitedly, I heard from Elder Ding that there are strong opponents here. Defeating them will give you points, which can be used to exchange for martial arts experience and help you break through faster. Faster? Bailey Qiancho said, how fast? Buzz. Buzz. At that moment, the space trembled slightly. Martial artists in different clothes appeared out of thin air. There were still 500 of them, and at least half of them were at the lower level of the truth-seeking stage. Ryu Sinan put down the stone coffin and gathered energy in his fingers. He smiled and said, they don't seem friendly. Go! Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, 3 different auras exploded in the simulated battlefield. There was the power of space, the power of sand, and the power of good and evil. Space cage. Flying sand and gravel. Monkey steals the peach. Boom, 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 boom. The special effects were activated, and waves of energy filled the sky. After being accelerated by 2 times, the 500 simulated martial artists all shattered into nothingness. Huff. Ryu Sinan's breathing was rapid, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Gongsun Ho sat on the back of a giant monster formed by the power of sand and grinned. I haven't had such fun in a long time. Bailey Qiancho said, what about martial arts experience? Buzz. At that moment, the 3 of them were enveloped by some kind of attribute. A prompt sounded in their ears. Do you want to exchange your current points for martial arts experience? Although they did not understand, they did not think too much about it and said in unison, yes. Ding. Experience exchange successful. Ding. Ding. Huff, huff. The 3 demon exterminators were quickly enveloped by the profound meaning of heaven and earth. A large amount of martial arts experience was forced into their consciousness and energy center. F***CK. Ryu Sinan was usually well-mannered. However, after receiving the martial arts experience, he could not help but swear. Before fighting the monsters, he was in the middle-level truth-seeking realm. After fighting the monsters, he broke through to the upper-level truth-seeking realm. Ding. High-level upper-level truth-seeking realm 11. Jun Changshao, who was reading a comic book adaptation of the novel Meet Again in the Pugilistic World, in the study, jumped up from his chair when he heard the prompt. He was overjoyed. Who broke through? I broke through? I broke through just like that. In the simulated battlefield, Lu Sinan stood still in a daze. Gongsun Ho and Bailey Qiancho were so envious that they were about to cry. As the 3 great demon exterminators, all of them were in the middle-level truth-seeking realm. How could he break through before us? Because he entered the sect earlier. Because he experienced the pleasure of cheating first. Of course. Although the 2 of them did not break through, because they had a lot of points, they also obtained a lot of profound meaning of martial arts. If they did it a few more times, they could easily break through. After leaving the simulated battlefield, Bailey Qiancho sat in the cafeteria, eating fried rice and crying. He roared in his heart, why didn't the patriarch bail me out a few years ago? Jun Changshao beside him was also eating and crying. This thing. Why didn't it spawn earlier? Ryu Sinan had no problem breaking through to the upper-level truth-seeking realm, but it would take at least a few thousand years. Now that he had experienced the simulated battlefield, he had broken through easily. This showed how awesome this item was. It was a supreme item, worthy of its name. It's still the same thing. The system said, if you want to get rich, you have to rely on the shop. If you want to get rich, you have to rely on the shop. After being slapped in the face countless times, he finally straightened his back. Ding. High-level upper-level truth-seeking realm 21. Ding. High-level upper-level truth-seeking realm 31. Ding. High-level upper-level truth-seeking realm 35. Ding. Core disciple lower-level truth-seeking realm 1610. Time passed, and the realm of the higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times was also increasing. The process was not simple, and it could be seen from the system's notifications. It was a little scary. Jun Changshao sat in the main hall, and a smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. The feeling of being invincible in the falling star continent was finally going to appear in the upper realm. Patriarch. At this time, Zhen Dejuan's voice sounded in his ears. Analysis of the eternal starry sky map. There are frequent fluctuations in the underground of the northwest region. It is suspected that a high-level mine is about to appear. Chapter 1632. In just 1 or 2 months, the black and white Rakshasa, Ding Xingwang, Jiang Ye, and the other senior members of the sect had broken through by relying on the simulated battlefield. Of course, the ones who benefited the most were the inner and outer sect disciples. After they entered the core transformation realm, they could enter the simulated battlefield to improve. As long as they had enough points, they could exchange them for a level of martial arts experience. If there was a shortcoming, it would be that only 500 people could enter at a time. The total number of members in the sect of all times had exceeded 100,000. If they entered in batches, it would take a long time. It didn't matter. At present, the epic mission was almost reaching the target and even exceeding it. Jun Changshao was already very satisfied. There would be plenty of time to let the disciples enjoy the feeling of rapid improvement in the future. Some time ago, he was so anxious that he had constipation. Now, he had a smooth journey. What was even better was that the internal star map of Eternal detected frequent fluctuations under the upper realm. According to preliminary analysis, it was suspected that a high-level mineral vein was about to appear. Real stone. Jun Changshao stood in the cockpit. There were energy fluctuations on the expanded star map, and the area covered was not small. Judging from the frequency, the Taishan spiritual master said, the mineral vein should be large. Let's go. Jun Changshao said, go and dig it out. The mineral veins in the upper realm were ownerless. It would belong to whoever found it first, so he would not hesitate. Patriarch. At this time, Li Qingyang said telepathically, natural phenomenon. Jun Changshao walked out of the Eternal with a group of senior members. He saw a stream of light slowly rising in the northwest sky as if it had pierced through the heavens and the earth. The Taishan spiritual master frowned. We're exposed. Jun Changshao was speechless. Through the scanning system of the star map, he knew the fluctuations of the underground mineral vein in advance. He could find it without anyone noticing. Now that the phenomenon had appeared, it would definitely alarm the major forces. Get on the ship. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The senior members and core disciples of the sect boarded Eternal. Judging from the map, the mineral vein was not small. He had to bring more people. At least, he would have an advantage in a fight. The invasion of the astral spirit realm made him realize a problem. The strength of a single person could not be strong, but the strength of a group must be strong. For example, hundreds of millions of fighter jets and tens of thousands of realms. AI. The system sighed, the higher-ups have just gotten stronger, and the mineral veins are about to appear. All the coincidences in the world are running to the sect of all times. Nonsense, Jun Changshao said. Not returning to one's hometown for riches and honor is like traveling at night in brocade clothes. What's more, resources like mineral veins, I naturally have to fight for them. The northwest region had beautiful mountains and clear waters. The heaven and earth attributes here were much denser than the region where the myriad ancient immortal mountain was located. It was very normal for there to be a huge number of mines here. Because the environment was good, there were many forces. At this moment, there were many mystic, truth, and Tao-level sects gathered outside the area where the phenomenon occurred. There were at least 4,000 to 5,000 people. As long as one's eyes weren't blind, they would immediately notice such an obvious stream of light. TSK, a martial artist exclaimed, judging from the aura it is releasing, there must be a considerable number of ore veins underground. The frequency of mineral veins appearing in the upper realm was very high. Anyone with a bit of experience would be able to judge the size of a mineral vein from the degree of light shooting into the sky. AI. Someone said helplessly, we are destined to only be able to watch from afar with such a large-scale phenomenon. Many small forces and itinerant cultivators knew their limit. This time, they had only come to join in the fun and see how the high-level sects would compete. As for a share of the loot, they wouldn't even leave any scraps for themselves. Swish, swish. More and more sect martial artists flew over. Judging from their clothes, they were all truth and Tao-level sections. This matter is a little big. There will be a debate later. With such a scale, even the mystic sects have to stand at the back. Will it alarm the immortal sects? Not necessarily. Whoosh! While everyone was discussing, the stream of light in the area where the phenomenon occurred expanded again. The area it covered increased from dozens of miles to hundreds of miles. Damn! It expanded again. This is definitely not a mystic stone mineral vein. It's very likely a real stone mineral vein. As soon as this was said, all the martial artists were shocked. Mystic stones were the most common resource and currency in the upper realm. Real stones of higher quality were extremely rare. If it belonged to such a mineral vein, the major sects would definitely fight over it. Unlike the shock of the passers-by, although the major sects were a little excited, they could not help but calm down. They secretly thought to themselves, there should be ores this time, right? It would not be like the previous time at the green grassland where they waited for a few days only to end up with nothing. At this point, he had to mention that the ancients who hated the whole world because of love and left a trap behind. Although they forcefully suppressed the time of the mineral vein's appearance, after it was released, the phenomenon produced was far less than this time. Therefore, the scale of this mineral vein's appearance could be said to be unusually large. Sigh. The mystic sect powerhouses sighed. If it was an ordinary mystic stone mineral vein, they were still qualified to participate. Now that there was such a big commotion, they really had to settle down and be a spectator like the small forces and itinerant cultivators. Whoosh! Suddenly, the phenomenon expanded again. Oh my God! An old man said in shock, it's at least covering 1,000 miles. Could it be more precious than real stones? Hearing this, all the martial artists gasped. If it was more precious than real stones, would it not be Tao stones? In the endless history of the upper realm, this rarely appeared. In the cockpit of Eternal, when the phenomenon area expanded twice, the flickering light spots on the star map continued to expand. Patriarch Zhen Dijuan said in shock, the underground fluctuation area has expanded by dozens of times. Nanny? Jun Changshao hurried over and saw that the red dot on the map was now a red circle. His eyes were burning. It's not real stones buried underground. It might be Tao stones. Inform the Stone Statue clan. Yes. Inform the Dragon clan. Yes. Inform the Battle Cavalry Hall Master to send 10,000 mechas and 200,000 devil soldiers. Yes. Jun Changshao gave 3 orders in a row. The news was sent to the Sect of All Times drones through the battleship. Drizzle Hall quickly received the news. Li Luoqiu was responsible for the transmission and communication. Swoosh, swoosh. In the calm area of the Battle Cavalry Hall, dozens of members held batons and integrated Diablo into their souls. Their eyes were shining. Under the accompaniment of the high-pitched BGM, they activated the wings behind them and glided out of the Sect of All Times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Light flashed and streaked across the sky. 10,000 mechas and a densely packed devil army. The lineup was quite vast. Buzz, buzz. In the sky of the deep-sea area, the Stone Statue Clan and the Dragon Clan's powerhouses moved out. Then, without hesitation, they entered the teleportation circle on the nearest island and traveled to the northwest area as quickly as possible. Strange. At the place where the phenomenon rose, someone shuddered and said, "I feel that something big is going to happen." Of course. A martial artist said, "With such a large-scale phenomenon, it's very likely that there's a Dao stone mine. It'll definitely be a bloodbath." Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, dozens of mighty streams of light flew over from afar. Celestial Sect. They're here. As everyone exclaimed, they realized that the major sects would not fight. There would not be a bloodbath because, whoosh, while thinking, dozens of powerhouses led by the Ling Tian Celestial Sect arrived at the edge of the phenomenon. They circulated their energy in their dantian and said, "Unrelated people, retreat quickly." The expressions of the powerhouses of the Mystic, Truth, and Path sects changed drastically. Then, they obediently retreated far away. What could they do when an authoritative sect from the upper realm appeared? Whoosh! At this moment, an even more majestic wave of air pressed over from afar. Everyone looked up in shock and saw that the sky seemed to be covered by dark clouds. A huge battleship slowly stopped in midair. The Sect of All Times has taken a fancy to the mine here. Chapter 1633. The 10 great immortal sects had just arrived when Jun Changshao arrived with Eternal. The distance between the two worlds was less than 10 seconds. However, in just 10 seconds, the surrounding atmosphere changed again. At first, the major sects were boiling with passion and were even prepared to fight for the mine. Therefore, the atmosphere was very solemn. When the immortal sects arrived, they were immediately terrified. The atmosphere of a coming storm immediately fell to the lowest point. Authority. Unquestionable. Neither the true sect nor the Dao sect dared to disobey. Actually, the 10 immortal sects were right to come. If they didn't appear, this place would definitely become a tragic slaughterhouse when the mine appeared. Absolute strength and authority suppressed the excitement of the major sects, and the atmosphere calmed down. However, in less than 10 seconds, Jun Changshao arrived on the battleship and with one sentence, the atmosphere became tense again. The Sect of All Times was interested in the mine here? What did he mean? Were they planning to fight with the 10 immortal sects? Awesome! All the martial artists were in awe. Previously, they had heard that the Sect of All Times was going to fight with the Jiehao. Now, it seemed that they were going to fight with the 10 immortal sects. Coincidentally, the Ling Tian immortal sect elder, who went to the Jie mountain and came to the mine, was the same person. His eyes flashed and he roared, "Jun Changshao, what do you mean by this?" Ka. The cabin opened. Jun Changshao flew out accompanied by the higher-ups of the sect. He hovered in front of the experts of the 10 immortal sects and said calmly, "The meaning is simple. The mine that is about to appear here will be surnamed Jun from today onwards and named Eternal." If it was just Xian stone and true stone mines, he might seriously consider falling out with the immortal sects. Now that the scale was so big, and it might be Dao stones, he had to fight for it no matter what. There was no denying it. Sometimes, Go Xing did things to extremes. But the starting point was for the benefit of the sect. Surnamed June, name eternal. These words were very arrogant, and it made the martial artists admire him even more. At the same time, it also made the experts of the immortal sects angry. A while ago, they were still discussing this person and thought that he was a potential threat. Today, he went even more overboard. How could they tolerate it? Of course. Jun Changshao added, "If you want to watch the show, I won't chase you away." Jun Changshao, the elder of the Ling Tian celestial sect, said angrily, "Heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. The 10 major celestial sects will never allow you to monopolize the mineral veins here." Ha! Jun Changshao laughed heartily, as if his wife was about to give birth. The immortal sect powerhouse's complexion changed again and again. Anger burned in his heart. "Everyone." Jun Changshao withdrew his smile and said with a taut face, "If the top 10 immortal sects understand the principle of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, why did they let the irrelevant people leave after coming here?" Everyone fell silent. They wanted to say something, but they dared not. After all, he still had to live in the upper realm. Offending the immortal sect was the same as digging his own grave. "All right," Jun Changshao said proudly, "since you 10 great immortal sects are so reasonable, then today, we will fight for the mineral veins with our true abilities. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures could only be obtained by fate." What kind of fate? It all depended on one's fists. Jun Changshao, the elder of the Ling Tian celestial sect, said coldly, "Are you openly provoking the 10 major celestial sects?" "Yes," Jun Changshao said indifferently. One word shook the mountains and rivers. The guy who had been in the upper realm for almost 10 years finally had the taste of the lower realm today. The Spirit Spring sect refused to accept it and destroyed it. The Holy Spring sect refused to accept it and fought. The Taishan Xingzong refused to accept it and fought. The Starry Sky Fortress refused to accept it and exploded. Today, it's the 10 major celestial sects' turn. If you have any objections, just fight to your heart's content. Whoever is afraid is a coward. Few. The upper echelons and core disciples of the sect of all times were very discerning. Hearing the patriarch's words, they all released their truth-seeking realm cultivation. Their powerful auras contained iron bones. Whoosh, whoosh. The murderous power shook the space. Seeing this, the martial artists immediately had a thought in their hearts. Something big was going to happen. Swish, swish. In the distant sky, the roar of mechas could be heard. 10,000 Diablo warriors quickly flew over and hovered under Eternal. 200,000 Devil Army soldiers in excellent armor lined up neatly. The powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects had extremely ugly expressions. In just a few short years, they had never thought that the nameless everlasting sect would develop to such an extent that they would dare to challenge them in the firmament without any scruples. This kid. He really shouldn't have stayed. All kinds of vexed emotions gathered in the minds of the celestial sect's powerhouses. At this moment, facing so many forces and itinerant cultivators, how could they be as cowardly as last time in the World Mountain? Jun Changshao, the elder of the Ling Tian celestial sect, said angrily, "1-on-1. In terms of numbers, the sect of all times definitely had the advantage. A 1-on-1 battle was undoubtedly the best way." Jun Changshao said indifferently, "A peak-level truth-seeking realm cultivator wants to challenge a lower-level truth-seeking realm cultivator. You really have the nerve to ask." The elder of the Ling Tian celestial sect was so angry that his face turned red and white. "Fine," Jun Changshao said, "I agree to the 1-on-1 battle." The upper echelons of the sect of all times were stunned. Patriarch Ryu Sinan was about to speak when he was interrupted by Jun Changshao. "If I win, the 10 major celestial sects can go back the way you came. If I lose, I'll take my people and leave immediately. I'll come and apologize another day." All right. He was determined. Ryu Sinan, Gongsun Ho, and the others were silent. The elder of the Ling Tian celestial sect was a little confused. Because he had been put in an awkward position by Jun Changshao, he was flustered and exasperated when he said a one-on-one battle. After calming down, he felt that it was inappropriate. After all, he was much stronger than him, and it would be easy for him to be accused of bullying the weak. However, he never expected that the other party would agree. He had no choice but to agree, because the system had just given him a side quest to challenge and defeat the elder of the Ling Tian celestial sect alone. At first, Go Xing was on the verge of a breakdown. With the overall strength of the sect of all times and the three major clans, he was confident that he could fight against the celestial sects. However, in terms of strength, how could he, a lower-level cultivator, fight against a peak-level cultivator? There's still a chance to kill him. The system reminded him, this is such a good opportunity. You can show it off. That makes sense. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. Previously, when he tested his power in the sect, he sat down and shattered half of the sky. If he used it today, he might be able to win by surprise. This was the reason for accepting the challenge. Of course, Jun Changshao also knew that although the missions given by the system were sometimes difficult, they were not unsolvable. Letting a lower-level cultivator fight against a peak-level cultivator should mean that he had a chance of winning. Are you sure? The elder of the Ling Tian celestial sect was afraid that he was playing with him. I'm sure. Jun Changshao replied calmly. The elder of the Ling Tian celestial sect sneered and said, Everyone, I'll make it clear first. I'm not bullying the younger generation. All the martial artists wanted to spit on his face. If this was not bullying the younger generation, wouldn't they be able to challenge any transformation core or void-piercing realm cultivator? Old man. Jun Changshao shrugged his shoulders and said, To be able to fight against the elegant and graceful me, you can consider yourself to have cultivated a great fortune in your previous life. The corners of the martial artist's mouths twitched violently. If he wanted to act cool, so be it. How could he boast about himself? Did he not feel ashamed? Ding. Must kill, charge 10%. As expected. One sentence and it could be triggered automatically. Author, turn off the lights. Swish. The entire upper realm suddenly fell into absolute darkness. What's going on? Smack. Suddenly, the area of the eternal battleship was lit up. The camera followed and swept past Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, Su Xiaoma, and He Wudi, who were in strange postures. Finally, it stopped on Jun Changshao, who was leaning back and making a heart shape. Move, 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 buy it yourself, I'll buy it for you. Under the accompaniment of the BGM New Treasure Island, Jun Changshao and the 5 disciples quickly gathered together and formed a triangle. Then, they began to move their hands, legs, and but rhythmically. Everyone in the sect of all times, the powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects, the onlookers, F***ck. Good. Embarrassing. Shameful. Ding. Must kill, charge 20%. 100%. 150%. As Jun Changshao led the 5 core disciples to dance shamefully in front of everyone, the energy gathered instantly broke through the upper limit. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, slightly cold and harsh. Gulp! The elder of the Ling Tian celestial sect swallowed subconsciously, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead that was blown away by the wind. Chapter 1634. The effect of the Sure Kill initiative was that the performer had to perform shameful actions to attract the audience to provide him with endless energy. Jun Changshao boasted that he could only increase it by 10%. Hence, he had no choice but to pull his 5 disciples to dance the Sect of All Times version of New Bao Island. This time it exploded. 150%. 200%. 300%. A large amount of shameful energy surged from the hearts of the martial artists. Not only was the upper limit broken again and again, but the aura in the air also became increasingly strange. More and more beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the high heaven's celestial sect elder. Jun Changshao and his disciples were still dancing shamefully. No martial arts aura was released, but there seemed to be some kind of pressure that was squeezing his mind and soul. Doing such a thing in public is really against the moral code. This is the patriarch of the sect of all times? I'm really ashamed of his master, Zhenren Tonggu. The other powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects did not feel the invisible pressure and snorted. To be honest, this kind of behavior was very shameless. However, it was normal that Jun Changshao could do it. After all, acting did not rely on one's face or looks. Why? Yi Xingqian roared in his heart. Why would I do such a shameful thing in front of others? Who didn't know that Jun Changshao was shameless? But as the former Night Emperor, he could do morning exercises in the sect. He couldn't bear to dance in front of so many people. Even if he changed the song, for example, Pure Land of Bliss, it wouldn't be so awkward. He Wudi was also on the verge of breaking down. He did not have much screen time recently. When he finally appeared, he had to be a backup dancer. 400%, 500%, ding. The Sure Kill initiative has finished charging. Under the extremely shameful atmosphere, the martial arts technique finally finished charging. The energy was as high as 500%. As the main dancer, if Jun Changshao took off his shirt and danced shirtless, the energy would at least increase by a lot. 100% energy smashed half of the sky. 500% energy, that's enough. Jun Changshao snapped his fingers. The music stopped, and the disciples dispersed. Go Xing rubbed his shiny little head with one hand before he looked at the elder of the Ling Tian celestial sect. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said with a smile, "Come." His expression was harmless, and his eyes were innocent. However, the elder from the Ling Tian celestial sect broke out in cold sweat when he heard the two words. A real peak-level truth-seeking realm cultivator was actually afraid of a low-level truth-seeking realm cultivator. This was unbelievable. Elder Ho. His fellow disciple asked, "Are you all right?" The powerhouses from the 9 sects could also see the change in the expression of the elder from the Ling Tian celestial sect. What they didn't know was that Jun Changxiao's Surekill strike was a single-target martial skill. When it was accumulating energy, it had already locked onto Elder Ho, and the invisible pressure it created could only be felt by the person involved. "Everyone," Elder Ho said with difficulty, "this kid is a little strange. He wanted to forfeit, but with so many people watching, if he said that, his reputation would go down the drain. He was just a lower-level truth-seeking realm cultivator. How could he be afraid of him? Fight." Elder Ho cheered himself up and quickly adjusted his mentality. He said in a deep voice, "Jun Patriarch, this is not a good place to fight. Let's go somewhere else." "Okay." Thousands of miles away, Jun Changshao, who looked like a little monk, floated in the air with his hands behind his back. Opposite him, Elder Ho's face was still solemn and even a little pale. "What's going on? Is Elder Ho afraid?" "Impossible. Jun Changshao is just a lower-level truth-seeking realm cultivator. Even if he has any tricks up his sleeve, it's impossible for him to shake a peak-level truth-seeking realm cultivator." The powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects firmly believed that Elder Ho would win. Unlike them, the mentality of the martial artists was more complicated. Some thought that Jun Changshao would lose, while others thought that Jun Changshao would win. Those who thought he would lose were reasonable deductions, and those who thought he would win were gambling. If the patriarch of the sect of all times was not confident, how could he agree to a one-on-one battle? "Elder Ho." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "You are at the peak of the truth-seeking realm and older than me. Please make the first move." Elder Ho muttered in his heart, "This guy must be setting a trap for me on purpose. If he really makes the first move, He will definitely be known as someone who bullies the weak and takes advantage of his seniority. Humph. How could he be fooled? Elder Ho said indifferently, although you are the master of a sect, I am still of the same generation as Jinren Tonggu. Logically speaking, you should be the one who makes the first move. As expected of someone from a major sect, his words were flawless. All right. Jun Chang smiled and said, deference is no substitute for obedience. Elder Ho was stunned. This guy agreed so readily. Why did it feel like he had still been tricked by him? Elder Ho. Jun Changshao slowly rose into the air and spread his hand. His left hand gathered the power of the fire soul, and his right hand gathered the power of evil. He said proudly, I have a unique skill called Heavenly Flying Immortal. Today, I will show you my incompetence. Heavenly Flying Immortal? The powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects sneered. The word immortal represented supreme in the upper realm. It was not something that could be used casually. Whoosh! Elder Ho flicked his sleeve, and the aura and momentum of a top martial artist instantly erupted. His entire person became extremely sage-like. It was strange. Jun Changshao gathered 2 kinds of energy, and the invisible pressure instantly disappeared. Without this feeling to disturb him, Elder Ho naturally would not be afraid of a lower-level truth-seeking realm cultivator. Play with him. In the blink of an eye. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment Jun Changshao, who had flown to a certain height, put his hands together. The spirit of the fire soul and the evil spirit instantly merged, forming a vast airwave. He shouted, Heavenly Flying Immortal! Whoosh 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 whoosh. The 2 extremely rare spirits suddenly erupted, turning into a monstrous air wave that erupted from the sky, as if a fierce beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years had awakened from the void. All the martial artists were stunned. Was this the power of a lower-level truth-seeking realm cultivator? Ka-ka-ka. Ka-ka-ka. The space was distorted and gradually collapsed. The power and special effects of Jun Changshao's attack this time were not bad, but the powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects scoffed. Because at this level, it was impossible for him to even shake the upper level, let alone the peak. I'm being too suspicious. When the 2 kinds of spiritual power pressed down, Elder Ho's mentality relaxed. Heavenly Flying Immortal? Heavenly trash. Buzz. Buzz! Suddenly, the nearby space trembled slightly and quickly folded. This made Elder Ho, who had relaxed his vigilance, change his expression. The pressure that had disappeared suddenly surged in his heart dozens of times, hundreds of times. Oh no, boom! A deafening explosion, accompanied by billowing dust, instantly resounded throughout the upper realm. The space caved in crazily, and the earth trembled crazily, affecting an area of tens of thousands of miles. In the universe's starry sky, the entire plane could be seen shaking. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano flew above the extreme cave abode and looked in the northwest direction with a pale expression, looking at the peach-shaped dent that was gradually collapsing. In the small village, the storyteller said in surprise, this power is a little strange. Outside the anomaly area, the space collapsed into pieces and dust covered the sky and the sun. Plop! Plop! The powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects, who were closest to the explosion, just now fell to the ground one after another, their eyes filled with horror and horror. They had captured the process of Jun Changxiao's attack. At first, he controlled the 2 kinds of spiritual power to press down with both hands, but halfway through, he suddenly twisted his buttocks, and then there was a shocking explosion. Ding! Side mission completed. Obtained 10,000 reputation points. Ding! Sect reputation points, 11,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. Obtained hidden rewards. Opening Seal Talisman X1, Extraordinary Patriarch Ball X1, Ultimate Celestial Sword Unsharpened X1. Whoosh whoosh! The wind whistled, blowing away the dust. Jun Changxiao's hands were behind his head, and he was in a reclining position in the middle of the collapsed space. He said lazily, "The mind that is about to appear belongs to the sect of all times. 10 major celestial sects get lost." The camera panned down, and there was also a course-shaped pit on the ground. Elder Ho was sunken in the deepest part, and because he was buried in the soil, only a few fingers could be seen, and they would twitch from time to time. Heck. Victory. P.S. Happy New Year. Chapter 1635. Tens of thousands of miles of the sky caved in, thousands of miles of the ground caved in, and countless mountains, rocks and trees were reduced to ashes. This was the destructive power brought about by the 500% sure kill charge. Was Elder Ho all right? Judging from the trembling of his exposed fingers, he seemed to still be alive. However, after being bombarded by such a powerful force, even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would have to lie in bed for at least a few decades. The remaining power dissipated, but the cracks were still there. It would take time for this level of damage to heal itself. Jun Changxiao, who was suspended in the air, could not help but sing loudly, "How lonely it is to be invincible." When the 10 major immortal sects and the martial artists heard this, their minds were instantly damaged, and they almost vomited blood on the spot. In this regard, the sect of all times was more experienced. When they saw that the patriarch was singing loudly, they immediately closed their ears. However, they were quite surprised. They had seen Jun Changxiao use his but to attack in the sect before. Today, when he used it again, its power was far greater than before. The powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects were greatly shocked. The 2 powers that guy used were not very strong, so why did they erupt with such terrifying power? "You guys!" Jun Changxiao turned his small face and looked at the powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects. "Can you get lost now?" Regardless of whether he won by cheating or not, he had won, so he had the right to be arrogant. "Of course," Jun Changxiao said coldly. "If you're not convinced, you can continue to challenge me." Awesome. Everyone admired him in their hearts. His heavenly flying puppet should be some kind of powerful supernatural power. The stronger it was, the greater the price it had to pay. Now that he had defeated a peak truth-seeking realm cultivator and dared to continue challenging the immortal sects, how domineering was this? The martial arts world worshipped the strong. What Jun Changxiao did today was recognized by many itinerant cultivators and forces. A familiar routine, a familiar rhythm. That's right. Jun Changxiao had proven himself in front of the world by killing a peak truth-seeking realm cultivator with one move. From today onwards, there must be a place for him in the upper realm, a place for the sect of all times. In the past, whenever Jun Changxiao was mentioned, all martial artists would think of Jinren Tonggu. After all, Jun Changxiao was his disciple. He dared not say that the entire upper realm would remember him now, but when news of this battle spread and his name was mentioned again, they would remember him as the patriarch of the sect of all times, Gongsun Jun Go Xing. Shua. In order to set off the patriarch's pretentious atmosphere, Xiao Ziji took out a chair and fixed it in midair with his spiritual energy. However, Jun Changxiao did not sit down. The side effect of using one-punch surekill was losing all of his hair. The side effect was pain in his buttock. It felt like having a hemorrhoid relapse. He didn't dare to sit. The faces of the experts from the 10 major immortal sects turned as red as pig liver. Although Elder Ho had agreed to a one-on-one duel, and he would leave if he lost, asking him to scram was too much. Swish. Swish. At this moment, the experts from the stone statue race and the dragon race rushed over. They stood in front of Jun Changxiao like bodyguards. One of the experts from the immortal sects was more perceptive. Seeing that the situation was not right, he cupped his hands and said coldly, "The mountains will not change and the rivers will flow forever. We will meet again in the underworld. Let's go." Shwa. 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 The martial artists from the 10 major immortal sects quickly retreated. They did not look back throughout the entire process. They came and left in a hurry. The main reason was that the 2 major races were here. Otherwise, they would not have let this matter rest. Everyone, Jun Changshao said in a clear voice, go back and tell your noble sect's sect master that if you have any enmity, settle it openly and don't play tricks in the dark. Otherwise, don't blame this king for being ruthless. This incident would definitely incur the hatred of the immortal sects. Since they had come this far, some things had to be said openly. The experts from the 10 major immortal sects sneered. This was to defend their last bit of face in front of the various martial artists. As for Elder Ho, he was dug out by his fellow sect members. Sure enough, he was still breathing, but his injuries were serious. As it was too bloody, he could only be pixelated throughout. The immortal sects left. He's admitting defeat. The patriarch of the sect of all times is too awesome. Watching the immortal sects leave angrily, the various martial artists discussed. The shock in their hearts was even more intense. After all, ever since the immortal sects became the authority of the upper realm, no one had been able to make them suffer. This kid, a wandering martial artist said solemnly, he might change the world that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Someone said, I'm afraid the 10 major immortal sects won't tolerate him. Yes. A wandering martial artist said, this sect that ascended from the lower realm will face the punishment of the 10 major immortal sects sooner or later. Many people saw through it. Jun Changshao dared to challenge the immortal sects today. The latter would definitely be on guard. It was only a matter of time before the 2 sides clashed. Everyone. Jun Changshao glanced at the various martial artists in the distance and said with a smile, you've seen the show and eaten the melon. Isn't it time to leave? They had just watched the show. They could not watch the show now. There was no guarantee that after the mine appeared, some forces controlled by greed would cause trouble. Therefore, they had to clear the place. Goodbye. Goodbye. The various martial artists left one after another. They were still very concerned about the underground mine. However, the sect of all times had sent so many monsters and soldiers, and there were also experts from the 2 races protecting it. Unless they did not want to live, who would dare to snatch it? A moment later, only the sect of all times was left at the place where the phenomenon appeared. Under the Patriarch's orders, Zhen Dejuan led some members of the array hall and began to set up isolation arrays along the stream of light. Clear the place. Enclosure. From this point alone, they were very professional. Patriarch. Inside Eternal, Shangguan Xinyao sat in front of the star map and said, the frequency of the ground fluctuations has increased. It is estimated that the mine will break out of the ground in 10 days. This high-level battleship from the Star Spirit world could not only capture the mine in advance, but it could also estimate the time. It was really very convenient for Gosheng. Buzz. Buzz. Streams of light appeared one after another, surrounding the place where the phenomenon appeared. The members of the War Cavalry Hall patrolled the area in groups of 2s and 3s, creating the feeling of a military base. Shangguan Xinyao and the other members of the array hall stared at the star map and analyzed the data. They looked very professional. Jun Changshao sat in the captain's seat. His sitting posture was a little strange because he could still feel pain coming from his butt. Patriarch. Sun Bukong observed his expression and said, are your hemorrhoids acting up again? Your disciple has been studying the rectal books in the battleship recently. Do you want me to find time to cut it off for you to prevent future troubles? Scram. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes at him. As he spoke, his mind entered the spatial ring and took out a thin sword that was 1 meter long and 1 inch wide. The sword and scabbard were simple and unadorned, but it also gave off a sense of age. Ultimate immortal sword? Jun Changshao grabbed the hilt and said, could it be an immortal artifact? Patriarch. Just as he was about to draw the sword, he heard Shangguan Xinyao's hurried voice. The underground wave is changing. Swish. Jun Changshao immediately retracted his mind and looked at the star map. The frequency of the red circle was at least a few times faster than before. Boom. 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 Outside, the area where the phenomenon appeared, the ground shook violently and gradually cracked like the bottom of a dry river. The mine has appeared? Swish. Swish. Streams of light flew out like monkeys in the sky. Damn. Jun Changshao's eyes widened. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others outside also widened their eyes. Within his field of vision, numerous flowing lights that were like flames floated in the sky. They seemed to be real yet illusory at the same time, and they were like drifting specters. There were at least a few 100,000 of them. The most shocking thing was that when the ground cracked, an even bigger stream of red light appeared, like a huge fireball. No, like the sun slowly rising from the east. Clang! A sharp cry resounded through the sky, and the huge red fireball gradually spread out. First, it transformed into a pair of flaming wings, then it gathered into a body and limbs covered in flames, and finally formed a peacock's head and intricate flaming tail. Two names instantly appeared in Jun Changshao's mind. Phoenix? Vermilion bird? Sect of all times. The sleeping rooster suddenly opened its eyes, got up, and put its wings on its waist. It said proudly, "My spring has finally arrived." Chapter 1636. After waiting for 10 days in the Vision Land, a bird that resembled both a phoenix and a vermilion bird appeared, shrouded in crimson flames. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. The higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times were dumbfounded as well. Was it not the birth of the mineral vein? How did it become the birth of a strange beast? Clang! The beast of crimson flames emitted a sharp cry once again. It contained some kind of king's power, interfering with the hundreds of thousands of floating light streams, causing them to gradually transform into a similar form and gather in front of it. "This is," Gong Sun Ho said solemnly, "the Vermilion Bird Clan." The Vermilion Bird Clan? Jun Changshao had been in the upper realm for so long and had a good relationship with all the major clans, but he had never heard of this clan. The Vermilion Bird has the bloodline of the divine beast, the Vermilion Bird. They were originally one of the thousands of clans in the upper realm, but due to their own characteristics, they would disappear every 100,000 years. After another 100,000 years, they would be reborn from the ashes, Ryu Sinan explained. Rebirth. You can say that. What a strange clan. The Vermilion Bird clan is few in number, but their strength is not inferior to the 3 major clans. However, because they disappear for 100,000 years, rebirth for 100,000 years, and come and go for 200,000 years, there are very few records about them in the upper realm. Jun Changshao stared at the bird shrouded in flames. He quickly remembered the egg obtained from the dimensional battlefield. Did it not claim that it had the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird after hatching? The two look completely different. One looked like a phoenix while the other looked like a rooster. Jun Changshao would never believe that they were related by blood, unless F***CK. There's something wrong with the incubator. The little dragon was a genuine 5-clawed dragon. After going through the incubator, it mutated into a small lizard. The egg also mutated and turned into a rooster. Perhaps someone had said that this contracted beast did not have a presence. No. Its presence was very strong. Because it had a special power after mutating, it would stand on the peak and cry out loud every day, allowing the disciples to live each day in high spirit. The improvement of everyone's strength was inseparable from the rooster, just like how every inch of the sect's land was inseparable from Page's hard work. Although these contracted beasts don't want to appear in the camera, they contribute to the sect every moment, so we need to remember them in our hearts. We can't just ask them who they are every time they appear. When did you collect it? Such heart-chilling words. Back to the main topic. The gigantic vermilion bird hovered in the sky, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of smaller vermilion birds. The scene could only be described as beautiful. However, when they discovered that there were humans nearby, an unfriendly glint appeared in their eyes. Clang! The giant vermilion bird cried out again. The hundreds of thousands of vermilion birds seemed to have received an order. They released even more intense flames, dragging streams of light as they attacked the nearby disciples of the Sect of all times. Swish! Swish! Fireballs fell from the sky like cannonballs. Shield Mountain! Xiao Ziji shouted, and his whole body transformed into a mecha. Layers of enchantments were instantly arranged around him, forming an absolute defense. Pung pung pung! Boom boom boom! The flames collided and the scorching heat swept across. However, after the violent explosions, Xiao Ziji stood proudly on the spot. Not a single enchantment was broken. After breaking through to the lower-level truth-seeking realm, his defense was even stronger than before. He deserved the title of the #1 tank in the Sect of all times. Swish! 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 The vermilion birds didn't stop because of this. They launched a second attack, and the range of the fireballs was extremely wide. Swish! However, just as the rain of fire was about to fall, an extremely cold stream of light seemed to tear through space and directly obliterated all the cannonballs, turning them into flames all over the sky. Yi Xingqian withdrew his sky halberd and stood in front of Xiao Ziji. His muscular body and arrogant face could be described as cool. On the other side, Su Xiaomao and Li Fei kicked away the cannonballs that were flying at them. There were tens of thousands of attacks launched by the vermilion bird. It was impossible for a few core disciples to deal with them, so Diablo took the initiative to fly over, using its steel body to block the storm. Swish! Right at that moment Lu Qianqian flew over, dragging a white light behind her. She stood in front of the mech, facing the dense fireballs alone. The text on the back of her hand activated, and her black hair that was fluttering in the wind quickly turned silver-white, and a strange array pattern appeared under her feet. Swish! Swish! She made a seal with both hands. Arctic storm. Whoosh whoosh! Lu Qianqian's body rippled with an extremely cold aura visible to the naked eye, crazily spreading in all directions. Wherever it passed, layers of frost were left behind. Under the sunlight it was dazzling. The vermilion birds walked the path of fire. When faced with the powerful cold power of an ice-type martial artist, the final result was that they would be extinguished upon contact. Clang! The giant vermilion bird raised its head and cried. It immediately turned around and rushed toward Lu Qianqian, who was spreading the cold aura to suppress the vermilion birds. As its body moved, the surrounding flames seemed to instantly fill the entire sky. Swish! Swish! The black and white Rakshasa, Old Ding, and the other senior members of the sect flew over quickly. They then blocked the path of the vermilion bird and poured the power of true spirit into their hands. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The monstrous flames covered the sky like waves. Not only did it raise the surrounding temperature, but it also brought great pressure to them. At this moment, Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun Ho flew out of the main battleship and stopped in front of the senior members. The power of space and gravel burst out at the same time. However, they secretly complained in their hearts, "This bird is not inferior to the peak of the truth-seeking realm." Although the two of them had risen to the upper level through the simulated battlefield, they were still unable to compete with the peak, let alone the king of the vermilion birds who had just achieved nirvana. Since they could not withstand it, why did they come out? Because this was Jun Changxiao's order. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The scorching flames continued to press forward. As the temperature rose, the space gradually distorted and collapsed. Based on the current situation, the powerful aura of this giant vermilion bird was completely enough to crush the senior members of the sect of all times. If they insisted on fighting it head-on, they would definitely die. Even so, Ryu Sinan, Gong Sun Ho, and the others did not retreat because they remembered the principle of the sect of all times, which was to be firm and unyielding. What a pity! Countless isolation arrays were gathered outside the place where the phenomenon appeared. They were not destroyed for the time being, so the scene of the sect of all times fighting against a giant vermilion bird could not be seen by the world. Whoosh! The scorching flames pressed down fiercely, and the aura of death surged in their hearts. However, at this critical moment, the childlike Jun Changshao flew out of the main battleship and stood above the giant vermilion bird in the blink of an eye. He struck a pose of a baseball player throwing a ball and shouted, "Go, Patriarch Ball!" Whoosh! A stream of light flew out rapidly as if piercing through the void. The giant vermilion bird, which had focused all its energy on the senior members of the sect of all times, panicked. Bam! Suddenly, he was hit on the head. Whoosh! A dazzling stream of light quickly appeared and enveloped the vermilion bird as if it had turned into a large net. It did not have time to cry before it completely disappeared in midair. The monstrous flames extinguished, and the temperature returned to normal. Ryu Sinan, Gongsun Ho, and the others immediately sweated on their foreheads. If that big guy had disappeared a little later, they would have been burned to ashes by now. Whoosh! Jun Changshao flew over and summoned the transcendent patriarch ball that was suspended in midair. He infused his spiritual senses into it and spied on the bound pocket-sized vermilion bird. He grinned and said, "From now on, you're my pet." Chapter 1637. The Vermilion Bird clan rarely appeared in the upper realm due to their unique characteristics, but their overall strength was not inferior to the three major clans. Especially when the king of the clan underwent nirvana, its strength would be greatly improved. This time, when they appeared in the mineral vein, they created such a big scene to announce to the world that the Vermilion Bird clan was back. Unfortunately, Jun Changshao was worried that someone would come to steal, so he set up a circle of isolation formations in advance. Therefore, the fireworks inside were so beautiful that the upper realm did not see it at all. Not returning to one's hometown when one was rich was like traveling at night. What was even more tragic was that the Vermilion Bird King that underwent nirvana chirped a few times as soon as it appeared. It did not even have the chance to attack before it was sucked into the extraordinary Patriarch Ball. As long as this item hit its target, regardless of its strength, it would have to sign a master-servant contract with the user unconditionally. Therefore, Go Xing was right. From now on, the Vermilion Bird King was his pet. They came here to mine, and in the end, they completed the side mission and were rewarded with the Patriarch Ball, which allowed them to successfully capture a clan boss. This was probably a chance. Woo! Woo! The vermilion birds howled in grief. Without their leader's command, they were like a lone boat lost in the ocean. Swoosh! Jun Changshao waved and threw the extraordinary Patriarch Ball. The lines outlined on it shone brightly, and immediately, a huge vermilion bird appeared out of thin air. In the sky, the flames were still as hot as before, but it was obviously much more restrained. "Greetings, Master." It lowered its noble head, and its tone could be said to be respectful. Ryu Sinan, Gongsun Ho, and the others collapsed. The Patriarch suddenly flew out, smashed the vermilion bird with the ball, and then completely subdued it. This was too fast. It can transform into a human form? Whoosh! The flames that gathered around it quickly converged, and the huge vermilion bird gradually shrank into a young man in his early 20s with red hair and vigor. Don't say. This guy was quite handsome. He had completely defeated his master. Jun Changshao did not care, because beasts could transform into human forms as they wished. To put it bluntly, they could do whatever they wanted, and it could not be compared to him who was natural. He Tue. The Vermilion Bird King had become Jun Changshao's contract beast, and the vermilion birds had to listen to his orders, so when the bottom cabin of eternity, they flew in neatly. To invade the upper realms first. To invade the upper realm, and instantly to summon 200 million fighter aircrafts. Done. After putting everything away, Jun Changshao looked at the area where the ground had collapsed and said, "Judging from the majestic aura it's emitting, there must be more ore veins underground." As expected, when he flew in with the higher-ups, he saw many thumb-sized, resplendent ores embedded in the mud. Patriarch, to the to heavens, to Tao heavens, to the earth, spiritual, be to the spirit, stones, and then spiritual, spirit bird. To be exact, God spiritual, and then have be. The ore harvester landed in front of the ore vein. Whoosh! Shio! Many spider-like digging puppets crawled out and waved their arms to collect the Earth spiritual spirit bird king. This, Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho were stunned. The black and white Rakshasa, who had seen the Earth spiritual spirit bird king, were calm. "Master," the humanoid vermilion bird said, "not only are there a large number of Earth spiritual spirit bird king, but there is also a Mother of Earth spiritual spirit bird king." Mother of Earth spiritual spirit bird king? Jun Changshao was so excited that he almost jumped up. Previously, he had obtained a Mother of Earth spiritual spirit bird king, and it was still being nurtured under the Sect. If he could obtain an even higher Mother of Earth spiritual spirit bird king, this trip would be a great harvest. A few hours later, the Earth spiritual spirit bird king had dug up all the Earth spiritual spirit bird king. After careful calculation, he had obtained a total of 1 billion Earth spiritual spirit stones. In terms of quantity, it could not be compared to the 10 billion Earth spiritual spirit stones, but because the energy was 10 times higher, it was more or less the same. Awesome! Jun Changshao shouted. The value of 1 billion Earth spiritual spirit stones was much higher than 10 billion Earth spiritual spirit stones. "And the mother of the Tao stone," Jun Changshao said, "we must find it." Under the lead of the vermilion bird, they had only dug a few hundred feet when the apple-like Mother of Earth spiritual spirit bird appeared in their field of vision. This thing was very different from the Mother of Earth spiritual spirit stones. Especially the flowing light that lingered around it, it contained an extremely majestic heaven and earth attribute and profound mysteries, making people want to take a bite out of it. From today onwards, Jun Changshao picked up the Mother of Earth spiritual spirit bird king and said, "Your surname is Jun, and your name is Wang Gu." Outside world, although many martial artists were forced to leave due to fear of the Sect of all times, they did not go too far. Instead, they squatted in a certain area and quietly waited. There was definitely a Tao stone vein hidden underground. There were only a few of them that were unearthed, so no one wanted to miss it. Strange! Why is there still no movement? After waiting for 10 days, the flowing light dissipated. However, the mine did not appear for a long time, causing suspicion to arise in the hearts of the martial artists. Buzz. Another day passed. The space in their field of vision ruptured on a large scale and quickly recovered. The martial artists who were proficient in array Tao instantly determined that this was a situation that would only occur when the array was removed. They exclaimed in surprise, "When did they set up the array? We didn't notice it at all. Should we go take a look? Let's wait a little longer. If we anger Jun Patriarch, it will be troublesome." All right. Everyone suppressed their thoughts and waited for a few more days. After confirming that there were no changes in the area, they gathered their courage and flew over. The ground cracked and stretched for a long time. What a big pit! It's definitely a Tao stone vein. Strange, where are the people from the Sect of all times? Let's go in and take a look. Everyone flew into the depths of the cracked ground and stopped in front of the mine. Seeing that their surroundings were empty, they all looked at each other in shock. Where are the ores? Were they dug out by the Sect of all times? That's too fast. Although there was an isolation array and no one saw the process of the mine appearing, such a large mine, even if they had enough people, It was impossible to dig it all out. Indeed, it would take at least a few months for an ordinary small and medium-sized magnetite mine to be carefully excavated. For such a large Tao stone vein, it would take at least a few years. Sigh. Someone shook his head and said, "Let's go, let's go." They did not see the birth of the mine, nor did they see a single ore. This trip from afar was a complete waste of time. Ling Tian Immortal Sect. The leaders of the 10 great sects sat in a row. There was a difference in age, but at this moment their expressions were the same. They were all furious. Previously, the Immortal Sect had held a meeting, but those who participated were only some of the upper echelons. Now that all the leaders of the sect were here, it could be seen that there was something important to discuss. Patriarch Lin, the patriarch of the Supreme Immortal Sect, who was sitting on the left, said angrily, "This Jun Changshao is getting more and more overboard. We, the 10 great immortal sects, must fight back." "That's right." The patriarch of the hidden immortal sect agreed. "If we don't teach this kid a lesson, how can we rule the upper realm in the future?" The other leaders nodded frequently, as if they had reached a consensus. They could tolerate bullying the realm hall, but snatching a Tao stone vein was unbearable. Sigh. Lin Haoyan said helplessly, "This Jun Changshao has the support of the Stone Statue Clan and the Dragon Clan. If we go against him, it's equivalent to starting a war with the 2 clans. If we let this kid continue to develop, I'm afraid that our right to speak in the upper realm will be taken away," the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect said. "In my opinion," the Supreme Immortal Sect said coldly, "why don't we directly use our absolute strength to destroy the sect of all times?" "You're going?" Lin Haoyan's words stunned him. "What Jun Changshao is threatening is our position in the upper realm. Since he wants to destroy it, everyone must participate. No one can stay out of it," the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect said. "All right." The few big shots agreed. Seeing that they were all furious and filled with righteous indignation, Lin Haoyan thought for a moment and said, "This is no small matter. We need to plan carefully. Isn't that guy relying on the Stone Statue Clan and the Dragon Clan? We can imitate our ancestors and seal the ancestral lands of the 2 clans. When the time comes, the sect of all times won't be able to do anything alone. We can definitely destroy it easily," the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect suggested. "Good idea. Sect of all times." Jun Changshao stood in front of the main hall, looked up at the sky and said, "The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop." Chapter 1638. After returning to the sect of all times, Jun Changshao arranged for the mother of Tao stone to be properly settled. This thing could nurture Tao stones, but like the mother of real stone, it would take a long time, so it would not be able to bring about any benefits in a short period of time. To put it bluntly, the predecessor planted the tree, and the successor enjoyed the shade. Patriarch Zhen Dijuan sent a sound transmission. Grand Elder has a major breakthrough. Jun Changshao hurried to the array hall. As soon as he walked in, he saw the old man Taishan leaning over the table filled with array diagrams, laughing loudly. He became a father? "Master, what's going on? Come here quickly, let me show you something." As the Taoist Master Taishan spoke, he organized the array diagrams, then took out the first page and began to introduce. "This is an array that was copied from the inside of the Star Spirit World's battleship. After my unremitting efforts, I finally found the law of operation." "Didn't you already find it?" Jun Changshao said. The old man Taishan shook his head and said, "Previously, my understanding of their array system was only the tip of the iceberg. Now, I can't say that I have completely grasped it, but I understand at least 60 to 70%. "Amazing!" Jun Changshao gave a thumbs up and said, as expected of a 10,000-year-old single technical geek. It was fine to say that he was a technical geek, but why did he have to add 10,000 years of being single? "Master," Jun Changshao said, Is there any benefit in mastering the star spirit world's array system? You've finally asked the right question. The old man Taishian flipped open another blueprint and said, "This is the battleship array formation that I recently copied." There were many strange lines on the blueprint, and the notes were densely packed. This made Jun Changshao feel as if he was reading a heavenly book. Shua. The old man Taishian flipped open the third and fourth sheets one after another and said excitedly, "As long as I can find high-grade ores and combine them with these arrays, I am confident that I can build a battleship." Hearing this, Jun Changshao's eyes gradually widened. Building a battleship? This thought and idea had never appeared in his mind before. Really? Really? The old man from Taishian then added, however, "The quality of the ore must be high, or it will be difficult to withstand space travel." The advantage of the battleships of the star spiritual realm was that they could soar in the upper universe, so he wanted to create a battleship of this standard, not a battleship like Zhenren Tonggu that could fly around the plane. "Continue your research," Jun Changshao said. "I'll deal with the high-grade ores." If the old man Taishian could build a battleship, it would mean that he could have a huge fleet in the future, and then travel to the vast upper universe, and even attack the astral spirit world. Scientific research was beneficial to both the sect and oneself. They had to support him regardless of cost and effort. Besides, the old man Taishian continued, "The formation system of the astral soul realm has inspired me. I can completely modify Diablo and make it stronger." How strong can he be? At the very least, 5th or 6th refinement quests shouldn't be a problem. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up again. Although the current Diablo had been upgraded many times, due to the restrictions of the formation, its berserk mode was only comparable to the second stage. If its overall strength was increased to the 5th or 6th stage, its overall strength would definitely increase by a lot. "Then don't build a battleship for now," Jun Changshao said. "Hurry up and study how to improve the mech's combat power." Forming a huge fleet for interstellar travel, there was still a main mission that had yet to be completed. It was destined to be a matter of the future, so there was no need to rush. Upgrading the Diablo was different. After all, they had snatched the Dao stone mine of the 10 great immortal sects, so they might make some moves. If the strength of the sect's mech increased, it would undoubtedly be better to deal with them. "All right," the old man from Taishin said, "I'll study the mech first." However, although the astral soul realm's formation is strong, everything is built on energy. When the time comes, don't be reluctant to use the Dao stone. As long as I can research it, I'm willing to use the immortal stones. Done. After getting his guarantee, the old man from Taishian summoned Jin Dijuan, Shangguan Xinyao, and the other core members of the Array Hall to temporarily set up a new generation mech research group. Phew! Returning to his residence, Jun Changshao put his feet on the table and opened the epic mission. Seeing that there were still 3 months left before the settlement date, he thought to himself, there should be more than enough. As expected, in the next month the upper echelons and disciples entered the simulation battlefield to cultivate, and their realms could be said to be rising steadily. Ding. Upper echelon, middle realm, 105. Ding. Core disciple, lower realm, 3210. Hearing that all the values were steadily exceeding, a bright smile appeared on Jun Changshao's face. According to his experience over the years, as long as the epic mission value exceeded the limit, he would be given higher experience and items. There might be a big breakthrough after this settlement. Not enough. Continue to cultivate. In order to reach the limit, Jun Changshao temporarily stopped letting the inner and outer disciples enter. Instead, he let the upper echelons and core disciples enter first to strive for the final sprint and complete the epic mission. Li Luoqiu, Elder Wei, and the other hall masters also belonged to the upper echelons, so they naturally had to be arranged to enter. There were even more core disciples. For example, Mu Honglian, Chu Xinan, and Hua Ling Ding. Upper Echelon, Middle Realm, 145. Ding. Core Disciple, Lower Realm, 4010. As time passed, the levels of the upper echelons and disciples continued to increase, and the mission limit also broke new highs again and again. Go Xing was a little embarrassed. His current realm was only the lower realm. Looking at the entire sect, the number of upper echelons and disciples who were stronger than him had already broken double. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed helplessly. If this epic mission can't help me skip a level, how can I face them who are higher level than me in the future? The host has no face. The system said, "Don't worry about that." Jun Changshao ignored this crazy complaining demon and came to the courtyard opposite. Seeing that the woman who was trimming the roses was different from before, he said rather sadly, "You've broken through to the middle realm?" "Yes." Rose of Flowers turned around, flicked the black hair on her forehead, and said with a smile, "Thanks to the simulation battlefield prepared by my husband, I successfully broke through to the middle realm yesterday." "Oh, right. Are you still in the lower realm?" Ding. Dealt critical damage to target Go Xing X 99,999. Jun Changshao laughed dryly, then clutched his aching chest and left. Boom. Boom. On the field outside the War Cavalry Hall, Zhong Yi, who was piloting Mech No. 1, was fighting with Jing Ji, who was piloting Mech No. 66. The two of them had mastered the operation of Diablo, and the process of fighting could be described as brilliant and colorful. Not bad. Jun Changshao, who was sitting in front of the stage, had a satisfied smile on his face. These two mechs had been specially modified. The internal formation system was taken from the Star Spirit world, and the energy source was changed from real stones to Dao stones. The combat power that erupted was not inferior to the 5th or 6th transformation of the core realm. The technology is mature. The Taishan old man said, "It can be popularized to other mechs. Finish the modification as soon as possible." Jun Changshao jumped down from the chair, looked at the distant sky with his hands behind his back, and said, "I have a feeling that something is going to happen soon." Patriarch. At this time, Li Luoqiu hurried over and said, "According to the informants, the powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects have appeared in the East Sea one after another." Jun Changshao became vigilant. In fact, after robbing the mineral veins of the 10 major celestial sects, he had a hunch that the other party would not let it go. Now that they suddenly made a move, perhaps they were coming for him. Except for the entrance of the stone statue race and the dragon race, there doesn't seem to be anything in the East Sea, right? Damn. Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and said in shock, "The 10 major celestial sects can't be thinking of sealing off the 2 ancestral lands and then directly attacking the sect of all times." Chapter 1639. There were many teleportation arrays in the East Sea, and the Drizzle Hall would send members to check every once in a while to see if there was any unintentional or intentional sabotage. The people of the 10 great immortal sects would be easily discovered if they appeared here. After receiving the information, Jun Changshao guessed that they were planning to seal the ancestral lands of the dragon and stone statue races. In fact, Go Xing knew better than anyone that they could challenge the 10 great immortal sects because they had the support of the 2 races. If he were in their shoes, he would definitely get rid of the other party's helpers first if he wanted to destroy a threatening opponent. Moreover, the immortal sects had sealed the demonic territory 100,000 years ago, so it was normal for them to do the same thing again. What a pity! Jun Changshao clasped his hands together and said coldly, "Not only do I control the 3 races, but I also control the 4th race." The Vermilion Bird King that he had just subdued was not weaker than Gongsun Ruoli after 100,000 years of nirvana. Even if he sealed the 2 races, he would not be afraid. "I hope you are going to the East Sea to play." Jun Changshao was not willing to fall out with the 10 great immortal sects now, because he wanted to keep a low profile and then crush them with his strength. Patriarch. The next day, Li Luochio reported, "The 10 great immortal sects have divided into 2 groups and stopped at the entrance of the stone statue territory and the dragon race. It's obvious." Rows of Flowers said, "They want to seal the 2 races." Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It seems that I have no choice. They are clearly targeting you, so no matter how unwilling you are, you can only fight. Inform Qingyang and Sinner." Yes. Not long after, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other core disciples came to the main hall. Under the Patriarch's arrangement, they entered the teleportation array and walked to the entrance of the ancestral land where their contracted beasts were. "The 10 great immortal sects want to seal the 2 races? Fine. I don't expect them to be my helpers, but I can count on the thousands of races. Seal them all if you can." Thunder Chestnut Region. Li Qingyang walked over with his life-bonded contract beast. His thoughts immediately returned to the 2 years of bitter cultivation, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. "Brat." One of the Thunder Rhombus race's higher echelon flew over and scolded, "What are you doing here?" Their clan's treasure had been stolen. Although they had reconciled with each other later on, and although they had gone to the Eternal Sect to help when they encountered a calamity in the upper realm, deep down, they were still quite annoyed and did not like the Eternal Sect. "Senior." Li Qingyang cupped his hands and said, "Little Lei is homesick, so I brought him here to take a look." The higher-ups of the Thunder Rhombus race snorted coldly, but when their eyes locked onto the little guy surrounded by lightning arcs, their eyes suddenly widened. No. Did he see wrongly? He hurriedly rubbed his eyes and observed Li Qingyang's contract beast again. After confirming it, he could no longer suppress his shock and said, "The lower level of the truth-seeking realm? That's right. Lower truth-seeking stage." This was the benefit of a life contract. As long as either side improved, it would promote the other's cultivation. Li Qingyang cultivated in the simulated battlefield and advanced to the lower level of the truth-seeking realm, and the little Thunder Rhombus naturally benefited from it. It had only been a few years since it hatched. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! In the clan hall of the Thunder Rhombus city, the Patriarch and the higher-ups were all shocked after examining the little Thunder Rhombus beast. Li Qingyang said, "I know you hate me because I'm not worthy of signing a life contract with Little Lei, and I'll even hinder its future." The higher-ups of the Thunder Rhombus race were speechless. Indeed, at first, they were not optimistic about Li Qingyang. Signing a life contract was a burden. But now they were slapped in the face because this little guy had broken through to the lower level of the truth-seeking realm in just a few years. Even if the clan gave him the best martial arts resources, it was impossible to do so. In fact, Li Qingyang said proudly, "Little Lei will only achieve more if it follows me." He was considered normal in the sect of all times, but at this moment, it was as if he had been possessed by Go Sheng. Whether it was his body movements or words, they were all very arrogant. There was no other way. One would be stained by the company one kept. No matter how normal a person was, after being with Jun Changshao for a long time, they would be subtly influenced. "Kid." The Patriarch of the Thunder Rhombus race suppressed his shock and said, "Did you come to my ancestral land to show off?" "No." Li Qingyang said, "I'm here to ask for a favor." "What is it?" "Help the sect of all times fight against the celestial sects." As soon as he said this, the expressions of the higher-ups in the clan hall changed. For the sake of the little Thunder Rhombus beast's rapid improvement, it was not impossible to help the sect of all times, but fighting against the 10 celestial sects was extremely serious. "I'm sorry." The Patriarch of the Thunder Rhombus race shook his head and said, "The Thunder Rhombus race can't help. Of course, you can also think that the Thunder Rhombus race can't afford to offend the celestial sect. I'm a coward. I'll be honest. The 10 celestial sects had absolute authority in the upper world. Moreover, The Thunder Rhombus race was destroyed 100,000 years ago. Although the Thunder Rhombus race was strong, there was still a big gap between them and the three major races. Li Qingyang said, because of the rules set by the celestial sects, the thousands of races rarely leave the ancestral land. If this restriction is removed, you will be more free. The Patriarch and the higher-ups of the Thunder Rhombus race widened their eyes. They could tell that the Sect of all times was not asking them to fight against the 10 celestial sects, but to overthrow them. My sect just received news that the celestial sects' powerhouses went to the East Sea and are preparing to seal the ancestral land of the Stone Statue race and the Dragon race, Li Qingyang said. There is such a thing? The Patriarch of the Thunder Rhombus race was shocked. Li Qingyang said, the 10 celestial sects are the hegemons of the world. They can destroy and seal whoever they want. If they target the Thunder Rhombus race in the future, won't you be sitting ducks? The Patriarch of the Thunder Rhombus race fell silent. Senior. Li Qingyang cupped his hands and said, my Patriarch asked me to pass on a message to you. Although the strength of one person is weak, the will of the people is as strong as a fortress. These two sentences resounded throughout the race hall. Ice Phoenix Domain. Lu Qianqian, who was dressed in white like a fairy, stood in the race hall. Her life contract beast stood beside her, its ice-like feathers shining brightly. A moment later, the Patriarch of the Ice Phoenix race said, your Patriarch is a courageous person. He dares to fight against the 10 celestial sect. Not so, Lu Qianqian said, he won't bring our sect to ascend. Okay. The Patriarch of the Ice Phoenix race said, go back and tell June Patriarch that our Ice Phoenix race is willing to help. Goodbye. Lu Qianqian left with her contract beast. It could be said that she was a woman of few words. After watching her leave, a senior member of the race said, Patriarch, this matter concerns the future of our race. Isn't it too hasty to agree? Help June Changshao. The Patriarch of the Ice Phoenix race said solemnly, this is the future of our race. In such a short time, the successor of the race had broken through to the lower truth-seeking realm. She was willing to use the power of the race to help the sect of all times fight against the 10 celestial sects. Only by winning could they have a better future. Su Xiaomao, Li Fei, and the others also entered the ancestral land where the contract beasts were. Their purpose was to persuade them to help the sect. I won't describe the process in case it's too lame. However, there was one person who had to be mentioned. That was the second male lead of the book, Yi Xingchen. At this moment, he was in the Panhu race hall, holding a sword to the neck of his husk-like contract beast and roaring, if you don't go, it will die. Don't be rash. Don't be rash. The Patriarch and senior members of the Panhu race panicked. Chapter 1640. In the Sect of All Times. June Changshao sat in the main hall. The 10 great celestial sects were preparing to seal the two races. It was obvious that they were about to make a move. He definitely could not compromise and had to fight them head-on. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu reported, they've already started to set up the seal. Gong Sun Ho said anxiously, hurry up and inform the races to stop them. No need. June Changshao said, I'll let them seal it. Gong Sun Ho was dumbfounded. June Changshao jumped down and said proudly with his hands behind his back, the 10 great celestial sects think that the sect of all times has the support of the two races. That's why they sealed the ancestral land. I want them to understand that without the help of the Stone Statue race and the Dragon race, they can't do anything to me. Domineering, arrogant. All right, Gong Sun Ho did not say anything else, but he muttered in his heart, if they're sealed, how will the races come out in the future? Some people would say that they had to rely on teleportation formations. Actually, this was wrong because teleportation formations only existed on some islands in the East Sea and did not extend to small worlds. The reason was that technology was not enough to support it. Husband. Rose of Flowers said seriously, don't be careless. She hoped to stop the 10 great celestial sects from sealing the ancestral land of the two races and then gather the forces of the various races to fight against them. Everyone thinks that the sect of all times is a pushover, but they don't know. Jun Changshao waved his hand, and a simple sword appeared out of thin air. He said with a cold gaze, "We still have many trump cards. Not to mention the celestial sects. Even the celestial sects have nothing to fear." "This is?" Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho said. The sword was simple and unadorned, but the aura it emitted made them think that it was extraordinary. Jun Changshao put one hand on the sword hilt and said proudly, "This is the sect's treasure left behind by our ancestors, the supreme celestial sword." Bah! The system could not hold back. Clang! The sound of the sword being unsheathed was incomparably crisp. Everyone hurriedly widened their eyes and looked over. They saw that it was an ordinary sword. The body of the sword was as plain as the scabbard, but there were small lines on it, as if they contained some kind of meaning. As for the blade, it was not opened. "You didn't sharpen it?" Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho murmured to themselves. Only a sharpened sword could be considered a real sword. How could an unsharpened sword be so lethal? Since the patriarch had taken it out and called it the sect's treasure, it definitely couldn't be underestimated. Perhaps it possessed heaven-shaking might. On a mountain peak somewhere, Zhou Hong entered a meditative state like an old monk. As one of the few disciples in the sect who specialized in swordsmanship, he had almost no camera time in the upper realm. There was no other way. There was a different path to the sword Tao, and every day was a dry and dull process of comprehension. Naturally, there wouldn't be much time to describe it, unless it was time to level up. Just as Jun Changshao pulled out the supreme celestial sword, Zhou Hong felt some kind of power. He suddenly opened his eyes, and joy appeared on his weathered face. He said, "I've comprehended it, I've comprehended it. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo!" Sword chi filled the air, piercing through heaven and earth. On this day, sword light suddenly appeared in the sect of all times and merged with the sky. It could be clearly seen from tens of thousands of miles away. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao walked out of the main hall and saw the sword light soaring into the sky. A gratified smile appeared on his face. In the situation where the sect was generally cheating, only Zhou Hong persevered and focused on comprehending swordsmanship. He finally succeeded in entering the lower level of the truth-seeking realm. TSK. Ma Yongning, who was leaning against the kitchen door, looked disdainful. As a swordsman, he rarely used the sect's resources. At this moment, although he hadn't reached the truth-seeking realm, he was already very close. What he lacked was the key comprehension and opportunity. "Husband." Rose of Flowers walked over and said, "Even the sword nerd has caught up. When will you break through to the middle level of the truth-seeking realm?" Jun Changshao, who was immersed in joy, suddenly felt as if thousands of arrows had pierced through his heart. He immediately clutched his chest and returned to the study, leaning on the table and almost crying out loud. With the appearance of the simulated battlefield, the strength of the sect had improved by leaps and bounds. Only he, the patriarch, had remained in the same place for almost 2 years. Epic level mission. Give me the reward now. A few days later, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others returned to the sect of all times with the news that the clans of their contracted beasts were willing to help them fight against the 10 celestial sects. In fact, this result was inevitable. Junior brother Yi. Su Xiaomo asked in surprise, "Why is there a sword mark on your neck?" "Don't ask." Yi Xingchen said, "I don't want to say." At the Panhu ancestral land, he had placed the sword on his contracted beast's neck. But after reading the comments of the readers in this chapter, he immediately placed the sword on his own neck. After all, if he died, the husky would die too. This method was simple and crude, but it was also effective. The Panhu patriarch immediately agreed. "Everything is ready." Jun Changshao put his leg on the table and said calmly, "Just wait for the 10 celestial sects to come to the sect of all times." Above the East Sea, the 10 celestial sects had sent a large number of array masters to set up a complicated sealing array. Their every move was under Jun Changshao's control, but they didn't send anyone to stop or sabotage it. This was a missed opportunity. Sealing a domain is not a small task. The Taishan old man analyzed. It will take at least a few months. A few months? Jun Changshao thought to himself. The mission has been completed long ago. The real reason why he didn't stop the celestial sects from sealing the 2 clans' ancestral lands was the completion of the epic mission. Maybe he could improve by leaps and bounds. The mission completion standards were 1, 5, and 10. Now, not only did he meet all the standards, he even exceeded them. According to past experience, the completion rate was at least 500%. Even if he couldn't break through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm, he could at least reach the upper level. Also, the author's father gave him the ability to skip levels. Wouldn't it be easy to beat them then? You can beat 10 of them? The system asked. Jun Changshao fell silent. If he was at the upper level of the truth-seeking realm, he might be able to beat 1 peak, but not 10. Time passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Ding! The epic mission has been completed. After waiting for a long time, Jun Changshao finally heard the beautiful notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully increasing the strength of the sect within 2 years, meeting the requirement. The epic mission has been completed. Completion rate, 1000%. The host has received 20,000 reputation points. Ding! Sect reputation points, 31,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Upper Realm Epic Mission 6. The host has received Seal Opening Talisman X1, Supreme Item Purchase Right X1, Heavenly Spirit Quenching Ore X 100 tons. That's it. After hearing the reward, Jun Changshao was speechless. A completion rate of 1000% only gave him 20,000 reputation points, a supreme item, and 100 tons of some ore. It was simply not proportional to the previous 500% reward. Be content. The system said, just the supreme item alone is enough to kill all of them. That's true. Thinking of the sure kill and simulated battlefield, the value of the supreme item was indeed very high. Perhaps he could get another item that could help the sect improve. Swish! Jun Changshao walked out of the study, jumped onto the roof, and put on a coquettish posture. The 3 points and item rewards given by the epic mission were just appetizers. The real deal was still the improvement of the realm. Now that the completion rate was 1000%, it would be a bit unreasonable if he did not break through from the lower level to the upper level. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to the middle level of the truth-seeking realm. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to the upper level of the truth-seeking realm. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm. As the frequent notifications sounded in his ears, Jun Changshao's young body changed again and again until his cultivation stabilized at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. He also returned to his adult appearance before he sacrificed his lifespan. Even his bald head grew out black and elegant hair. That hot man was back. Chapter 1641. After 2 years, not only did he successfully complete the Epic Mission 6, but his completion rate also reached 1000%, setting a new record. Not to mention the reward, just breaking through to the peak from the lower position was already so terrifying. Not to mention that he was a cheater, he was letting down all the martial artists in the upper realm. As expected, Jun Changshao floated on the roof and clasped his hands together. A breeze blew over, blowing away his black hair that seemed to have been dyed black after his rebirth. His chiseled face appeared. He said, "The process of becoming strong is so simple and boring." The system promptly complained, For a person like the host, it's a miracle that he can break through to the martial king level in the lower realm without relying on missions. Am I arrogant? It was true that Go Xing had grown up to this point, and most of his realm improvement came from the epic missions and experience talismans. However, he also had his difficulties. He was in charge of the entire sect, and he was both the father and the mother. If he followed the traditional way to level up, how could he complete the main mission? Swish! Jun Changshao landed in front of the sect hall and said with a majestic voice, 10 immortal sects, I'll be waiting for you. After breaking through to the peak, his tone changed. This very Go Xing. However, after opening the store skillfully, he saw that the new supreme item was priced at 22,000 reputation points. He couldn't help but curse, F***ck, I'll have to pay another 2,000. Ding. The host has spent 22,000 reputation points and obtained supreme item X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect reputation points, 9,000. No matter how expensive this thing was, Jun Changshao had to buy it. He didn't touch it immediately because it was like a lottery, it depended on luck and timing. He had to take a bath and burn incense before opening it when he was free tomorrow. The reward of 100 tons of ore should be useful. Jun Changshao thought about it and got up to go to the array hall. The patriarch has returned to his original appearance. On the way, the disciples stopped and discussed. Sigh. Rose of Flowers also saw it and shook her head. He still looks like a child. He looks cute. Jun Changshao heard that and the corner of his mouth twitched. In fact, he didn't expect that the continuous breakthroughs in his cultivation would lead to the recovery of his body. Master. After entering the Hall of Arrays, Jun Changshao took out a shiny piece of ore and said, Come and take a look at the quality of this. The Taishin old man put down the drawing in his hand and looked at it carefully. He was quite surprised and asked, What is this? Heavenly Spirit Quenching Oregon, Sky Spirit Quenching Ore. The Taishin elder had some understanding of the various ores in the upper realm, but he had never heard of this name before. Jun Changshao asked, Can it be used to build warships? The epic mission reward was 100 tons of ores. The first thing that came to his mind was a battleship. After all, his master had mentioned that he needed high-grade ores. Go ask Hall Master Fan. The Taishin old man said, It depends on the quality. He was engrossed in the study of array formations and was not very proficient in the field of ores. All right. Jun Changshao went to the foundry hall again. The reason why he had to go in person was that Fan Yezi would be busy making the second-generation warframes until late at night. Other than eating, drinking, and going to the toilet, he had no time at all. Forging hall. The smell of metal filled the air. Jun Changshao walked in from outside. Fan Yezi was studying the mold wholeheartedly. The moldy steamed bun on the table had already dried. Go Xing, who was standing in front of the door, gradually smiled. He liked to see his employees busy because it allowed him to see himself working hard for the sect and worrying for the sect. Pfft. Fan Yezi spat out a mouthful of blood. He was in charge of the mech battle armor and studied it day and night. It could be said that he was truly working his heart out. Seeing this, Jun Changshao felt deeply guilty. He silently called Sun Bukong over and was responsible for a full-body examination while reminding him to work harder and strive to complete the year-end mission target. Under the boss's encouragement, Fan Yezi worked even harder until he fainted again and was rescued in front of the table. If a sect wanted to succeed, it could not do without the simple and boring work of its employees. Patriarch, this ore of yours is good stuff. Fan Yezi held a piece of heavenly spirit quenching ore, his eyes shining with excitement. As an expert in forging, he could feel the quality of this ore just by touching it. There was no problem in refining weapons and protective equipment. Can you make a warship? What do you want to make? A warship. The kind like Eternal. That's right. Fan Yezi rolled his eyes and said, "It's already not easy to make a complete set of armor with a piece of ore that weighs 2 to 3 caddies. Patriarch can forget about making a warship. I have the materials." "How much?" 100 tons. 100 tons? Fan Yezi's eyes widened. He had a very high understanding of the upper realm's ores. Although he had never heard of the one in his hand, it was at least not inferior to immortal grade. Patriarch had 100 tons this. Stop joking. Boom. In the large warehouse used to store ores on Forging Peak, Jun Changshao waved his hand and 100 tons of heavenly spirit quenching ore appeared out of thin air. Its scale was comparable to a small mountain. "Oh my god," Fan Yezi's eyes almost popped out. Jun Changshao asked, "I want to use this ore to make a warship. Do you think it will work?" "Yes. With so many high-quality ores, as long as the technique was superb, in Fan Yezi's opinion, not to mention one warship, even 10 warships would not be a problem. However," he said with a solemn expression, "the 10 immortal sects will attack at any time. Why not make the ores into weapons and equipment?" "That works too." Jun Changshao was not in a hurry to make a warship. If it could be turned into equipment, it would naturally be excellent to increase the sect's strength. Fan Yezi said, "The sect has ready-made battle armor machines and a complete battle armor system. As long as the plan is set, we can make the 3rd-generation battle armor in a short time." "How strong is it?" "It will definitely be better than the 2nd generation." He was very confident because of the high grade of the ores. "Okay," Jun Changshao said, "I will give you 50 tons of ores. Make the 3rd-generation battle armor in the shortest time possible." "What about the other 50 tons?" "Of course, to make the mecha." "That works." The raw materials of the Diablo were not very high quality. Its super strong defense was due to the internal array system. If it was made with the sky spirit quenching ores, its level would definitely increase by several levels. Jun Changshao went to ask the Taishin elder, and he naturally did not have any objections. Therefore, the forging hall was busier than usual. Many members of the array formation hall were sent to participate in the research of the battle armor and mecha. Even Mao Xiaodao, who cleaned the toilet, was no exception. They wanted to make substantial progress in the shortest time possible. Pfft! The sound of people working hard could be heard in the workshop. Jun Changshao stood in front of the door and watched the disciples working hard with drip. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This was life. The sect of all times was busy, but the 10 immortal sects were not idle either. According to preliminary estimates, it would take about 1 or 2 months to seal the stone statue race and the dragon race. Humph! The patriarch of the Lingtian immortal sect sat in the main hall and sneered. "Jun Changshao, can you still fly if I cut off your wings?" "Dragon territory." Jun Changshao sat in the dragon palace and said, "The 10 immortal sects have their eyes on the sect of all times. You don't need to care about this. I will take care of them beautifully." Damn! How did this guy get in? Of course, he relied on the main battleship of the astral spirit world. Such technological products could be forcefully flown to the lower realm, so it was naturally easy for them to silently integrate into the small world. In that case, the 10 immortal sects outside were extremely busy, but they still could not stop Jun Changshao from maintaining contact with the 2 races. In the end, it was nothing more than drawing water with a sieve. Chapter 1642. The Dragon Clan and the Stone Statue Clan were almost isolated from the upper realm. They would not open the Whirlpool Passage except for normal matters, so they had no idea that someone had set up a seal outside. Of course, since the 10 immortal sects came to seal, if they knew that everyone was standing on the sea looking at each other, the scene would be awkward. Moreover, this was not the first time they had done this. They had done it when dealing with the demonic clan. Even someone as strong as the demon ancestor had fallen for it. In fact, even if the seal was successful, it would not last for long, because the immortal sect's current ability was not enough to replicate the glory of their predecessors. This involved the problem of improvement only when there was competition. Back then, the demon ancestors' existence threatened the entire upper realm. Their predecessors did not care about the cost and the price to study the sealing technique. After he was destroyed, the younger generation no longer had a threat and began to gradually become tired. It did not matter. The original intention was not to completely seal off the two clans. As long as they delayed for a while, it would be enough to destroy the sect of all times. However, the miserable 10 immortal sects would never have thought that Jun Changshao would actually sneak in on the Eternal without knowing. The most ridiculous thing was that he even told the Dragon Clan not to participate and that he could solve it himself. How arrogant was that? Okay. Long Outian said, I'll listen to the Patriarch. Go ahead. Jun Changshao got up and said, I still have to go to the stone statue domain. This time, he did not use the Eternal's ability to travel through the void. After all, it would cost a lot of resources to activate it, so he chose to set off from the Stone Dragon Highway. Stone Statue Domain, Clan Hall. Jun Changshao sat on the clan leader's seat. The 3 ministers and the civil and military officials bowed and shouted, Welcome back, clan leader. Everyone, please rise. Being the clan leader and being the patriarch were 2 completely different experiences. This made Jun Changshao feel a little smug. Of course, he did not come here to enjoy the worship. He immediately told them about the immortal sect's sealing. What? After hearing the news, the Grand Tutor was furious. How dare they seal the Stone Statue clan? This is intolerable. Let's go. Let's go out and fight them. The officials were furious. They were only waiting for the clan leader's order to fight with the 10 immortal sects. Ancestral land. This was a very serious matter. Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, If they want to confer ancestral lands, then let them do so. The 3 dukes and 9 ministers were dumbfounded. The 10 great immortal sects want to cut off the connection between us. I'll do as they wish. Completing the epic quest and breaking through the peak of the truth-seeking realm gave Jun Changshao greater confidence. The best way to defeat the enemy was to let them think that victory was in their grasp. In the end, they would come looking for trouble and lose miserably, losing so badly that they wouldn't even have their underwear left. Kaki. Every time Jun Changshao thought of the 10 great immortal sects coming to him for trouble and being tortured by him at the foot of the mountain, he couldn't help but cover his face and laugh sinisterly. Come on, come on. I can't help but want to slap your faces. Ling Tian Celestial Sect. The 10 big shots sat in the hall. During this period of time, they had a small meeting every 3 days and a large meeting every 5 days to discuss how to deal with the sect of all times. The dog exterminating operation this time was led by the Lingtian Immortal Sect. Just the meeting alone cost at least 1,000,000 magnetite. In my opinion, the easiest way is to send the elites and powerhouses of the sect to attack the sect of all times directly after sealing off the 2 clans and not give them any chance to recover, the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect said. We have to have a proper reason. Yes, we can't let the world gossip about us. In the past, the reason for exterminating the demonic clan was that it was a disaster to the common people. The sect of all times came to the upper realm and killed them directly without doing anything bad. What would the world think of the immortal sect? It was all right. At least they followed the rules. If it was the evil sect, they would definitely not follow the procedures. Jun Changshao is extremely arrogant. It seems like it's very easy for him to have a conflict with the other sects, the patriarch of the Supreme Immortal Sect said as he winked. Everyone immediately understood his intention. Magnificent Heaven Sect. The patriarch Lin Shangyi paced back and forth in the study. The elders beside him had serious expressions. Everyone. After a while, he stopped and said in a serious tone, What should we do? Since the immortal sect has given the order, we can't refuse. We can only obey. Sigh. Lin Shangyi shook his head and said, "Why would such a difficult task fall on our magnificent heaven sect?" Just now, the 10 major immortal sects sent an encrypted letter. The content was to find a way to have a conflict with the sect of all times. The bigger the matter, the better. Naturally, the magnificent heaven sect had heard of Jun Changshao and knew that his master was Senior Tonggu. If it was in the past, they would definitely not dare to offend him. Now that there was an order from above, they could only obey. The true sect had appeared before. The true sect had not appeared before. Today, not only did they appear, but they were also ordered to cause trouble. As expected, if they did not appear, they would not appear. Once they appeared, they would cause trouble for the main character. The trick was too obvious. Sect of all times. Ka ka ka. Bang bang bang. On the assembly line, the disciples were operating skillfully. Pieces of parts were produced and piled up in a fixed area. They were sorted and assembled by professionals. The camera gradually moved to the workshop. A few lines of words were written on the wall: "Excellence, quality casting." Mao Xiaodao vomited blood and fainted on the ground. "Quick, quick!" Sun Bukong waved his hand and said, "Pull him out for emergency treatment." Swoosh! A few medical hall members hurried over and quickly carried the patient onto a stretcher. A medical staff followed to perform CPR and faintly heard Mao Xiaodao say weakly, I can still work, senior brother." An outer sect disciple called White Noodles walked forward and pulled his hand. He said sternly, "Leave the rest to me." After saying that, he put on his work uniform and stood resolutely in front of the machine. Similar scenes appeared frequently in the workshop. When a disciple fell, thousands of disciples would take his place. The spirit of the sect of all times. Jun Changshao, who was standing in the workshop office, raised his hand and clenched his fist. He said passionately, "Forever! Forever! Forever!" The disciples in front of the machine seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They worked even harder and harder. The forging hall was busy, but the array hall was not idle either. After a large number of mecha parts were sent over, the members not only had to assemble them but also set up the internal array. Efficient work in exchange for efficient production. In just half a month, hundreds of Diablo III were successfully delivered to the War Cavalry Hall. Phew! Sitting in the third-generation mecha, Jingji took a deep breath and then put her hands on the activation array. Suddenly, various data appeared on the screen in front of her. Power unit normal. Defense unit normal. Combat unit normal. Zhong-Yi, who was sitting in the monitoring room, ordered, "Start." Yes. Swoosh. 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 Jingji quickly used her fingers to move the array suspended under her palm. The internal power system operated until the rod was pushed up. The third-generation Diablo III flew out close to the runway and then quickly spread its wings and sprinted into the sky. "We did it! We did it!" Outside the array hall, the members of the mecha research team cheered excitedly. After countless days and nights of research, countless days and nights of hard work, they finally got their reward today. The Taishan old man lowered his head and quietly wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He whispered, "The wind is a bit strong." Chapter 1643. The third-generation Diablo made from heavenly spirit-quenching ores had its overall defense greatly increased. Coupled with the newly researched formation system and Dao stones, after many tests, its combat power was comparable to an 8-revolution core realm cultivator. Putting down the evaluation sheet, June Patriarch smiled. Although this level was not enough to face the 10 great celestial sects, if it could be mass-produced in the future and formed into an army, it would be invincible. What a pity! The system poured cold water on him. Not enough ores. There were only 100 tons of heavenly spirit-quenching ores, and half of it was used to make armor. The third-generation Diablo was destined to have limited production. Jun Changshao said, "When I travel the upper universe in the future, do you think I won't be able to find ores?" The items rewarded by the mission were mostly stolen from other places, so he firmly believed that there was nothing too strange in the boundless universe. The only thing missing was for him to discover and mine. "Good," the system said. "Host, are you going to change your profession to interstellar robber?" "No way," Jun Changshao said proudly. "I have my own bottom line. I can take things that have no owner, and I can exchange for things that have an owner." In the vast universe, there were many planes that did not have the ability to leave their homes. He could use Eternal to travel through them and become a reselling merchant. For example, he could use the pills in the pill pavilion to exchange for various martial arts resources. Don't say. This was a way to make money. Moreover, every plane had its own unique heaven and earth system that nurtured different martial arts resources. There might be a large number of heavenly spirit-quenching ores somewhere. Of course, the ultimate goal was to let himself and his sect have absolute strength, until the day when they could invade the star spirit world. Jun Changshao hated this plane, not because it had invaded the upper world, but because it had invaded the falling star continent. If not for Eternal arriving in time to resolve the disaster, the world he lived in would have ceased to exist. The blood feud was irreconcilable. Go Xing was a narrow-minded person. The star spirit world had tried to harm his family in the falling star continent. Sooner or later, he would leave the upper world and attack. Don't worry. It would come soon. Because he, who was in the upper world, already had the capital to contend with the 10 great celestial sects. As long as the matter here was perfectly solved and the main mission was completed, the wandering sect would officially open. The array formation hall and the forging hall were dog-tired, but the disciples of the sect were not idle. Apart from cultivating, they did not forget to complete the sect's missions, constantly providing Jun Changshao with a 3-value income. However, on the most ordinary day, something bad happened. A few outer sect disciples who were out on a mission got into a quarrel with a group of martial artists in a forbidden area, which then escalated into an all-out brawl. Xingchen. After Jun Changshao received the news, he ordered, "Go and take a look." Yes. Yi Xingchen accepted the order and quickly set off. It was inevitable to have conflicts in the martial world. Sending a random disciple to deal with it was a bit too much. Boom! Outside of Forbidden Land, a powerful energy fluctuation swept up a cloud of dust. Plop! A martial artist in embroidered robes slumped to the ground like mud, his face almost swollen like a pig's head. Ta! Yi Xingchen raised his foot and stepped on his head, saying coldly, "A piece of trash like you dares to cause trouble for my sect of all times." After this guy arrived at the scene, he did not ask for the reason or right or wrong. He directly grabbed the martial artist, who was arguing with his fellow sect members, and gave him a series of attacks. One word, simple and violent. Damn it! In the distance, the companions of the people who were stepped on were furious. One of them took a few steps back and raised a prop that looked like a fire starter. Immediately, with a bang, a stream of light flew into the sky and turned into a bright firework. A cloud-piercing arrow. Thousands of troops came to meet him? TSK. Yi Xingchen sneered and kicked the person under his foot away. He hugged his hands together, planning to wait for the other party's reinforcements to come. After obtaining the body of the demon ancestor and increasing his realm, he was even more arrogant than before. This was the Night Emperor, the tragic man who had been around for thousands of years in his previous life and almost offended all the 9 emperors. In the end, he died at the hands of his fiancée. "Kid," a martial artist said angrily, "you're in big trouble." Boom. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Xingchen appeared in front of him and slapped him, sending him flying hundreds of feet away. He said calmly, "Noisy. Powerful. Too arrogant. This person's aura is not weak. He should be a high-ranking member of the sect of all times, right? The itinerant cultivators gathered outside the forbidden area discussed in private. Yi Xingchen frowned. These itinerant cultivators who were not strong knew which sect they were from. The martial artists who were looking for trouble were obviously from a faction based on their attire. Had they not heard of the sect of all times? Forcefully lowering one's intelligence? Or did they have a strong background? Swish. Swish. While he was deep in thought, streams of light shot over from afar. When they hovered in the sky above the mountain forest, the light scattered, revealing 4 sage-like old men. All of them wore khaki-colored long robes with special tokens hanging from their waists. Their auras were extraordinary. "This is," one of the itinerant cultivators exclaimed, "Tianhua Dao Sect." Yi Xingchen suddenly understood. It was no wonder that the people who were beaten up were so stubborn. Turned out that their background was a Tao-ranked sect. Elder Huang. The Tianhua Dao Sect disciple pointed angrily and said, "These people snatched our earth-responsive stone and even injured 2 of our senior brothers." Bullsh *T. The outer sect disciple named Lu Baiwan roared. "We dug out the earth-responsive stone in the forbidden area first. You guys are shameless enough to say that you found it first." So that was the case. Yi Xingchen understood the cause of the matter. As a member of the sect of all times, there was no reason for him to trust his fellow sect members. Thus, he said calmly, "So what if we really snatched it?" In the cruel martial arts world, one did not have the ability to protect their own things. To sum it up, being a noob was the original sin. Yi Xingchen's words provoked the 4 experts from the Tianhua Dao sect. They looked angry on the surface, but they were secretly delighted. The sect of all times was indeed arrogant. Wasn't it easy to find a reason to incur their hatred? "Brat," the leading elder said coldly, "since you snatched something from our sect, you naturally have to hand it over. Since you beat up our disciples, you naturally have to be punished." Swish. With a casual flick of his finger, a true spirit stream shot out. The best way to find trouble was to escalate the conflict. Injuring this brat should be able to alert Jun Changshao. The other sects were all avoiding the sect of all times, afraid that they would accidentally provoke them. Only the Tianhua Dao sect had to do their best to offend them because of their orders. Thus, the situation would develop to an uncontrollable stage. Otherwise, how would the top 10 immortal sects appear? Boom! A palm print appeared, and a stream of light exploded. Yi Xingchen retracted his palm and said disdainfully, "The person who will punish me has not been born yet." The experts from the Tianhua Dao sect had a slight change in expression. This brat's aura was only at the core transformation realm. How could he easily break Elder Huang's Tianhua finger? This was because Yi Xingchen and the outer sect disciples of the sect of all times had all cultivated the hidden cultivation technique. They liked to circulate it all the time, making it impossible for others to see their true cultivation realm. Elder Huang sneered and said, "No wonder you are so arrogant. So you have some ability." Whoosh, whoosh. As he spoke, his long robe fluttered without any wind. The power of his true spirit burst forth, revealing his lower truth-seeking realm. Yi Xingchen said indifferently, "The 4 of you better come at me together." "Brat, don't be arrogant." Elder Huang pushed his palms into the void and the power of his true spirit surged out, as if it had turned into a sky full of roaring demon beasts. The powerful aura was crazy and wanton, causing the surrounding rocks and trees to crumble instantly. Swoosh! Yi Xingchen placed his left hand behind his back and raised his right hand gently. Ripples spread out like water and instantly, dozens of heaven-crossing palm prints were released. The usage of this move could be said to be done in one go. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the power that seemed like a beast horde was broken. Yi Xingchen stood proudly on the spot and looked at the other 3 people in the air lazily. "If you guys don't attack, this old man will be in trouble." Chapter 1644. Knight Emperor easily broke the move. At the same time, the itinerant cultivators watching from afar were stunned. Swish! At this moment, Elder Huang emerged from the shockwave that had yet to dissipate. His true spirit erupted, causing his white beard to fly wildly. Song Mountain Cover. Boom! 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 He struck out 3 consecutive palms in the air with both hands. Dense energy surged out and rapidly compressed the space, forming a palm print that covered more than half of the entire space. Whoosh! Whoosh! Violent shockwaves howled as space rapidly distorted and collapsed. The itinerant cultivators watching from afar were dumbfounded. A small matter had suddenly evolved into a battle at the level of a truth-seeking realm cultivator. The change in tempo was so fast that they did not expect it at all. Trash! Yi Xingqian raised his palm, and the 7 special powers hidden in heaven and earth instantly swarmed into his 5 fingers. 7 mystic sunglow break. Buzz! Buzz! 5 rays of light rapidly converged, exuding an extremely powerful aura. From this, it could be seen that Yi Xingqian, who had broken through to the truth-seeking realm, once again executed the 7 mystic sunglow break. Its power was far greater than that of a core transformation realm cultivator. This was a martial technique created by the 7 mystic sacred venerate. The higher the user's cultivation realm, the more powerful it would be. Swish! 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 5 rays of light pierced through the air like 5 sharp swords mercilessly. They brushed past Elder Huang at an extremely fast speed, causing him to stop in midair with a look of horror in his eyes. If those few types of energy had come even a little bit closer, he would have ended up dead. Swish! Swish! The pierced palm print gradually dissipated. Yi Xingqian retracted his hand and said proudly, "You've already died once." When he was breaking the move just now, he could have done it accurately, but he purposely missed by a little to let the other party experience the feeling of riding a roller coaster. Cold sweat seeped out of Elder Huang's forehead. "Elder Huang, are you all right?" his companion asked from afar. "What are you waiting for?" Elder Huang shouted. "Since this kid wants to fight 4 people at once, we naturally have to fulfill his wish." The itinerant cultivators' mouths twitched. Since they couldn't beat him, they were prepared to gang up on him. Were the experts of the Tao sect really that shameless? Elder Huang did not mind. He remembered the Patriarch's order. Since he had brought people here, he had to make a big deal out of it. After all, he had the support of the 10 major celestial sects. "Alright." The other 3 elders flew over. Yi Xingqian shook his head, and the word, "attack," appeared on his forehead and flashed. Ka ka ka. The lines gathered around his body, forming an unparalleled armor. Pa. Dense lines appeared in front of him. The moment he grabbed it, the sky piercer materialized. After the text effect was activated, Yi Xingqian's eyes instantly turned cold and sharp. A powerful aura erupted from his body. "Remember." He raised his head proudly and said, "My name is Yi Xingqian." Boom! The ground beneath his feet caved in and a cloud of dust rose into the air. The camera automatically followed him, and saw that Yi Xingqian had already flown up into the sky. Under the sunlight, his enormous body was revealed. Senior Brother Yi. Lu Baiwan and the other outer sect disciples' eyes were filled with strong admiration. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering battle was taking place in the sky. The battle was extremely tragic. In just a few moments, the surrounding mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Boom! Deng deng deng! The 2 elders of the Tianhua Dao sect were swept by the powerful unparalleled force and staggered from the sky before falling to the ground. They only managed to stabilize their bodies after retreating hundreds of feet away. Then, they couldn't help but spit out blood. Die. Seeing this, the other 2 companions attacked from the left and right. Boom boom! Yi Xingqian couldn't stop in time and was attacked from the front and back. His entire body flew out and caved into the mountain. "Senior brother Yi!" Lu Baiwan and the others exclaimed. "Ta!" Yi Xingqian walked out of the mountain that was filled with rubble. He casually retrieved the sky piercer that was scattered in the distance. Then, he clasped his hands together and pressed hard on his joints, causing cracking sounds to be heard. "Since you dared to harm my sect's disciples, I'll cripple your martial arts first." The two experts of the Tianhua Dao sect were pursued and attacked with the majestic force of the true spirit. Yi Xingqian stood on the spot and didn't move until the two forces pressed down on him. Then, he casually took a step back. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a violent aura suddenly erupted from the mountains far away. A gigantic demonic beast dashed over with earth-shattering step. Oh no! The two experts of the Tianhua Dao sect were shocked. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the demonic beast rushed in front of them and used its huge body and violent force to send them flying. Boom, 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 boom. The demonic beast's force was extremely terrifying. The two experts of the Tianhua Dao sect were caught off guard and were sent flying thousands of feet away. They caved into the mountain in the shape of a swastika. The sudden change stunned the itinerant cultivators. When they regained their senses, they saw a gigantic husky squatting in front of Yi Xingqian. It wasn't a husky. It was a Panhu beast. Someone recognized the demonic beast and was even more shocked. The Panhu clan was one of the thousands of clans in the upper world. They usually lived in their ancestral land. Why would they suddenly appear? From the moment it squatted beside Yi Xingqian and stuck out its tongue, everyone guessed that the two of them had signed a contract. The two experts of the Tianhua Dao sect walked out of the mountain with difficulty. Their faces were extremely ugly. The Panhu beast that suddenly appeared was obviously not weaker than them. Now that it was on the side of the sect of all times, the situation was not good. "Go!" Yi Xingqian ordered expressionlessly. Whoosh whoosh! The Panhu beast stood up and took a step forward. It got into an attacking position and roared, "Woof! Woof woof woof!" Plop! The itinerant cultivators fell to the ground. "Ah!" Yi Xingqian held his head and roared, "I told you not to open your mouth. Why didn't you listen?" Awoo! The contract beast lowered its head. It looked even more adorable. This natal contract beast was huge and had a strong demonic aura. It could bring immense pressure to people. However, when it roared, it turned from majestic to comical. Humph! Elder Huang and his three companions gathered again. They sneered. "It's still in the form of a dog. We don't have to be afraid." "Dog?" The Panhu beast's hair stood on end. Its eyes were about to pop out. Roar! It roared again. The sound was deafening. Then, it stomped on the ground and its huge body flew out like an arrow. "Stop it!" Boom boom boom! Boom 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 boom! The Panhu beast took the colorful energy bombs head-on and charged to the front of the four experts. It then used both its front and back limbs to attack like a mad dog. The situation was too tragic. There was no need to describe it. Of course, Yi Xingqian wasn't idle either. He brandished his Fangtian halberd and charged in. The master and servant instantly formed a 2-against-4 situation, and the magnificent Heaven Dao sect's experts were beaten until they retreated in defeat. They were beaten until they lay on the ground covered in wounds. Too powerful. The itinerant cultivators were terrified. The cooperation between the man and the dog was impeccable. The Tianhua sect experts' defeat was not undeserved. Whoosh! The Panhu beast held Elder Huang in its mouth and placed him in front of its master. The latter's head was bleeding profusely. Yi Xingqian really wanted to throw a punch over and smash this old man into smithereens. However, he suppressed that thought and turned to look at the panicking magnificent Sky Dao sect disciples. He said coldly, "If you want them to live, bring the money to the Aeon sect to ransom them." Chapter 1645. Although Yi Xingqian had changed his body, His soul had been subtly influenced by Jun Changshao, and he had learned to extort money from others. Sigh. It would be difficult to turn back if he continued down this path. However, from this battle, it could be seen that Yi Xingchen had the strength of a truth-seeking realm cultivator. He would not be at a disadvantage if he fought against 4 people of the same level. With a little help, he would immediately crush them. What a joke! The cultivation and hard work he had put in during this period was not a joke. Swish! Swish! Yi Xingchen left the forbidden area with the 4 severely injured elders of the magnificent Sky Dao Sect. However, halfway there, he suddenly stopped in mid-air and looked at the mountains in the distance. His expression gradually darkened. "Senior brother Yi, what's wrong?" Lu Baiwan asked. "Nothing." Yi Xingchen retracted his gaze and said, "Let's go." Just as he left with his fellow sect members and captives, clouds appeared in the forest in the distance and gradually formed a graceful figure. She said in a low voice, "He actually broke through to the truth-seeking realm and has a contract beast of equal strength." Who? Empress Ling Yao. This woman who wholeheartedly wanted to overthrow the World Hall had rarely made an appearance after the invasion of the Star Spirit world. The reason for this was that there were some plots where even Jun Changshao could only play a supporting role, much less someone at the peak of the revolving core realm. Disciple. Perfected Qing Wei gradually appeared and said, "Don't waste your time on scheming. Follow Master to cultivate. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to defeat the patriarch of the sect of all times in the promise of 10 years. Empress Ling Yao shook her head and said, "My opponent is not Jun Changshao, but this Yi Xingchen." Perfected Qing Wei's face was filled with shock. She had forced her disciple to participate in the battle between Jinren Tonggu and Gu Hong Jinren. However, she did not know that Jun Changshao intended to let Yi Xingchen fight. She could guess that it was because there was a grudge between the two that had to be settled. If she guessed correctly, the entire sect of all times was probably hoping that she would die in his hands. That was right. That was what Go Xing and his disciples thought. You can't blame them. If you want to blame someone, you have to blame Go Bai. Ever since Yi Xingchen joined the sect, Go Bai had always shown his monstrous anger. The enmity between the two of them was so deep that it was necessary to determine who would die and who would live. Sect of all times. After Yi Xingchen returned, he sat alone on the mountain peak. Even though he did not manage to catch sight of Empress Ling Yao in the forest earlier, he was still able to sense her aura. When I was fighting with the experts of the Tianhua Dao sect, this woman should have been watching in the dark. Would she have thought that I, who was once like an ant, would now have the cultivation of the truth-seeking realm? Yi Xingchen said expressionlessly. He wasn't showing off. Instead, the hatred in his heart was once again ignited, and he couldn't wait to take his revenge. This matter is over. Yi Xingchen clenched his fists and looked up at the sky. His gaze was cold as he said, "There must be an end to our enmity." The endless grassland. Empress Ling Yao was standing in an area filled with strange rock. "Disciple," Perfected Qing Wei said seriously, "once you enter the grotto, life and death will be unpredictable. Are you sure you want to enter?" Empress Ling Yao fell into a short silence before murmuring, "You probably don't want me to be killed by you so easily, so I won't let him down." After saying that, she entered the grotto without looking back. Buzz! Streams of light flickered, forming a cage. Perfected Qing Wei shook her head and said, "As her master, I can't guess what my disciple is thinking at all." The 4 injured experts were locked up in the sect of all times. Because they were waiting for the Tianhua Dao sect to pay the ransom, Jun Changshao did not send them to the Tianyuan prison pagoda out of humanitarian considerations to receive Aria's careful care. Of course, in regards to Yi Xingchen's actions, Go Xing gave a high degree of approval. He also taught his disciples that when they went out and had conflicts with other martial artists, they should be lenient where possible. If they really couldn't handle it, they should just capture them. However, He probably didn't know. When the Tianhua Dao sect found out that the elders were detained, they almost couldn't help but cheer on the spot. The 10 major immortal sects ordered them to find trouble with the sect of all times, and the bigger the better. Now that they were detained and had to pay the ransom, wasn't the problem very serious? Quick, Lin Shangyi said, inform the immortal sects. In just half a day, the news was sent to the Lingtian immortal sect. After Lin Haoyan found out, he replied, send someone to ask for the ransom. Resolutely refused to pay the ransom. Currently, the conflict between the two sects hadn't escalated to the point of the 10 major immortal sects taking action, so the problem had to be magnified. It would be best if the whole world knew about it. After receiving the instructions, Lin Shangyi's expression became interesting. The ones being detained were the elders of the Tianhua Dao sect. If they refused to pay the ransom and angered Jun Changshao, the loss would be huge. Sigh. Lin Shangyi sighed helplessly. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to offend the sect of all times, but now that he was directly ordered by the immortal sects to not resist, he could only obey. Let's go. Follow me to the sect of all times. Patriarch. In the study, Yi Xingchen recounted what happened yesterday in detail. Then, he said in confusion, in my opinion, there must be something fishy about this matter. Jun Changshao asked, what's fishy about it? Yi Xingchen held his chin and said, who in the upper realm doesn't know that the Patriarch's master is Jinren Tonggu? How could the disciples of the Tianhua Dao sect not know? How could they not recognize the words ancient carved on the clothes? Perhaps this Dao-level sect doesn't take our sect of all times seriously, Jun Changshao said. Yi Xingchen said, it's common for disciples of the sect to have conflicts with other factions when they go out. Why did the 4 elders of the truth-seeking realm come out as soon as they released the distress signal? Indeed, Jun Changshao said, it's a little strange. According to his understanding, the forbidden area where Lu Baiwan and the others went to do the mission was extremely far away from the Tianhua Dao sect. Even if they came to help immediately, it would take at least an hour. Or rather, Yi Xingchen said, do the disciples of this sect have elders of the truth-seeking realm protecting them in the dark at all times when they go out to train? Impossible, Jun Changshao denied, unless they have nothing better to do. In the past, he had sent Gu Zhaoxi to protect the disciples of the sect when they were on missions, but it was only during special times. Later on, he chose to let him go. A Dao sect that was based in the upper realm must have tens of thousands of disciples. Were there enough elders to protect them 24 hours a day? Don't say it. Jun Changshao clasped his hands together and said, it's really strange. Go Xing did not believe that there was nothing fishy about sending 4 elders of the truth-seeking realm over when the disciples had a conflict. Ask Lu Baiwan to come over. Yes. Not long after, Lu Baiwan walked in. As an outer sect disciple, although he often saw the Patriarch on the main peak, he could not remain calm now that he was in close contact with him. Tell me about the conflict with the Tianhua Dao sect. Yes. Lu Baiwan hurriedly began to narrate. I entered the forbidden area with a few fellow disciples and found a large number of earth-responding stones. We had just put them into our space rings when the people of the Tianhua Dao sect jumped out and said that they found it first and asked us to return it quickly. Then we started fighting. That's it? That's it. Chapter 1646. After disciple Lu Baiwan explained what had happened, Jun Changshao fell into deep thought. In the past few years, he had also wreaked havoc in many forbidden areas and knew that there was an unwritten rule in the upper realm. Whoever went in and obtained good things would belong to them. How could the Dao sect disciples not know? Moreover, the Earth Response Stone was not something valuable. They argued with the sect of all times over such a trivial matter, and even attacked in the end. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like Patriarch. Yi Xingchen frowned and said, in my opinion, They are deliberately looking for trouble with the sect of all times. After this guy occupied the demon ancestor's body, he felt that his intelligence had obviously increased. My master is Zhenren Tonggu. It's impossible that the Tianhua Dao sect doesn't know. They are deliberately looking for trouble in the forbidden area. I'm afraid that someone is supporting them from behind, Jun Changshao guessed. Previously, many forces had come when the Dao stone mine appeared, and among them, there were Tao-level forces. After he defeated the Ling Tian immortal sect elder, they all left obediently. Unless the Tianhua Dao sect was kicked in the head by a donkey, why would they take the initiative to look for trouble? Patriarch. Li Luoqiu walked in and said, I've already investigated clearly. The Tianhua Dao sect was established 50,000 years ago. After rising to Tao level, they climbed up the big tree known as the Ling Tian immortal sect and jumped to Tao level in a short 10,000 years. Jun Changshao was interested. Li Luoqiu continued, the Tianhua Dao sect will send outstanding disciples to the Ling Tian immortal sect to cultivate every 10 years. The two seem to be allies on the surface, but many people know that they are actually superior and subordinate. Lackey? You can think of it that way. Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and tapped his right hand on the table. A smile gradually appeared on his face. The truth seems to have surfaced. Yi Xingchen said, the Tianhua Dao sect dares not to fear the sect of all times because they have the Ling Tian immortal sect behind them. No. Jun Changshao rested his chin on the back of his hand and said, the 10 major immortal sects are sealing the ancestral lands of the two clans so that they can act at any time. But if there is no reason, how can they explain it to the world? Understood. Yi Xingchen came to a realization. The Tianhua Dao sect was ordered to target the sect of all times so that the 10 great immortal sects would have a chance to strike. Not bad. Yi Xingchen said coldly, only trash would play tricks. Because he had once been hurt by Empress Ling Yao, what he hated the most was playing dirty trick. Patriarch. Li Qingyang transmitted a message. The patriarch of the Tianhua Dao sect is here to visit. So fast? Jun Changshao stroked his chin, squinted his eyes, and said with a smile, I'd like to see how you're going to put on this show. Hoo. In the sky, the 10 upper echelons of the Tianhua Dao sect, led by Lin Shangyi, stood proudly, releasing an extremely unfriendly aura. They were not here to ransom people, but to incite conflict. However, when they saw the sect of all times's door open and Elder Huang and the other 3 tied up and carried out by the disciples of the sect of all times, their violent aura weakened significantly. A lower truth-seeking realm cultivator was considered a pillar of a Dao sect. If anything happened to them, they would definitely not be able to afford it. Swish. Jun Changshao flew out and floated outside the mountain gate. He cupped his hands at Lin Shangyi politely and said, You have an imposing appearance and extraordinary might. You must be the patriarch of the Tianhua Dao sect, right? That's right. Lin Shangyi's tone was indifferent. Jun Changshao said, I won't waste any more words. Please pay 1 billion mystic stones to ransom the 4 elders of your sect. If it was a profound sect or a true sect, the price might be lower, but since it was a Dao sect that was second only to the immortal sect, they would definitely ask for an exorbitant price. Go Xing could not take the initiative to extort innocent people, but if there was a conflict between them, he would definitely not be polite. Just like the Demon Emperor's gate in the lower realm, he would extort money again and again. Besides, they were the ones who started the trouble first, so they were even more righteous. Jun Changshao. Lin Shangyi reprimanded with a cold gaze, the disciples of our sects only had a small conflict. Isn't it too much to ask for 1 billion mystic stones to kidnap 4 elders of my sect? Jun Changshao was just guessing just now. Now that he saw the other party announcing the seizure of power, he was certain that the other party was deliberately looking for trouble. He probably wanted to blow up the matter and make it known to the world so that the immortal sect would have a reason to appear. Fine. I'll cooperate with you. It's not too much. Jun Changshao looked very annoying. Lin Shangyi suppressed his anger and softened his tone. If my sect was in the wrong first, we will naturally apologize. So, Jun Patriarch, please release the 4 elders. Acting couldn't be too much, otherwise it would be easy to reveal flaws. Big brother, even if Go Xing's IQ was low, he could tell that your disciples were looking for trouble and instantly sent elders to rescue them. If there was a word to describe it, this was definitely a pig teammate. I can release them, Jun Changshao said. You have to pay the ransom first. He was not afraid of others acting awkwardly, but he was afraid of others cooperating. Go Xing guessed their intentions and naturally hoped to blow up the matter, because he also lacked a reason to act. To put it bluntly, the 10 great immortal sects wanted to mess with Jun Changshao, but how could Jun Changshao not want to mess with the 10 great immortal sects? Both sides hit it off. Come, everyone can act with all your might. Of course, Jun Changshao didn't even need to deliberately act, because he was very familiar with extortion and was completely acting as himself. Jun Patriarch, Lin Shangyi said coldly, your master is a respected figure in the upper realm, but as his disciple, you're doing things like extortion and blackmail. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing Senior Tonggu? Sorry, Jun Changshao said. Master has already jumped out of the 3 realms and is no longer part of the 5 element. He has long become indifferent to face. Lin Shangyi didn't know how to respond to this. My patience is limited. Jun Changshao landed in front of the mountain gate and put a hand on Elder Huang's shoulder. You'd better cooperate, otherwise, crack. The crisp sound of bones shattering rang out. Elder Huang's expression froze. He obviously didn't expect this guy to suddenly attack him. Doesn't it hurt? Elder Huang screamed in pain. Jun Changshao. Seeing this, Lin Shangyi was furious. Jun Changshao walked to the other side of Elder Huang and put it on his shoulder. I don't care who's right or wrong. Anyone who dares to bully the disciples of the sect of all times must pay the price. Crack. Both of his shoulder bones were crushed. Elder Huang's face was not only hideous, but his arms also naturally drooped down. The other 4 companions tied to the side were sweating profusely on their foreheads and backs. Don't worry. Jun Changshao walked in front of one of them and smiled. As long as your sect's patriarch doesn't pay, it'll be your turn soon. This smile. It was like a demon. The 4 elders were so shocked that their minds trembled. They looked up at Lin Shangyi with difficulty, as if begging. Patriarch, hurry up and pay. I'm afraid we won't be able to take it. The main reason was that their cultivation was temporarily sealed, so they were no different from ordinary people in terms of resisting pain. Pucci. Suddenly, a dagger stabbed into the chest of one of Elder Huang's companions. Sizzle. The dagger was quickly pulled out and blood splattered. Jun Changshao shook the blood-stained dagger and looked at the furious Lin Shangyi. He grinned and said, if you don't pay, the next stab will stab your heart. Chapter 1647. Tianhua Dao sect wanted to blow things up. Jun Changshao wanted to earn some money and cooperate with them, so he could only start torturing the 4 elders. Of course, this was still considered light. If he really wanted to be ruthless, he would directly throw them into Tianyuan Prison Pagoda and guarantee that the 4 of them would have a good new year there. Lin Shangyi was both happy and afraid now. He was happy that the patriarch of the sect of all times was so strong that he could stimulate the conflict. What he was afraid of was that he might accidentally kill the elder. In terms of value alone, 4 truth-seeking realm cultivators were far more than 1 billion mystic stones. After all, even if he had martial arts resources, he might not be able to pile up one. Seeing his hesitation, Jun Changshao raised his dagger and stabbed again without hesitation. This time, he would definitely die. June Patriarch. Lin Shangyi finally could not hold it in and hurriedly shouted, "Let's talk nicely." The sharp dagger stopped when it was only 1 centimeter away from the elder's chest. The latter's widened eyes immediately recovered, and then he panted rapidly, sweat pouring down his forehead. Death. He had never been so close. Jun Changshao turned around and smiled. "I'll say it. 1 billion mystic stones, not one less." In this aspect, Goxing rarely compromised. Lin Shangyi's expression turned uglier. The order given by the Lingtian immortal sect was not to hand over the ransom. Now that the other party was forcing them, they would definitely be killed if they did not hand it over. Jun Changshao. At this moment, an elder of Tianhua Dao's sect could not take it anymore and roared, "Aren't you afraid that we'll report you to the World Hall for such shameless blackmail?" Right. He was only worried about the elders and forgot that he had backing. World Hall? Jun Changshao said disapprovingly, "They're not even a fart in my eyes." These words were obviously to find an opportunity for Tianhua Dao's sect to lead the conflict to the World Hall, and then the World Hall to the 10 immortal sects. Lin Shangyi indeed followed into the ditch. He sneered. The World Hall was created by the 10 immortal sects. Jun Patriarch doesn't even care about the immortal sects? The immortal sect is nothing. When Jun Changshao said these words, it gave people a feeling that he was pouting. It could be said that his acting skills were textbook. Not only did Lin Shangyi believe it, but he was also secretly delighted. Good. I'll go find the 10 great immortal sects and let them be the judge. After working hard for half a day, he finally brought the immortal sects in. The mission could be considered to be half completed. Jun Changshao raised his blood-stained dagger and patted the face of the elder beside him. He said, "I don't care if you seek justice from the immortal sect or the divine sect. You must hand over the 1 billion profound stones. Otherwise, take the corpse with you when you go." Shua! Xiao Jun's flying knife began to tremble. Zzz. The magnificent Sky Dao sect elder, who was restrained, could not dodge. The tendons in his arms and legs were all torn, and fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Screams that sounded like pigs being slaughtered resounded throughout the timeless immortal mountain. Jun Changshao. Lin Shangyi roared angrily. In order to make him realize how cruel he was, Jun Changshao grabbed the elder's hair with one hand and placed the sharp dagger against his neck. He said with a cold gaze, "I'll give you a count of 3 to consider. Otherwise you can collect their corpses." Murderous intent filled the air. At this moment, if there were onlookers around, they would definitely realize that the sect of all times Patriarch definitely had murderous intent. Sect. Patriarch. That elder's face was sinister as he said in a hoarse voice, "Today, although I'm going to die, I'm still an elder of the magnificent Sky Dao sect. I'll grant you your wish." Jun Changshao's fingers moved, and the dagger moved away from his neck. As it spun, it pierced into his chest. Hot blood splattered on his face, adding a bit of cruelty to it. The elder's pupils constricted. Before his thoughts disappeared, he thought, "I just said something nice. Why did he really stab me?" Elder's song. Lin Shangyi and the others roared angrily. Swoosh. Jun Changshao pulled out the dagger. Ignoring the other party's head, he continued to stab another elder. His method was so cold that it was obvious he wanted to kill him in one blow. However, just as it was about to land, Lin Shangyi finally gave up his defense and said, I'll give. One elder had already died. He could not allow a second one to die. Furthermore, the one who was about to be killed was the brother of his favorite concubine. If anything happened to him, he would cry and throw a tantrum at home every day. If Elder Song, who still had some warmth left, knew that the Patriarch's compromise originated from his brother-in-law, he would definitely be annoyed at himself for upholding righteousness. King courted death, and in the end I really died. Patriarch Lin. Jun Changshao said indifferently, "Give me 1 billion mystic stones. You can take them away. You killed one of them. Why do you still want 1 billion? This is a small business. No bargaining." Lin Shangyi almost couldn't help but vomit blood. However, since he had already compromised, he definitely could not let the three elders suffer any more harm. Therefore, he suppressed his heartache and said, "All right, 1 billion it is. These 2 days." Jun Changshao counted with his fingers and said, "The 4 elders have food and drink in my sect. I'll give you 4,600 mystic stones as food expenses." It was truly too deranged to haggle over every ounce to such an extent. "All right." Lin Shangyi gritted his teeth and said, "I'll give." He was willing to pay 1 billion, so he definitely wouldn't care about 4,600. "Pay first, then let them go," Jun Changshao said. "This is the old rule of the sect of all times." Old rule? It seemed that this guy had extorted a lot. No wonder he was so professional. Lin Shangyi obediently paid the 1 billion mystic stones and redeemed the 3 elders and a court. Before he left, he glared fiercely at Jun Changshao. "Wah!" On the way back, Elder Song, who had been stabbed in the chest, suddenly vomited blood and went from a dead state to a near-death state. "Patriarch!" Third Elder exclaimed, "Elder Song is still alive." Lin Shangyi hurried over and clasped the other party's wrist. He found a pulse and said in shock, "How is this possible?" After Jun Changshao stabbed the dagger into his chest, he caught a glimpse of Elder Song's lifeless aura. Now that he suddenly came back to life, it was really strange. Sect of all times. Jun Changshao sat in the study. Not only was he playing with the spatial ring that contained the mystic stones, but he was also playing with the medicine bottle with the Netherworld pill written on it. He thought to himself, how long can this thing last in the upper realm? It turned out that he was just acting and did not kill Elder Song. "The host is merciful," the system said. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "The magnificent Sky Dao sect was merely instructed by the 10 major immortal sects to cause trouble. I gave them a chance to turn over a new leaf. If they dare to do it again." At this point, he paused for a moment and said with a cold gaze, "This is not something that can be resolved with money. P.S. I even sent it out. I won't keep it. I admit I already have a stockpile because number 7 is more than 10.